Welcome back to EGC TV. Here we are, day 2 of the Elite Classic 3 qualifiers, and we're starting this off with Ramen versus 194. I'm, of course, Lidicor. Joining me is the lovely Soccerton for this opening best of 3 of the day.
Hello, hello. Happy to be here. It's going to be an exciting day of games.
All right, let's look at the matchup, though, because I'm hyped about this. We're kicking things off on Gorge, and we do have the House of Lancaster in here. Of course, we are playing on the brand new DLC, and that gets me very hyped. Brand new civilizations to look at, a lot of fun to be had, a lot of new things to explore, and, Ramen does have both the House of Lancaster and, of course, the other new civilization, the Knights Templar, on his roster of civilizations. 194 decided not to ban either of those.
That's a little surprising to me. Looking at the bans, he didn't want Ayubids. I guess I don't feel like it's a really top tier civ right now. He banned, John Dark, HRE I get, and then Delhi. But yeah, that leaves open, House Lancaster, Templars, which have been really good recently, and Roos. I feel like I like Ramen's set here of choices to pick from. And it looks like he's going to go right with Lancaster here on Gorge, as 194 is going to go with Chinese.
Oh, I'm looking at the other civilizations for 194. There are some civs I love here. I think Japanese is a pretty fun one. Could be an interesting one. Frisian Marshes. He's got Malians, always a powerhouse civilization, and then Biz as well. So it really feels like 194 is taking this path of going for the good old powerful civilizations out there and just saying, listen, if you ban the 2 new civilizations that are very much unexplored at this point, I'll just take the strongest civilizations available that have existed for quite some time. And you look at Ramen, it's a totally different story. He decided to pick the 2 new civilizations, comes into this series with, maybe some hidden strategies that haven't really been explored before.
Imagine there's got to be a lot of hidden strategies, right? Like I look at Templars alone, and I just think of the amount of builds they probably could have. I mean, it's going to take a while for the meta to really focus in on what works and what doesn't with them. There's just so many options.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Every time you have a reset like this, it opens up opportunities for players that might have not been able to crack the top 16, the top 10, to potentially just reshape the meta and, increase their rankings simply because they can come up with strategies in a brand new meta. And, you just look at this and say, okay, you have 2 civilizations out there. That is it. It doesn't seem like it's much, but it does more than, just have 2 civilizations implemented into the game. You have a completely new draft meta. You have to ban different civilizations. You will have matchups that are totally different. So it is not just okay, you have 2 new civilizations out there. If I ban both, I'm safe. Because the effect of having 2 new civilizations in there goes beyond the actual civs. It also trickles into the draft meta. It also trickles into what the best civilizations are on other maps. So there's a lot to look out for here with the new DLC coming into AoE 4.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's so many more matchups. I mean, we used to talk about how many different matchups are there, like whatever the set number was, and now when you add 2 more civs, that just multiplies it, right? Now you've got, I don't know the exact number, but the amount of matchups that you could come up with now gets a lot greater, and so there's a lot more matchups to be aware of, a lot more counters and different plays and strategies to pick from. It just makes it way more interesting and in depth. Because now, I mean, what's the total number of civs we're up to now with these newest 2? It puts us up to...
we're up to 18, if you include 18, the variant civilizations, which you very much should.
The variants, yeah. So 18, I mean, then all the different... It's over 100 plus different matchups now you have to consider every time you're going into these drafts.
Yeah, without the mirror matchups, you have 153 potential different combinations. If you add the mirrors, which adds 18 more, it's 171. So you have over 170 potential combinations for matchups. And that is just the combination of civilizations. We haven't talked about the fact that these are also associated with a given map.
And then not to mention that like different civs can play different strategies at different times, right? Like, you can play Byzantines a couple different ways. You can play, I mean, we've just talked about Templars a little bit. The amount of different builds that they could have and different strategies they could go for. I mean, you're not always sure what you're going to get just because you get one civ. You might get, a fast castle out of this civ, but it might also just do a feudal all in on another map. So there's a lot to consider when you're looking into the draft and going into this.
And here we go.
On the green, 194 playing his Chinese here in the northeast of Gorge. And then on the southwest side, we've got Ramen with House of Lancaster in the yellow.
I'm very curious about this one. Just looking at Ramen, he's got the golden ram statue by his town center. So who knows? He might be in for some aggression. But let's talk about the House of Lancaster here. Kick things off. Of course, one of the new civilizations add the brand new DLC in AoE 4. And the thing that really impressed me about the power of the House of Lancaster is how condensed you can play. And that could be a feature on an open map like this. You have a castle-style landmark to age up to H2 with, and you have your manors starting in H2, which will give you a passive trickle of food and wood. And when I looked at this civilization, the first thing that really popped for me is like, wait a minute. These guys can just stay in their base for quite some time and not have to worry about the access to food. This is rare. Most civilizations have to move out on the map because they run out of food inside their base.
Yeah, they both these civs really could just kind of hunker down and play the long game. House Lancaster just excels at that with the manors that they can build. I'm curious to see if one of them's going to break the mold and try and maybe do some aggression. Feels like House Lancaster can, if you can push them early, like a Juganu Ram Rush could do pretty good against House of Lancaster, I feel like. But at the same time, that defense and with the arrow slits that they can get on those manors, it could be a tough sell as well. So it'll be interesting to see what 194 kind of does. I think the ball's kind of in his court right now to decide how he wants this game to go.
Yeah, I wonder if this is going to be a boom fest. Because, again, as you said, an option you have, as we have the Lancaster Castle coming in here, this is going to be your castle-style landmark. And look at the positioning of this. This is going to protect the berries. This is going to protect the gold. And it will make it so difficult to push into this base. I could see a Ram Rush working for 194, but I could also see him saying, listen, if you want to sit back and boom, I have the Chinese. It's an extremely powerful late-game civilization. Let's just sit back and boom.
Yeah, 2TC Song could definitely hold up, I think, to House Lancaster, even with all the passive resources they get. And we see the stone already being mined for House of Lancaster here, already on some stone.
Yeah, manors will cost you some stone. It's 100 each.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, in fact, the fact that you only have 3 villagers on the stone for Ramen implies that he's not going to go for a second TC. This is just going to be for manors.
It's just me just for the manors, yeah.
The return of investment on manors is huge, though. These guys generate.
Well, it takes like 90 seconds, right? It takes about 90 seconds to start getting the resources back that you put into it. So it's so quick how quickly those come back, and the fact that they can just spam so many of them so quickly. There is a little bit of an investment after 3. You have to kind of unlock more, but it feels like a speed bump more than a roadblock.
Yeah, exactly. And it reminds me a lot, the whole passive resource trickle reminds me of the Malians. And all across previous tournaments, we've always talked about the fact that Malians, they're dangerous because they can just sit back and sit on that passive resource income. The same goes for the Lancaster. They can sit back and sit on that passive resource income, and it's very difficult to match up against other civilizations.
Oh, exactly. They can just, it really is kind of like a cow boom, but instead of cows, you've just got manors. And instead of just food, you're getting more than just food. You're getting other resources as well. So it's very powerful, and it's powerful for a reason. I don't love passive resources, and we can see here that 194 is scouted out where that's going to be. So he knows what he's dealing with now. The big question is going to be, will he go all in, or will he play it safe and just, eco boom and match it?
Now, here's the thing with the manors. When you build them in the influence radius of the Lancaster Castle, like Ramen is doing it, they also receive arrow slits and they get a bunch of extra HP. So they act as like defensive towers in here, and as you can see, Ramen is just going to use them to protect this gold mine nice and safe, surround it all around. And at the same time, you also get that passive resource income, which just makes things sweeter. Plus, on the Lancaster Castle, you can also summon Demi-Lancers. They're kind of like weakened knights. And you get one for every manor you build. So there's also the benefit of being able to pop units from these.
Yeah, I've been calling it the get out of jail free button, because it feels like whenever they're kind of getting pushed in, if they can age up, those things age up automatically as well. If they can get into like a castle age and then hit that button, it's like having a bunch of knights right off the rip. And it could be a really powerful tempo swing when they do it right.
Let's talk about 194 though, because so far Ramen is doing what most people would expect him to do. Not so much for 194. He's actually opening with a couple of spearmen right here. It's not like Ramen has anything out there, so I wonder if this is just going to be some ram cheese in here. Yeah, here it is. Siege Engineering coming in, but spearmen aren't your high DPS unit. It really feels like he just wants to clown card us, jump in and out of the ram, and then try to push this position, but this is going to be so difficult to push. And yeah, I think he's choosing a different angle. He's going to try to hit the stone mine.
That's an interesting choice. I like going for the stone mine because I was thinking, you know, like you mentioned, these aren't your DPS units. They're also really vulnerable to that arrow fire, the arrow slit fire that comes from those manners. So you need to find a way to cut it off. You see a scout sitting right on the stone, spears coming in. They know exactly what they're doing. Maybe a lesser player would go for the manners, but he knows he needs to cut the supply off at the source. And here they come in with the dive. But here's the problem. Lancaster, they still have short bows in the villagers. Ooh. Civil Defense Force, but he does get a scout for his effort. But again, the Civil Defense Force, as I call it, those villagers have bows. And that's going to take care of the spears. He has to retreat for now.
Now, Yeomen are now coming in for Ramen, and it's going to be more than enough to hold off these spears. He lost his scout, so he's kind of deprived of vision, but he just doesn't care. This is exactly how you would expect Lancaster to be played. Get the upgrades for the manners, so you can drop a couple more, and that passive resource income is just going to skyrocket. For now, it looks like 194 just wants to meet this with archers, though, and you do have to be a little cautious here if you're Ramen. Chinese economy is no weak either. And if you're playing way too complacent, you could just be surprised by a timing push.
Yeah, the amount of archers that, you know, 194 can pump out with the Imperial officials watching over those, you know, and supervising the production speed, he can pump out a lot of units really quickly. Three yeomen aren't going to do it. So I'm curious as to if there's going to be a bit of a cat and mouse game or what will happen out of this. We do see a barracks as well. So maybe preparing for some spears in case you see some horsemen, which we do have from 194 coming out of the queue right now as well.
Yeah, it looks like 194 is going for the 111. It definitely feels like a full feudal aggression. The dangerous thing here for 194 is that if this doesn't work out, he's basically done in this game because Ramen is going to have such a powerful economy. 194 is playing 1TC Tang Dynasty. Really not much economy behind this, so it's either a good ramp push or bust.
Yeah, it's do or die. This is the dangerous thing with doing this, right? Is if you can catch your opponent flat-footed, you can do a lot of damage and win the game, but you're putting yourself on a timer. The window will close eventually, and as more of these manners pop up, it's going to just snowball more and more. However, he's got 20 units in the field. He's got the 111, like you mentioned, some horsemen, some spears, and some archers. He could do a lot of damage with a well-timed, well-located push as he walks on the northwest side of the map here, heading along the ridge, looking to maybe flank Ramen down and below.
Now, if you're 194, I think your best target is going to be the woodline. Ramen has put all his resources into protecting this gold, but at the same time, he's not really making any like very gold-heavy units in here. So if you are 194, maybe you're trying to target the wood line and just start to force idle time. If you can cut Ramen off of wood, it might be a little bit more difficult for him to just defend against this this incoming ram push.
That's tough to do with the wood in the very back. With the wood in the very back, I don't feel like Ramen has much of a choice because it's so far back there. And he's going to push in. Ramen does see it, so 194 is now committing to the push, trying to take out a couple archers. That's a lot of units now, 21 to 26. There's a lot from Ramen to defend this, plus the arrow slits from the manners helping out.
This is just so difficult to push into.
This is looking rough. Archer's kind of behind this. Spears do get on to the Demi-Lancers for Ramen. He's going to back up as villagers come after the ram. Pretty tough fight to take here with the arrow slits on the manners coming out to help.
This ain't working.
He's finally gotten a hit on one. It's not going to work. He's gonna get swept up by just the passive arrow fire.
And this is why manners are so nasty when you build them in the radius of the Lancaster castle. They all fire arrows. They're like busted towers. They're almost like fortified towers from the ruse. And then maybe you take out one of these, but look at how much this cost for 194. Most of his army is going to be cleaned up, and then there is no one to protect that battering ram. Ramen had to pop the Demi-Lancers, though, so part of the reason why he was able to fight this off is because he popped the Demi-Lancer card from the Lancaster castle.
Yeah, that is a one-time use, too. He does not get that back, which means he cannot click that button when he gets to Castle Age and have a bunch. So that is maybe a small Pyrrhic victory. He does take down one manor, but you wonder if it was enough.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the problem for 194 is sustainability. Because at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, armies were traded and one manor went down. That is the net result here for Ramen, or for 194, and that does not seem right.
Yeah, all that and one villager kill. It doesn't seem like it was enough. we'll see. He's looking to make a lot more production buildings right now. We see more archery ranges. We see, he's on the wood pretty heavy still. He's getting a lot of food. I just wonder long term, like, it just feels like your timer is ticking down and you're running out of time.
Now, keep in mind, a lot of the villagers were idled in the meantime, though, for Ramen. And 194 has a 5-villager lead. It looks like he's trying to make his way to Castle, although he might pivot to Song. He's definitely piling up a lot of gold, though, and that is, yeah, as our observer is pointing out to us, signs are pointing towards Castle Age here for 194 and maybe a pivot into Palace Guards.
Palace Guards would do pretty well. I just wonder at that point, though, the timing that you're going to lose. Ramen is going to probably be able to just match that if he so desires. He's getting Wheelbarrow in right now. We see Eco Techs coming in. A lot of Blacksmith Techs for 194. Ramen only has his range damage increase, which is very useful with the Yeoman.
Yeah, I think if you're 194, one way to make up for the difference in eco is to collect the relics, because one thing that Ramen has not yet done is move out of his base. If 194 beats him to Castle and picks up 4 or 5 relics, that helps a lot when it comes to offsetting the eco differential.
Well, and if he goes Song Dynasty as well, he'll start recouping some of the villagers, right? He'll start getting even more of a villager lead than he has. We see another push, the Ram coming in, trying to get another one. The one tricky thing with all this in the front is that this is pretty exposed, so it's easy to get to it, at least. Ramen's got all of his buildings forward, but when he's just got all of the defensive capabilities that House of Lancaster has, it feels like 194 is just kind of poking and prodding and kind of wondering. We do see the Castle Age Imperial Palace going down, so he will be reaching Castle Age very soon. Imperial Palace is an interesting choice.
Yeah, it feels like he's scared about future raids here, even though Ramen is not really showing any signs of moving out of his base. But it could be a valuable landmark. The active ability of the Imperial Palace allows you to find villagers out there on the map. And that is huge. On an open map like this, if you know where the enemy villagers are at, you can easily get yourself 10, 15 freebies as the game goes on.
The tricky thing is, it's kind of like with Malians, right? You can kill their vills, but if the cow boom lives on, it doesn't feel like you've done enough. And with House Lancaster, if those manors keep churning, have you done enough? We see a little prod here from Ramen. They're just going to get immediately seen and drops one. Probably going to drop a second one here without so much as touching a villager.
I don't think he should be chasing here, though. He's being distracted, and he's trying to pivot into Lancers. Now is his timing. Ramen is trying to get to Castle Age, but he was low on gold, and this is one thing that's interesting to look at for Ramen. The manors do not give you passive gold, and I think these gold miners have been idled for quite some time. So Ramen is now short on gold. He does have the food he needs to age up. He's actually floating a lot of wood, but he does not yet have the gold to age up, and this opens an opportunity here for 194.
Yeah, late game, the gold is the win condition for 194 because House Lancaster excels in producing trash army. We're looking at it right now. Spears and Yeoman. That is kind of the default build for Lancaster. That's what they excel at. The big golds on this map are all on the wings because it's Gorge. And most of those golds are going to be for him on the south side. He's got one up on the north way as well, but most of those, that big 8K is in that bottom corner. And so if 194 can just deny that, he could be in a really good spot.
Yeah, so look at this fortification, though.
He does not want anything coming there.
This feels excessive, though. Like,
it does. It feels unnecessary. He really seems like he really wants to keep those manors up. I feel like, I mean, I don't dislike the choice to go White Tower, but I wonder if maybe you could put it somewhere more effective and just put a regular keep there. It's tough because you don't want to go out too far on the map to build a White Tower either. You don't want to go like in the bottom corner for it, for that 8K gold, even though maybe that would be the play. We see a big skirmish here. Spears trying to take off some horses. Archers exchanging fire with the Yeoman. It just doesn't, it's just not enough, even with Castle Age upgrades. This is going to be tough. Some villagers, one goes down. We see the wraparound trying to get onto the archers, but there's a lot of them. Rams trying to take down the manor. Some decent kills. Archers still exchanging, and you know, those Lancers are doing a lot of work right now, really sitting on top of those archers. The Yeoman just falling one by one. Those Lancers, he's got no counter to the Lancers.
Yeah, Earl's Guard popped. Ramen had to pop the Earl's Guard card from the castle. But I wonder if 194 should have just hit the backline of the wood, and he's actually doing that. This is what he needs to do. Sure, you have the passive resource income, but you cannot afford to lose 20 villagers on the wood line.
Yeah, 7 down now. The Lancers still doing work, angry with the archers, taking them down one by one. He's got nowhere else to retreat. He's under the TC. They don't care. They've got their ranged armor upgrades. they could just sit here all day, and as long as there's no spears to counter them, they can just rule the earth.
Oh man, this is getting dicey here for Ramen. He's losing way too much, and this is the power of that timing push. This is why I think it was so important for Great Unicorn to just pivot away from the feudal push and say, okay, I'm gonna go to Castle, because the Lancers are a huge power spike here, and this is definitely not something that Ramen has an answer to.
Yeah, he's got nothing he can do. He does not have the ability to build enough spears. He doesn't even have enough food to build anything now. Villagers running for their lives, almost 20 killed, and suddenly 194 with the castle timing push with the Lancers. These guys are just a menace upon all of the earth right now as they kill villager after villager. They finally get into the White Tower, and that picks off a couple, but the damage has been done. 21 villagers is a huge deficit, and everything is idled.
I wonder if it would have been better to put the White Tower on the right flank or maybe the wood line. We talked about this, sure. He wants to keep the manors up, but it feels like that northern side is protected way too well, and elsewhere his base is wide open, and that is what 194 exploited.
Yeah, and now the economy's swung so much in his favor. He doesn't even need these relics at this point, but he's going to grab them anyways because it's just that much more to take. And he's Song Dynasty now. This game is over.
Yeah, if you're Ramen, it's definitely a tough position to be in. Maybe you go for a second town center, hope to reboom into this. Again, manors give you a nice eco buff, but you're down by 30 villagers. And remember, it's also going to be quite a few relics out there for 194, which makes that eco differential even bigger in his favor.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in. It really came down to that well-timed push. Because in Feudal, it didn't feel like 194 was a whole lot better off. Like, he was poking, it was prodding, taking some fairly even trades, but not getting ahead. And now with these Lancers, I mean, here they come again. As if one time wasn't enough, they come back for more. Another villager goes down. They're just doing their jobs. This one's going to not even make it to the town center either. They're dying as they pop out. There's just nowhere for them to go and no answer that Ramen can get that'll be sufficient to stop these things.
It's so sad. Ramen is trying to go out for the relics. He is actually making a monk. By the time he gets out on the field, there is going to be no relics left.
And there's few things that feel worse than building that, hoping to get relics and realizing they are all gone. Only things I can think of, maybe getting wool load all the way and losing all your knights. Like that's up there. Few things feel worse, though, than not getting any of the relics after going and prioritizing the monastery.
And now he's going to have to move out for food as well. That's where things get even dicier for him. He's got a slow-moving army. He's going to have to deal with these night raids left and right, and now he needs to move out for the hunt. His villagers will become more exposed. And remember, 194 does have the Imperial Palace. He can pop the vision ability and find those villagers very quickly.
Yeah, those Lancers are going to get some satellite technology imaging of all the base. They're going to know everything. And it just feels like, Ramen, when Lancaster has to go out for food because they're so food starved, that they're in a tough spot because usually those manors give them more than enough to really supplement the economy when he's only got 36 vills. So he has to just put them there. He needs the resources so desperately. One knight on the field looking to maybe avenge his fallen comrades and brother at arms. I don't know if it's ever going to be enough, though. He sees the mill. Hasn't seen the vills that are right there next to it. He's going to abandon that and continue searching. And he's going to be fruitless in that search as we just see more military. It's 28 to 13 now, military count. But 72 to 37 vills. Even with the manors, I just don't see I don't see the road to victory for Ramen anymore. I don't know what he can possibly do. Unless maybe 194 sits back and lets him build another town center and gives him years to recuperate.
Yeah,
then we got the Sacred to Victory kit coming now.
Yeah, at this point, it's pedal to the metal for 194, and it's going to be so difficult for Ramen to recover. Well, I would say it's borderline impossible. I don't think there's anything that he can do to turn this around without 194 making a mistake.
Yeah, and that's kind of what he's hoping for, is that 194 will create just such a blunder that he can capitalize. And he's trying, right? He's throwing stuff out. He's throwing these men-at-arms, trying to raid. He's trying to poke and prod where he can, because he knows the only way he can ever get back into this is to do some kind of damage back. The problem is they're getting cleaned up left and right, and there's just Lancers all across the earth. They've just flooded this map. Well, not sure what more Ramen's going to do. Here comes another Lancer group coming in, looking for more kills. They're going to get well taken care of by the crossbows, at least. I really kind of wish 194 would be a little more aggressive here. When you have a lead like this, kind of like you said, the best thing to do is pedal to the metal, push in a little more, be aggressive. Instead, we see the full granary transition coming behind this. I guess 194 is not really in a hurry. He's got the sacred tower going down. He's got an eco lead that seems nigh insurmountable. Moving out on the map, looking for that gold now. This is his last gold vein right here that he can access.
Yeah, this is again looking extremely grim for Ramen. Now, he is building up a respectable amount of crossbows, and 194 is very heavily reliant on Lancers, so 194 cannot take a direct fight right now. At the same time, he's got 20 Lancers, so he's just going to run around and start hitting villagers. The only challenge for 194 right now is that there isn't very many villagers out there that you can actually hit.
He's raided them all, you know, he's hit just about every single one. I mean, he's got 25 villager kills. Somehow Ramen's gotten back up to 43 villagers, so he's been consistent at least producing, but the Lancers coming back in just right under the town center as if they don't care. They really have been the MVPs this game. And a big, here it comes. I was going to say, the next thing I was going to say is that 194 just needs to build some siege and just, you know, start actually taking down the things that are keeping Ramen even somewhat alive in this game. Once those manners go down for good, it's going to be GG's. Sacred sites all just taking down still. Lancers marching around. Gold per minute for Ramen is at 0. He's got 17 gold to his name. He's hoping that that'll grow a little bit, now up to 30. Villagers finally onto that gold vein. That is such a crucial lifeline for him. If he can't secure that, he's got no hope of coming back. We see he's expunging the rest of his villagers towards the food, trying to use up what he can. Lancers get caught out by some spears. This is a nice little pickup from Ramen. Not gonna, you know, swing the tide of the game, but you know, he'll take what you can get at this point. If he's still trying to play to win, he needs every little bit he can get. It just feels like once those rams come in though, and he realizes how deep in a hole he is, I imagine this game won't be going on a whole lot longer.
Yeah, now, Ramen does have a scary army here. A lot of spears, a lot of crossbows. 194 needs a couple more archers to deal with this, but oh boy, that flanking army is just looking huge. I think he's just going to surround this army from Ramen in the middle, and that should be the end of the game. Like, if this army gets cleaned up from Ramen, it is all over.
And clean up from all sides. Here they come, charging, flanked on every angle. The spears are dangerous, but enough archers that they should be able to take care of them. Lancers looking for the kills. Spears going down. Lancers are taking quite a bit of damage here as well. He needs to get on those crossbows, and there he goes, turning on them. The spears dropping one by one, almost done. And once this gets swept, I just don't see how Ramen builds it back again.
Nah, he's not. He's definitely not building this back. He's floating a lot of food, but there's just no gold to be found. And 194 this time around, the ram push, he's just making sure that he can finish off these manners. That was the plan from the very beginning, and this time around, he's going to have enough rams to accomplish that.
Yeah, look at the eco lead. He's over double the eco still. 46 to 1 military unit. This game has been ended with a ram ranch as the keep landmark's going to go down. Manor after manor getting torched. The archer's just standing under there taking it at this point. He doesn't even care anymore. He knows that this is a killing blow, and there's nothing Ramen can do about it at this point.
Just grim at this point for Ramen. I'm surprised he hasn't yet tapped out. I just don't know where he's trying to go from this.
My rule of thumb is I will never tap out when I can see a road to victory. And at this point, the road's closed. I just don't see how you come back. It's over. I think he's just sitting there, you know, absorbing the loss at this point and kind of thinking about maybe what went right, what went wrong. Sometimes you just want to give yourself a minute before diving into the next one. And he's taking his time here, just kind of thinking about it.
Yeah, it's very possible that at this point he's thinking about the strategy for the next game because 194 is going to close this. I mean, he can take out the landmarks and just call it a day.
Yeah. Well, you know, I feel like the start was decent, right? Like, he handled the manners pretty well. He was doing okay. It really came down to the castle lancer push. He just didn't have a good enough answer. And I think maybe even having to click the button for the demo lancers earlier in the game, that was kind of a win for 194. It felt kind of Pyrrhic at first, but that really proved to be the demise of Ramen in the long term, that he couldn't click those demo lancers later.
I agree, and I think the second component to this is the idle time on the gold mine. You can have all these houses nearby. You could have all the the defensive castle next to it as well. If you still have idle time on that gold, you just don't have it when you need to click up with a timing to castle. And that was one of the big difference makers between the two players. That difference in castle age timing, being behind by about a minute and a half, just meant that Ramen did not have any of his castle age decks when 194 showed up with a castle age army. And that was part of the reason why 194 had such an advantage in that fight.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the graphs here of the economy count. You can really see in that castle age, the castle age timing, that really, when they came in, right as he castled up, in came the Lancers, and you could see it just never could recover from that.
Yeah, it's like once that castle age push happened, I think Ramen was all done. It was just a matter of when, not an if. Nevertheless, interesting opening game here, I must say. Ramen, he tried to play Lancaster the way that I think most people would try to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And 194 was prepared for this, and this is something that goes back to the point that we were making before the game. You can have new strategies come in with these brand new civilizations, but it doesn't change the fact that some of the existing civilizations are still powerful, and maybe just the classic meta civ is something that has the tools to deal with the brand new civilization that's out there.
Yeah, we can see here that feudal push that was just so effective at just delaying the gold, because you can see the villagers getting pulled right there, and you know, it didn't feel like a huge win at the time for 194. Things were pretty even. They left things mostly even, but the difference being that, like we said, he was able to make that castle play and then make the pivot into Lancers. And we see the Demi Lancers here that just got pulled. It feels like they didn't really counter much that 194 had. He had some spears ready to go with it. That 1-1-1 combination was a really heads up play, knowing that most of it's going to be spears and yeoman, but that Demi Lancer button exists. So he had everything ready for it and had just enough. And then once we see here into the castle age, those 3 or 4 Lancers was all it took, just sitting on top of the yeoman. Nothing could be done and nothing could be had about it. Just one by one picking them off. And that really was the game right there. We're looking at it right there. That was the moment where once those got pushed off, there was no hope of ever getting that fun synchronous shot. There was no hope of, getting a big enough mass where it doesn't matter anymore, because House Lancaster can really kind of, build a big trash army essentially of yeomen and spears, and really then just hit the get out of jail free button with the Demo Lancers and then have a big scary forcing castle. But when you sit and just whittle them down like that, there's not much to be done.
Yeah, this is where it really just all collapsed. And once the Lancers get to that back line, it's all over. But we do have Frisian and Marshes coming in here, and Ramen, he's not shying away from using the other brand new civilization out there. The Knights Templar will make an appearance on Frisian Marshes, and 194, again, just going with the good old path of taking an otherwise very powerful existing civilization, going up with the Byzantines.
Byzantines, you mentioned Japanese maybe on that civ. I'm curious what his plan with Frisian Marshes will be. But Templars, gosh, what can they not do? It's going to be fun to see this matchup of 2 really powerhouse civs going at it. Look at this cleanup here once he finally pushed, looking at the replay, getting onto those crossbows. For a moment there, Ramen had kind of a scary mass, but you need just way more spears than you ever will think when it comes to these Lancers. You need so many, and just didn't have enough. Well, a pretty exciting game for game number 1, I'd say. If we got a taste of one of the new civs, I'm excited to get a taste of the other new civ today. Frisian Marshes should be a very interesting map to see. Frisian Marshes, actually, fun fact, is one of the oldest new tournament maps that's not in the base game. It's been around for almost 2 full years. So, been using that in these tournaments for a while.
It's crazy to think that it's been around for 2 years now. I remember the early days when it was introduced. It's become really one of the classic tournament maps out there. Frisian Marshes, I think this was one of the first ever custom maps that were released. So we were hyped about it back then.
Yeah, it's one of the oldest custom maps that's still frequently featured, in all these high tier tournaments. EGC uses it here. Other tournaments use it as well. It's one of those it's become kind of a main stand-in. I feel like most hybrid maps, so I want some interesting eco, gets used a lot. It's a fun map.
Now, I'm thinking about how you could actually leverage these 2 civilizations right here, because When you look at the Byzantines, they're just a powerful civilization in general, but I do not know how they become specific for Frisian marshes. This is a map where you like to expand quickly, where you want to leverage the shorefish, and that is not something that I generally associate with the Byzantines. On the other hand,
we can't forget. You can't forget. I want to say one note on that is you can't forget that the fish do give you oil. So an olive oil play still plays, and so I might seem counterintuitive, but that could be a thought process there. But go ahead about Templars.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the Knights Templar here. Kind of the same attitude. I don't know, however, if Ramen is just picking Knights Templar because he simply thinks that this is a powerful new civilization and he's got some new ways of playing it. So I don't know how specific his pick is to the given map, because it feels like, okay, he's opening Lancaster, and now he's going into the Templars. He just went for the two new civilizations out there. So maybe this is more of a Civ pick rather than a map-specific pick. But we're about to find out. We're heading into game number 2 here. It is Ramen versus 194 as we head to Frisian Marshes.
Yeah, for all we know, maybe he's got a big plan. Ramen playing the Knights Templar here in the yellow on the southern side of the map. And in the eastern corner, 194 in the purple, which just fits Byzantines really well, I think, playing Byzantines. Immediately heading onto the stone. You know, things have changed for Byzantines now. They don't have enough stone off the bat to build that first cistern. And that changes the timing up just a little bit. We see he's got to go onto the stone early. Since 2 to stone, I actually haven't figured out myself. I haven't looked at the build yet to know what do you do missing that stone with the stone increase now. Every cistern costs, you know, the exact same now.
Yeah, that's a good point that you're bringing up. It's definitely something that is a bit of a nerf to the Byzantines here. I gotta say, I love he's playing purple though.
That's
something
good,
I just have to add. I love he's playing purple with the Byzantines. It's a nice roleplay element in here.
It feels good. Oh, we do see a barracks, a Dark Age barracks potentially coming out from Ramen. Is he planning a Dark Age rush? Going for the spear rush right off the bat. Interesting choice. Very aggressive.
This is also a blind push. He has yet to find the enemy mines. Now, he's going to be lucky because this stone mine is up at the front, so he can harass this and potentially deny some of the cisterns. But this decision was made before he saw this stone mine, before they saw the location of this stone mine. So this definitely feels pre-planned, and it feels like something that he just wanted to go with regardless of how the map looks like.
Yeah, and as far as gold goes, he's not going to, if he wants to deny any kind of gold for slowing up the age up, that's not going to happen. There is that stone in the berries sort of more to the side. Yeah, that gold is well tucked away for both players. Interesting dark. I mean, I don't know. I wish I knew more about Templars and all the variations of what they could do to speak more to this, but this is an excitingly aggressive play from Templars. I would not have pegged them as a Dark Age rushing Civ, something like Order of the Dragon. But here he goes, walking in with dead set with determination, coming in, getting the first stab, and I just wonder what 194 is thinking right now. Because my thought would be, what the heck? I love how he's stutter stepping back, too. He's kind of taking a poke, walk away. Take a poke, walk away. Take a poke, and walk away.
He doesn't want to get baited into the town center fire. When you do a Dark Age push like this, one bad move and you lose the HP on that spearman and you're gone. This is a big investment as well for Ramen. Not just one spearman, not even 2. He's up to 4 spears. And now that he pushed away the villagers from the stone, he's going to try to hit the gold mine. Now, the gold mine is at a bad spot for him to attack. It's all the way at the back. And at the same time, look at this, the 194. He's not going to have any issues with the food.
Lots of sheep. But that, you know, the sheep is great, but Byzantines doesn't usually want sheep, right? They're much happier taking the fish or the berries because they want the oil. But, you know, at least he's got the fallback, right? We do see the tower going up. And I'm you know, writing notes down right now here in my mind that maybe Knights Templar is a good Dark Age rush Civ. This tower placement is super aggressive, but it's going to cover so much. This is going to be so prohibitive for 194 if he gets it up. And I don't think he's going to not get it up. It's already halfway up in health. He's got 3 spears sitting there. This is an incredibly, I think this could be a really effective play right now from Ramen.
Yeah, this is getting dicey for 194 because he's still not clicking up to feudal. Obviously, the player that is doing the Dark Age rush is going to be delayed, but just look at the resources. At this point, there isn't going to be a gigantic difference in the age up times. Ramen has yet to start mining gold, so oh wow, a hippodrome. Okay.
I mean, into the spears.
Yeah, that was my first thought as well. Like, hippodrome, I see you. you could launch a counterattack using the mobility of your cavalry, but cleaning this up exclusively with the Hippodrome is not going to be a thing. You will need a range as well.
I love that that villager's going right into the wood lines because they don't need to build any kind of, you know, lumber camps to get the wood for on the other side by the tower villager, that tower rush, you know, just going to go over the wood and just chop that. And I don't know how he airmails it back home, but he sure does. Now he's exploring with that villager way up there, just walking around. Maybe he's trying to hide him. Yeah, just gonna pick that tree in particular and just start going away. And you know, they don't need lumber camps, so it's just getting sent right back home.
That's a big thing. When you have 20 villagers only, having that one villager on the front line actually takes away quite a bit of your economy. Being able to get any resource production out of that villager is a huge thing. Now, Egypt is coming in, I do believe, for Ramen. Is it? I think he used up all his gold, so I'm curious what commandery we are going up with.
Knights Hospitaller.
It is going to be Hospitallers.
Interesting choice here. I mean, it's going to increase, you know, all of his pilgrims are going to get more health out of this. And I will say, he doesn't have a great, you know, the two sacred sites aren't going to be a great amount of gold he's going to get. They're not that far. They're only about mid-map at most. So, you know, like, they're going to be more tanky, I guess, but his villagers will also benefit from that.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is that when you look at 194, he's going to have the cavalry out there, and he's going to be looking for those pilgrims to intercept. And that's going to be such a big play here if he can do that. Ramen, I think, especially given that he invested a lot into this early game aggression, I think he needs to be heavily reliant on any kind of extra eco he can get. And pilgrims would be a really good way of getting some extra resource income. If you're 194, you're going to be hunting for those pilgrims.
Yeah, I feel like if you're you know, Ramen, you feel a little bad that sacred sites, it's just not going to be a ton, right? You don't have any way of making that even better and taking a farther out sacred site. I mean, being just mid-map, I'm not sure how much gold they'll get for that. We'll have to take a look when it happens, but not a ton. We do see that tower is up and denying the gold. Goodness, 194 is in a real tough spot. This is very confining. He'll eventually maybe be able to get that down. He does have some Limitine and some cavalry to go with this. He's going to go for the full torch. He's just sending it now. Villagers angry, pulling out their torches, saying, "Get out of our town." And he's going to get this thing taken down. But not without a lot of idle time given. Unless...
The upgrade! The upgrade comes in just in time. Villager being pulled to repair, but it's going to be just a little too late. Villagers will clean this up, and this is a huge loss out here for Ramen. This is all the aggression he had. Villager is also gone. At the very least, he's forcing a lot of idle time for 194.
A lot of idle time out of that. I mean, I don't know how many villas. I can't see how many villas that is exactly, but that's enough to be, you know, 30 seconds plus of idle time for, you know, 10 villagers. He does get it down. The threat is eliminated, and now the Hippodrome with Limitine behind begin to assert their control on their part of the map. Man, that was such an aggressive play by Ramen. I'm still thinking about it, just how aggressive that was to go for it. He's going to have his own spears and archers coming out to deal with the onslaught coming towards him. And now it feels like the game kind of settles down again.
Mm-hmm. It certainly does. You have some level of map presence, I guess, for 194. I'm curious how Ramen is following up on this, though. Because, okay, I had the Dark Age aggression, but what after? I just don't see what the plan is for him, and I think we're once again entering the domain where, just like in the first game, the classic good old civilization that has been around for a while and the one that has established meta, they know fully well what to do. And I'm not certain about Ramen's position right now. I'm seeing an archer play. It's generally not something that's going to work really well against a civilization like Byzantines that have such a great economy to pump archers with.
Yeah, and Limitine can deal with archers better than most spears, you know, and then having the slower comp next to the Hippodrome, which has a lot of, you know, the cavalry's gonna be a lot quicker. You know, and there's also the chance, I wonder if he gets the upgrade for it, if he eliminates a pilgrim, if he gets gold for it. Because 194, you know, usually they can kill vills and get some gold. I wonder if that works for pilgrims as well. I imagine it might. That's something we'll have to check on later. See the first pilgrim, speaking of, it does. So I've been told that it does. If the Byzantines can kill those pilgrims, they get the gold for it. So They will get that bonus just as if it was a regular villager. They'll get that gold with the upgrade they have. We see the first pilgrim, you know, completing his mission and vanishing into the ethereal nothingness.
That's 100 gold. Nothing to be ashamed of. It's going to pay for some of your blacksmith upgrades, and indeed that is the plan here for Ramen. Pushing into this position is going to be a little weird. We do have the first batch of mercenaries coming in, though, and it's going to be javelin throwers. Javelins will be fine against everything that Ramen has right now. Once those javelins come in, I don't think Ramen can push any deeper.
Yeah, I like the choice here. I mean, it's going to deal with the archers easily. There they go. First throw away. Second throw, and that's a dead archer. And now in comes the cav to go with it. Those spears aren't going to hold up much. Limited A easily just hop on them, and the jav throwers doing their stuff with the high base damage. More Limited A coming in from the flank on the side. And this seems like an ill-fated venture for Ramen's archers as they have to start kiting back.
Yeah,
you know, I just feel like the
escape.
eco is going to be too good. Yeah, they're not going to escape. And I feel like the eco for 194 is just going to be popping off now.
Yeah, the value of this fight is so good for 194. They are going to clean up all the archers. When you have cavalry chasing you, you simply cannot retreat like that. There's just no way for Ramen to save most of these archers. He's actually lucky that 194 is holding back the javelin throwers. He could have actually suffered a lot more casualties here.
Yeah, he could have been much more aggressive with this counter push. I mean, I won't. It doesn't hurt, I guess, terribly much to be cautious and take it slow. You're in a lead at this point. But you don't want your opponent to remass, but he's in the driver's seat right now. And yeah, Ramen has he can't stand and fight, but he also can't run away either. Some spears trying to, you know, be the rear guards here. They take out one horseman goes down, but immediately archers starting to pick him off. Tough spot for Ramen. He does have another nice little blob building there. He's done a good job of building consistently, and he's moving out to more of the fish. Trying to get his resources continuing to come in. Late game, I just don't know what the plan is. Like, what's your win condition? Because Pilgrim's are going to start getting picked off. I wonder if we'll be able to see the gold get picked up for 194 here. That one's probably going to make it, though. Ooh. Nope, they get the gold. And there we see the plus 20 and does not complete his mission. Dies in his holy site. I hope he at least feels fulfilled inside, even though he didn't give the gold back to his master. What's your play here? If you're Ramen, what do you do?
It looks to me like he's trying to facilitate a full feudal push, and he kind of has to have some sort of a map presence right here. He's actually pivoting to the other sacred site to the north, the one that gives him a little bit more gold. Maybe he's also afraid that the one closer to his base is being watched by 194. So for now, it looks like he's just trying to leverage the pilgrims here and get some extra eco. He hasn't got them Pilgrim tier 2 just yet. And he has twice the archers as his opponent does. Problem is that he's stuck in feudal, whereas 194 is about to age up.
I'm thinking back to that Dark Age rush, and if it was effective enough. It felt like it was a really, you know, a great spot for that tower. Felt like he did some damage. I think maybe what was missing in that play must have been like the follow-up, right? Like, maybe he didn't really know how to follow that up all the way. Because I feel like, that tower was sitting on the gold, the berries. He'd gotten him off the stone. It felt like such a great idea. But then once the hippodrome came up and he started building, it just felt like the follow-up from Ramen just wasn't enough. This could be a good little pickup, though, from Ramen, if he can find... This could be a pretty good pickup, but all those archers, all that stuff sitting behind... This is not a good fight anymore. It looked like it maybe could have been, and then I saw all the military behind it. Horsemen getting picked off, though. They didn't really know where to go, getting kind of body blocked around the berries. Okay, I was like looking for the jav throwers. They're kind of in between the archers there. I think 194 can just kind of stand and take this fight. There are a lot of archers. Maybe he needs to kite this back just a little bit. But he's castling behind it, and now... Ramen's just so behind. He needs this push to do a lot more than it's going to. 194 just needs to back up and just kind of hold, and we see him kiting back into the base, knowing that Castle is there, and he just needs to survive a moment or two later to start getting the big heavy units.
This is good timing here by Ramen. He's hitting the age-up timing of 194, so he is making these trades before his opponent is able to get the Castle Age upgrades. The problem is that now Varangians are coming, and there is not much that Ramen has against that. except for a couple of Hospitaller Knights. But you're now facing Castle Age units, and when the Castle Age Blacksmith upgrades come in, that's where things will get a little dicier for Ramen. These archers will just make mincemeat out of everything he has. Still,
I kind of wish 194 would have waited for that castle upgrade for the archers before pushing it. It feels like those all just got wiped clean. He really could have waited and let those get upgraded first, especially since he's making more of them. Ramen backing up now. We see the first Renging Guards coming in. That is a big problem for him. He's going to be able to maybe kite and take this one down if he's careful, but the flood that's going to come in later is very scary. Oh, and he keeps it alive too. Good play. Good little bit of micro there by 194. Realizing if I just follow, I'm dead. Letting him go back and just master the rest of the Jaff throwers and archers. Keeping it alive. That Pilgrim's dead.
Yeah, it's just... Castle Age is getting closer for Ramen, though. So the window is shrinking a little here if you're 194. Because... And once Ramen gets up, he has a respectable army of archers. He's going to have a lot of options going up as well. And I think this is something that we need to highlight with the Knights Templar. They have an extreme amount of flexibility with their age-ups, and they can very quickly pivot strategies with an age-up. So that's something that needs to be considered here. I'm curious what he's thinking about an age-up. I'm very much suspecting that he's going to age up with Genoa, which would give him, the Genoese crossbowman, which is a really good backline unit. But more importantly, it's going to boost his gold income.
Yeah, and he definitely needs that. Interesting little... He's kind of walked around the backside of the base from 194, looking for some idle time and kills. He's getting chased around by a Renging Guard and his cohort of Jav throwers behind him. No damage done. I was kind of worried if he was going to click up the castle while throwing a military right into the heart of 194's base. I'd be a little bit worried. It's going to be Angevin Empire is what he picks. So he's going to get Fortresses and Docks gain plus 30% health. What do you make of that choice? This is what you were going to do, right? This is not what you were going to do, right? You would have picked the other?
I would have picked Genoa, but then again, the meta is very much unexplored. I'm not hating this age up, but I need to think a little about this with the Angevins. One thing is sure. The heavy spearman he's getting out of this age-up is not going to be a factor anytime soon. He's only facing 2 mounted units, 2 camels, that's it.
Yeah, the Hippodrome's kind of just gone into a slumber as it's Renging Guards and archers and Jav throwers for 194. And why would he do anything else when that's all he needs? Pushing into the food eco of Ramen now. That tower's going to be pesky, but he's got enough Renging Guards. You see a little pickup here as in the corner of the stealth forest fight. Archers trying to hold the line and secure the retreat for the villagers, but they're going to get forced back. That's a lot of Renging Guards. He's got no answer for those right now. He is Castle Age, but only the 1 crossbow and 1 on the way at the moment. His heavy units, he's got a couple heavy spearmen, but that's just not going to do it for him. Too many archers and Jav throwers. There's just no real play here. He's forced back into his base as the heavy units once again going on to the archers and a raid behind at the same time. Archers in the back line. Feels like he's getting hit in the face and, trying to do a counter raid at the same time, but it's just not going to be enough.
It's the timing once again. Now, this is huge. He's hitting the villagers and 194 is not reacting. Ramen is taking massive casualties back at home, but at the same time, 194 is losing a lot of villagers on the fish. Ramen, he's keeping the villager gap because of this.
This has been a really... He's doing a great job of raiding. He's all over the place. The problem is, what is he going to do with his own base? Feels almost like a base trade of sorts, right? You're both just trading each other's eco. Yeah, I mean, if you can't clean up your own base, though, you're sitting on... The problem is that Ramen is having his production sat on. Ooh, this is a big find right here. If he can get on this really quick.
At the same time, these villagers are also getting pushed. It really feels like a base trade. If this town center goes up 194 is fine. He's going to be able to recuperate the losses, and this will indeed get finished. He's just going to jump inside and then flee the place. And as much as we talked about Ramen hitting the timing when 194 aged up, same goes for 194. He hit the timing just when Ramen got up to Castle Age. The upgrades weren't there yet, and 194 timed this great. Now the eco of Ramen is just absolutely abysmal. there's not much to do here, and this might be the end for him here in Elite Classic 3.
Yeah, it feels like he wanted to go for a bit of a base trade, but again, like when you have an opponent sitting on your production, there's no follow-up you can have. Like you can hit some vills, but when that moment that TC went up especially, there's just long-term, you're going to fall behind. And now villagers just standing around wondering what the heck they should do. They're going to try and take on the, gosh, they're going to take on the big heavies. And that'll be it. That's GG called. And we have 194 with a 2-game sweep. Wait, no, it's best of
Nope,
three.
it's best of 3.
Best of 3. Okay, yeah, I was going to say 2-game sweep here. As 194 moves on. That Dark Age play, I'm just thinking about that still. It felt like it had such a great promise to it, and the follow-up just wasn't there.
I never like Dark Age plays. I think when you play Dark Age, or when you play Dark Age Aggression, you're basically saying, okay, I either win this game in 5 minutes or I lose it, and oftentimes that ends up being a loss. If that push collapses, you've basically sacrificed all your early game economy to make it happen, and it's now gone. That's kind of what I felt in this game. It started out well, but once the tower got cleaned up, it became a non-factor. And it was a big investment at the end of the day for Ramen.
I feel like it really could have worked. I'm like not ready to write it off just yet. I think you can get some value out of a Dark Age rush without just killing your opponent particularly. You know, you can get some value out of it. I think the follow-up was really what was missing, and that it felt like Ramen just wasn't making the right counters to what 194 was doing. 194 was making the right counters, was making the right calls. I mean, the Hippodrome was a great thing to lead into, and then the swap into Vringing Guards with the archers and javs. I just feel like 194 kind of knew the composition he needed to do to take care of it, and Ramen just, which is ironic because I feel like Templars can be so good and fleet of foot at this kind of thing, just weren't able to keep up.
Well, that puts us
yeah,
at the end of our first series of the day, but of course there is a lot more coming, so let's see what we have next. But before that, of course, some key highlights of this entire series here, folks. Started out with a Lancaster game for Ramen, followed up with a Templars game, and boy, was it a fun series. We've seen both of the new civilizations in action.
Yeah, it was fun to see them both played. They've lost both times. I don't know if I had that on my bingo card that both new civs would lose their debut as we watch them here today. But yeah, fun to see. And you know, I think one thing, I think you touched on this a little bit as far as a theme maybe of the day, is that these new civs could be very good and dangerous, but oftentimes if you aren't super experienced, if people haven't practiced with them enough to know the builds, the old civs that are still powerhouses are gonna show their true quality, right? Like Byzantines, Chinese, both exceptionally good civs in the game, are just gonna still, their old standbys are still gonna work. And that's always been the case when new civs get added, is that they can really mix up the meta, but oftentimes, you know, the original civs that are good, they're good for a reason, and they're gonna be good against many civilizations. And so as people try and figure out these builds for the new civs, Byzantines, China, you know, Zushi, Rus, those civs are still going to be very, very good.
Yeah, exactly. That is the big thing out there. And, you know, we've seen a glimpse of that right here. You have to credit 194, though, because every time you face a new civilization like this, there are some unknowns. Sure, you may have played some game against it. Sure, you may have practiced against it, but a tournament is so different. A lot of players are hiding secret strategies for tournaments, and you know, it really felt like he was prepared for whatever was coming out of these two new civilizations.
Yeah, he definitely kept his cool in both games really, really well. I mean, with his tower rush, I mean, I would have been scratching my head at this one. I would have no idea what to do initially. Would have been completely flabbergasted. I never pegged, you know, Knights Templar as a Dark Age rushing civ. And to 194's credit, he dealt with it really well in a tower that was in a really difficult spot. We see here he was able to clean it up, and then the follow through was just really, really well done by 194 to just kind of harass Ramen all the way back. I see some just key fights here. Those archers and really the jav throwers were, I think, MVPs for him here. Just always picking off the archers behind. Really well fought game by 194. Any last takeaways you got from this series, Lidakor?
I'm hyped for the new civs, and I'm hoping that we're going to see them slightly more extensively, though, because really the only thing that was missing from this series is, late game. We've seen some
Yeah.
early game shenanigans, but I think both these civilizations, both Lancaster and the Templar, really get their power Castle Age and beyond, and we've seen less of that throughout this series.
Yeah, it'll be exciting to see both civs opting for a lot of aggression early. It'll be interesting to see if anyone goes for more of a economic play later on in the day. I'd be excited to see what late game Templars can do. I know they've been very dominant of late. It'd be fun to see, Lancaster take it a little later as well. I'm really excited to see our first synchronized shot of the day. I really do enjoy just the way that ability looks and the way it plays. I know some people are very unhappy with it. I don't think it's a little too good. I think the nerf to synchronized shot has been decent, and I like where it's at right now. I think it's a fun mechanic in the game. So I'm excited to see those clutch moments when it gets used. So hopefully we'll see some of that later on as we go.
And here we go. Set number 2, Muhodo versus Sword Off. Once again, we're here in the open qualifiers of Elite Classic 3. And this time around, Muhodo, he doesn't have the Lancaster or the Knights Templar available. On the other side, we have a Lancaster pick. It was the final pick of the draft for Sword Off. No ban or pick of the Knights Templar, though. So we're kicking things off with, a classic. Two players with very similar mentalities out here. Chinese versus Jushi on Cliffside.
It almost feels I have this kind of thought process on like the way the variant civs play out is that like with JD and French, it almost feels like a mirror match of sorts. And with Chinese and Zushis, again, feels like it's got like elements of a mirror match to it. But obviously these two can play very differently as well. China can obviously leverage a lot more eco early, and Zushi can be a lot more aggressive early. But this will be a fun one. These are both good choices on this map too. I think both have a lot of versatility to them. So should have a classic matchup ahead of us here for game number 1.
Yeah, Cliffside, Dry Arabia, Lipany, 3 super classic maps. I mean, the theme of Elite Classic is to go for a lot of very traditional maps, but let's be real. When it comes to Lipany, Dry Arabia, and Cliffside, these are not just kind of traditional maps. They're truly some of the most meta and most classic maps out there. Cliffside is really the only one that, is a slightly newer, but even that is a map that has been around for a long time, and it's basically a map that's being featured in every single event.
Yeah, and I think it's because it has that mix of like choke points, which some people like and don't like. So it feels like kind of closed, but it's also got elements of just being a traditional bland map. It reminds me. I mean, like Lipany, I think of a lot too. Lipany can have a lot of interesting spawns, but Cliffside's got a very standard kind of set of spawning. Those middle choke points end up being the big confluences where everyone kind of groups together and fights over. And it's a good map for people who want to boom a little bit as well. Very easy to kind of secure your own side.
It certainly feels that way. It's one of those 1-2 punch style maps, though. First 15-20 minutes, it's actually an aggressive map. Sure, you have those gaps, but those are not walled off, and you have quite a few of those gaps, so you can definitely flank around and be aggressive. At the same time, once you hit that 20-minute mark, once the walls start coming up, it suddenly becomes like a very slow-paced and grindy late-game map. So one thing I like about Cliffside is that the initial portion of the game plays out super different from the, second half of the game, especially if you go 20 minutes and beyond.
Yeah, it definitely is a map that feels like it can have multiple phases of the game. Sometimes games are just always high octane the entire time. Sometimes you get those it slows down and everyone kind of goes home and eco booms up a little bit. This map definitely lends itself to that, where you'll see some poking and prodding off the start, and then like you said, like once the walls come up, those choke points become really crucial, and then we start seeing those. There's a high likelihood we could see some big siege battles. I bet we'll see lots of Nest of Bees fighting both sides. Things will probably grind down unless someone does something incredibly silly.
Well. 1.5 minutes.
I know. I'm excited. I'm excited to get in.
Me too. Let's talk about the remaining maps, though.
Yeah. Oh, the maps? Yeah.
Lipany, Dry Arabia, 2 classics. Muhodo has Rus out there, always a powerhouse civilization. Ayubit's a lot of flexibility, and then Jeanne d'Arc. On the other side, you do have sort of with the Byzantines and the Malians, 2 civilizations that are always considered to be S tier when it comes to tournament performance. Really, the flexibility they have, I talked about this in the first series when it comes to the Malians. The passive resource income is such a huge boost. Those kinds of things make both those civilizations extremely powerful. So I wonder if sort of will even tap into the House of Lancaster in this series. It's very possible he's going to skip it altogether.
Yeah, I could see him maybe. I'm like looking at like Lipany. Maybe Lipany be the place you'd go for it, but then I feel like Byzantines or Malians would be equally, if not better, on that map. So yeah, I wonder. I was just thinking that same thought. Like, do we even see Lancaster this series or not? Because the other two civs play wonderfully on either map. And then looking for Mahodo, Jeanne d'Arc and Ayubids available, as well as Rus. So Dry Arabia could be a great Rus pick. Ayubids can do equally well on the Lipany. Jeanne d'Arc could do good on Dry Arabia or Lipany. These are all solid civs that could be good on either of these two really, really classic maps, like you put it. I'm liking the drafts too from both these players. They both have, I think, drafted pretty well for this series.
Yeah. Well, I mean, well is a relative term, of course, because some of that comes down to preferences. But here we go, game number 1. Sorov versus Muhodo. We're kicking things off on a cliffside, and we have Sorov with the green playing as Jushi, and to the north, Muhodo with the Chinese in red.
Yeah, it's always fun to see the two Chinese civs going at it. Obviously, Zushi's Legacy, a variant of China. We see them off to the races, scouting for their sheep, getting them all as they can. Oftentimes on this one, you got to go out in the wings to find all the sheep on this map. So it's usually not the greatest idea to go straight down the center. We see they both taken their own respective sides, although sort of hasn't gathered any that I can see just yet. You got a couple there. So going around the side here. No, this is one of those interesting maps where you never. Some maps spawn a very similar way every time. Where like Gorge usually spawns the same exact way. Like you know where you are. Once you see your TC on the map, you know where your opponent is at without even knowing and seeing it, right? Whereas I feel like Cliffside, the permutations go in every direction, so you never quite know what map you're getting. I find it somewhat disorienting right off the bat, trying to figure out where to go and where the flanks are. We see this time the cliffs obviously spanning from east to west as the two scouts say hello and goodbye to each other, looking for their sheep.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect in early game from these two civilizations, to be fair. I can see this being a boom fiesta in either direction. I wonder if some of this is going to be mind games. Are you comfortable with a boom fiesta, or are you thinking, okay, if this goes late game, I don't like my position, I'll try to make something happen in early game? Is it something your opponent is prepared for? So it's going to be interesting to see the dynamics of this game. One thing to highlight, though, is that both players spawned with a rather exposed gold mine. So if you want to play aggressive, that could be a primary target for either player.
Yeah, for sure. Both golds fairly forward. I'm thinking long term too for Zushi's. Food is always the big kicker, right? Like they're going great, and then once they expunge and use all their food, what then? Because food gets pretty scarce on this map pretty quickly once you eat up, the outside deer, the boar. I wonder if we even see maybe a pro scouts play on this map. I know with the recent changes that's been kind of well nerfed. I wonder if at what point, I wonder where the make or break point is to if you go for it or not. We do see the Meditations Garden coming up. It's going to clip the gold of berries right there. I wonder if it clips, look, it clips the stone right there as well. Looks like it's just within the hitbox of that, so I bet they'll get some stone for it.
Yeah, I'm sure he placed it such that it's in the hitbox. Players are so good at doing that.
Yeah. Now, do you go with one TC song if you're playing China? Do you go for the full boom? I'm trying to wonder like what the game plan is. I feel like either civ could do so much. Both these civs obviously very versatile in what they can accomplish and what kind of game they want to play.
Good question. I think I honestly think that this matchup does not come down to the civilizations. I think this comes down to the players and their mentalities.
Yeah.
Either of these civilizations can be used for early game aggression. Either works as a super late game civ. So it really comes down to whether either of these players is willing to play late game, and whether any of these two players is just saying, okay, I don't want this game to drag. I just want to win or lose quickly. I guess we're gonna find out very soon.
You know, Zushi is a nice pick. There's obviously you see a lot of sheep on this map. Maybe not everyone at home would know this, but it always spawns 2 extra sheep that are usually close to the town centers. So there's a little bit higher average of map for food on this map than say Dry Arabia. So I'm thinking like Zushi, you know, they could sustain more of an aggressive play if they wanted to. Not that, you know, 400 something food, 500 food goes that far, but it can. We do see pro scouts, however, being clicked up for sort of. So we already know off the bat what kind of game we're going to get as he plays for the bane of many people's existence this last patch or so. Pro scouts coming out. He's only got the 1 scout right now, though. Does he have any plan to build any more? I mean, he could slow trickle them in, I suppose, but he's going to want more.
Yeah, it's going to be pro scouts. Now,
pro scouts both ways.
Pro scouts, there was a bit of a nerf for the pro scouts. The cost was increased, so it's not as obvious as it was before, but still the return of investment is just huge on that. Gives you a lot of safe food. You can supervise the mill that you're dropping off to, which is obviously an advantage as well for the Chinese. And I guess we're getting our answers. Both players will just play slow and steady. We might see a couple of horsemen just to harass each other's pro scouts. But I think this looks to me like a game that's not going to have a lot of action before Castle Age.
I agree. It looks like both players are kind of doing the old meta of last season and just going to grab the sheep, or grab the deer, excuse me. And we see already a little bit of a skirmish as he has to drop one. And a deer carcass is one for the effort as the scouts say, no, this is our turf now. And we see the trickle in of deer as venison is on the menu today. Spears coming out again. It's kind of fun to see both sides picking the same upgrades at the same time. Looks like sort of has been just a couple seconds faster on some of these upgrades. He's getting the upgrade to the spearman, getting him into feudal age. Same with Mahodo. Wheelbarrow coming in as well for sort of. Looks like it's just going to be an eco fest as we prepare ourselves. And I agree, we're not going to see a whole lot until Castle Age. Horsemen harassing the scout. They're tanky enough, even still, that this isn't a huge concern. I bet this one could get in easily enough. He's going to drop it off, though, and keep him safe. Tricky thing with scouts is they do regenerate that health slowly. It will trickle back up over time.
It really comes down to just like slowing down your opponent at this point. Pro players know well enough to just drop off the carcass and then flee. The real thing is, again, how much can you disrupt that food gathering operation? How many carcasses can you secure in total? Because keep in mind, it's a race for the 4 deer packs that are out there on the map. If you can chip into the opponent's deer packs a little, that is actually a decent win.
And it looks like that's exactly what Sort of is doing on the northwest side. That deer pack, he has taken 1 or 2, it looks like. Obviously down here in the south, Mahodo is trying to get some as well. See some Grand Theft venison fighting over the carcasses. You know, it's almost a shame we don't have like and it'd be really difficult to ever do this, but like a way to count up the deer packs, like a deer pack counter as to who's gotten more by their TC or not. But I think right now sort of has taken more from what I've seen.
Yeah, it's always difficult to gauge at this point. Especially because sometimes we say, oh yeah, this player has gotten more. But then, you know, you look at the overall tally and it turns out that the other one has the advantage. Now, one thing I'm looking at here is that Mahodo has a bit of a head start going into Castle Age here. He's about to click up, whereas sort of is actually a little lower on food. There's a quite substantial difference in the food income. Part of the reason why sort of is a little delayed is because he is investing into some palace guards, though, something that he can do as Jushi in feudal. But those are pretty expensive, especially on the food cost. That's going to slow him down a little. He's going to try to push the gold mine, but the gold is well protected by the tower.
I wonder if he was hoping to catch Mahodo before Castle Age, but at 8.5 minutes in, it's already a little too late for that. We see the astronomical clock tower already coming up in lightning speed. However, sort of still gathering food behind this, still getting his deer. He did get Wheelbarrow. That is another thing he has economically over Mahodo, but obviously with the Imperial officials, it kind of feels like it almost evens out. There's a slight villager difference too. Chinese with still in Tang Dynasty, but up a couple villagers, 36-32. I haven't had any killed. I wonder if there was maybe a delay in some villager production from sort of.
Yeah, I think most of this is the investment into the palace guards. Now, the good news is that he is going to have some of those available for Costland. He can get the upgrades in immediately. But at the same time, Chinese don't take a long time to catch up in military production. So having a little head start in producing the palace guards is not going to make a major difference because Muhudo can just supervise his own production.
Exactly. Lots of gold coming in for sort of. Looks like he's definitely going to be leaning into that production of those heavy units here. Next thing to consider too is relic play, right? We both have a religious unit for both players now, looking to grab the relics. I feel like the relic spawn, hard to say who got favored on this one. They're kind of interestingly split across the map. First Lancer going on to the archers. This is a good little fight for sort of. He's going to be able to clean these three up easily. And they're going to have to fall back. Yeah, there's one archer down. Good fights from sort of. He's taking some good engagements. He probably could have finished off that horseman right there, but the spear enough to deter him. He heads back home.
Yeah, so sort of definitely has the tempo advantage with the aggression so far. Muhudo has been very defensive up until this point. He does have the spears coming out though, and sort of is going to have to pull back the lancers. But now, as much as we've talked about the race towards the deer carcasses, now we're looking at a race towards the relics. And right now, Muhudo has one relic coming back home. The rest are unclaimed so far. Sort of has the mobility advantage with his initial lancers, so now both sides are looking to intercept monks. It's 4 lancers against only 2. Sort of has the advantage in potentially intercepting some of them. That could be a couple of conversions.
Low, yeah. Nope, caught it just in time. That was close. That was close. The Sholen monk doing his fun, unique Wololo. I kind of wish more monks had unique Wololos. I think that'd be kind of fun. I think it's a little unfair. Zushi gets the fun one and no one else does. Meanwhile, that monk, however, despite his really epic booming voice, is going to go down. This one, however, is going to be definitely won by sort of as he secures that one and kills a monk in the process. Those spears are becoming kind of pesky, though. He's got some palace guards, and they are quick, but feels like those spears are definitely worth their value here. But regardless, Muhudo has to back up as the sheer numbers are just too much from sort of.
Yeah, he needs to defend this gold mine here. Veterans, he just kicked in for the spears, though, and you still have to be cautious if you're sort of. Those are expensive lancers, but it looks like he's undeterred. He's going to push in here, looking for a couple of villager kills. He is going to get 2 kills so far, but he's trading expensive knights for this. I don't know if the value is necessarily there.
The idle time's nice, but Muhudo has a bit of a, gold treasure chest at home. He's gonna be able to clean that up. I don't know if it was worth it or not. We'll have to see how then in the long run. And it feels kind of like a wash.
Yeah, it's tricky because at the end of the day, the villager count is dead even. Relic count kind of even-ish, although Muhudo is bringing back a second one home. 4 villager kills is nice and a lot of idle time forced as well, but those are expensive lancers to lose too.
That villager count evening up is good because sort of was behind. So killing those 4, I think, was definitely very helpful. We see getting another relic here. Right now it's 1 and 1. I think they're pretty dead even. See the Barbican? No, that's not the Barbican. Excuse me. That's the... no, it is the Barbican. Coming up right there on the gold to secure that spot. That's definitely going to help keep that gold vein going. But eventually, you got to think about external gold sources because Zushi's going to need to, go out on the map and grab some more. Still a good way to shut the front door as these lancers kind of playing cat and mouse back and forth over the middle of the map. Back at home, sort of just kind of, cruising. I can never say this one, but the tower coming up here.
Jiangnan Tower. That's what.
Jiangnan Tower. There we go. Got myself tongue-tied there. Coming up, as well as the veterancy for the spears finally clicking in for sort of as well. Lancers looking to do a raid in the back wood line here, getting a Vil kill for their effort. Gonna cruise on by. And a big fight of lancers on lancers coming in with spears coming into flank behind. Good engagement by sort of. Chasing away those, getting a couple more hits. Might get another one right there on the left. Just gets away.
The Lancer count is escalating very rapidly for Sword Off here, and I feel like the tempo advantage is starting to show. He's got 3 Sacred Sites, or 3 Relics, as opposed to just 2, or would be 2 for Muhudo. 9 Lancers against 5. Spearmen once again take a decent fight here, and there are some crossbows on the back line as well. Sort of needs to be careful. This is not necessarily a fight he wants to take.
No, he needs to back off here, and he does. Maybe a little later than we would have liked to see if you want to try and, keep those things alive. Spearmen, man, chasing down. They are giving no ground away, keeping chase on the Lancers. Another one goes down. Those crossbows as the back line is a really good call by Mahodo, because the DPS you get from that is just going to really help as the spears and other Lancers kind of, act as the bulwark up front to defend and attack. All things considered, though, it feels pretty even. I feel like Mahodo's got a little more in the bank at the moment. A lot of upgrades queued up for sort of. At this point, though, Mahodo needs to consider, like, whenever the venison runs out is when he's going to be at his most vulnerable. Once he runs out of food, whenever that is when he's going to need to consider what he does long term. We do see Wheelbarrow finally coming in for Mahodo as well. You'd be thinking about having to go out on those external resources. And there, yeah, you see the deer just about used up, and so now that food income in, it's going to start dipping. Man, it feels like they're all across the map, left, right, center. It feels like they're just duking it out all across. Sacred Site's coming under control of sort of. That extra gold will help, on top of having an extra relic over his opponent, so he'll be getting a nice little boost in gold production. Lots of crossbows. Lots of crossbows coming in from Mahodo. We do see some Jukanu coming in from sort of as well. Maybe in anticipation of those crossbows.
Yeah, it's going to be pivotal for both players. When you have such a... Oh boy, that's a big push. And now sort of is taking the villager lead. 11 kills in total. I think that has been the difference between the two players here. They've both been poking and prodding, but Mahodo was playing a lot more defensive, and over time sort of started to dictate the tempo of the game. Now he's walling off his side, making sure that no counterattacks will hit him. And at the same time, he was looking for opportunities to hit the villagers off. Mahodo finally gets away with a decent chunk.
Yeah, those villager kills. And again, this is at a crucial time where Mahodo is out of food at home. And so as he starts expanding into the back of his base on those berries, having a bunch of lances in the back is not going to help. But we see a couple go down right immediately as the spears just tap him. And if Mahodo can hold the ground back here, he can maybe make this up a little bit. But he's going to need to secure the backside. And those lancers are just so fast, and off they go, running away from the engagement to live to raid another day. It just feels like Mahodo's in a precarious spot, though. Lancers, trying to get into the walls now of sort of. If he can get some damage back done, he can keep this game even. He needs to do damage back to sort of, who is up both a relic and a sacred site. And a number of vills, really.
Yeah, it's the vills that really make the difference, I think. Eco upgrades are pretty close. Relics 3-2 is, that's the best split that you can have when you're losing on the relics. I think the biggest problem right now for Mahodo is the lack of opportunities to counterattack. Walls are complete on the side of Sword Off, and it's just so difficult to find any opportunities to retaliate, really.
Yeah, it feels like sort of's really securing his corner. And, China does not need a lot of real estate to boom. You can see he hasn't even taken the whole half. He's just taking his, little 8 of the map down there. And that's all he's going to need. You can see the granary transition was coming up. You do see sacred sites now being taken for Mahodo. This game it definitely feels like it's edging towards sort of having an advantage, but I would not say it's necessarily a winning advantage just yet, as the first Nest of Bees gets a nice shot on those crossbows. Not enough to kill any, but the trickle damage does matter as he sees a chance to take the middle of the map as his.
Yeah, I love the walls on the left side for Mahodo, but I think he needs to do something with the right side as well. It's not an easy wall off, it's a wide open area. But I just feel like as long as that right side is open, Sort of is going to use that again and again. Now, luckily for Mahodo, Sort of has pivoted into a full infantry comp, so there is not much in terms of Lancers that can hit the eco. And the villager count is still fairly close, so this game is definitely far from being over. Especially if these Nest of Bees can make a difference, because that is not something that Sort of has an answer to right now.
Yeah, he doesn't have a great counter for the Nest of Bees. If they can just find a good place to poke, Mahodo needs to do damage. He is starting to lag behind. He's lagging behind eco-wise because, you know, sort of has the Imperial officials. He's got the relic advantage. He's got, you know, they've each got a sacred site at least now. The Nest of Bees militarily is kind of where Mahodo could do some damage, but it's 74 to 43. There's a lot of units that sort of has, but a good hit from now 3 Nest of Bees in the field. That could swing things in Mahodo's favor enough. We do see some Lancers coming in for another raid behind. Sneaking around. It's spotted out immediately. Into the village as they go. Looking for a kill. That's an Imperial official they're trying to get. Meanwhile, first village goes down on the other side. Mahodo attacking while being attacked. 2 IOs go down. There goes a Lancer, but that's a pretty good trade in my opinion for sort of. I think the production.
It is. At the same time, he needs to deal with this aggression going into his base, and there's still nothing out there. He's trying to pivot into Palace Guards. He is facing 19 crossbows though, and that's 4 Nest of Bees. That's no joke. One of them is kind of out in the open. That could be picked off easily. Nice splits by Sword Off though. Makes it difficult for the Nest of Bees to do a lot of damage with one Wooly.
Yeah, tough to get one good shot off. Trying to rain Hellfire down upon them, but getting some good shots in though. But man, losing those is such a... it takes a while to get those back. Losing 2 of the 4, and another one out to pop right now. I don't know if this was a good... I don't think this was a good fight for Mahodo as he's getting cleaned up by what's left of sort of the numerical advantage. Is too great for the Nest of Bees. Couldn't quite coordinate their shots together to get the knockout punch. And Mahodo is left running for the hills. And suddenly I'm starting to feel like Mahodo's in a really bad spot. The one he was looking to deal a knockout punch, and instead feels like he got kind of knocked out.
It certainly feels that way.
Now the follow-up matters though, so sort of needs to make sure he can follow us up. He's got the advantage for now, but if Mahodo can remass, he's got a shot to get back in this, but he's down some eco. He's down a lot of military.
Mahodo has a lot of stone.
All the advantage.
I believe Mahodo will try to drop a keep in the front to stall this and maybe go for a second TC. He's down by he's down by 16 vills because he lost 20. He never killed a villager from Sword Off. So that push was scary from Mahodo, but at the same time Sword Off held it nicely. And when it's all said and done, no eco damage was done by Mahodo.
Yeah, and behind this, Sort of is now 2 TC Song. So his villager rate is just going to skyrocket. He's going to reach 120 before we know it. We're going to blink and it's going to get there. Already 71 to 55. Obviously, that major difference being the 20 villagers. But with an extra town center now and a full granary transition behind this, Sort of is about to get completely online. And any worries that Zhu Shi would run out of food is gone. At this point, Mahodo just needs to boom, right? Like, that's his only option, is to, like, almost 3 TC boom is his only hope. But by the time he gets that online, I feel like Sort of is going to just push right on in this base. So it feels like Mahodo's running out of options really quick.
I just don't know what he's trying to do with the stone. He finally dropped the keep, but it took a long time to drop that keep. So, I mean, that keep needs to go up. Regardless, I don't even know where that keep is going up. Did they just sell it? No, he just went down.
He's just full sending it.
Okay.
He's just going to make a statement. I don't know if that's... I mean, the other army's out of position. He could get this up in time, potentially. But what is it going to get him, though, long term, is my question. I mean, it's going to be annoying, but, like, Sort of can just go around.
Oh, no, and there's an overchop.
Oh, no.
There's an overchop on the wood line. And even if that castle goes up, it denies absolutely nothing on the other side. This has got to be the game here. And I love the patience of Sword Off. He didn't attack until he got close, hoping that his opponent will not notice. Mahodo was paying attention, but it doesn't change anything. So many villagers go down.
Waits till he sees the whites of their eyes before shooting, and just gets a bunch of 28 villager kills as Sort of just walks right in the base like he owns it. Mahodo with his keep, you know, Pyrrhic victory, I suppose. He's got a lot of siege, but he just is completely out of position for this as his eco is running for their lives in the back. Not even sure where to go anymore.
And Sword Off is getting back onto the knights. I talked about this. The right side is wide open. And the crossbows are struggling to chase villagers. The knights will not. Mahodo is actually lucky that he gets out of there alive, but he's just running circles around his own base here because he's got nowhere left to go.
Well, and the idle time is already damage enough, right? I mean, if a villager's not working, it might as well be dead. I mean, obviously it's nice that it can go back to work. You don't lose the full value. But at this point, if they're just idle for the rest of the game, they're essentially dead either way. And we see, does that even get done? No, the wall is still open with a little hole outside. Back door remains open. Couldn't get it up in time. And the window is still there. He can just walk in the base.
There's just nowhere to go. Sort of knows fully well that, you know, if you leave this gold mine, he's going to go to the other one, and he is just searching for those targets. 40 villagers down now for Mahodo, and I feel like he's just delaying the inevitable. I just do not see him coming back from this. He's just outnumbered. It's 150, 170 population against 87. It's a 2-to-1 differential, really.
I'm honestly amazed that Sword was only at 88 vills. I would have thought he'd be like way higher by this point, but I don't think it matters at this point. He's got double the eco. And this, I don't always love calling GG super early, but in this case, feels like this is kind of GG. That's a lot of siege, but I don't know what it's going to do to save him.
It's not. I think the problem now for Mahodo is that he's got a very slow and sluggish army. And he's just going to get torn apart from multiple sides. He's facing 15 Lancers as well. And he only has 12 crossbows. 15 Lancers versus 12 crossbows, especially when you also have a bunch of Palace Guards out there. It's not going to be enough to hold off those Lancers and Palace Guards from the Springles and Nest of Bees. I think he's hoping that he can push into the enemy base and maybe snipe landmarks, but I just don't see that coming together for him.
Yeah, Nest of Bees trying to do something, but it's just delaying the inevitable, it feels like. I think at this point, Mahodo, I think, has realized maybe it's game up. I feel like it feels like he's still trying to do something here. Like his base is just getting overrun though. So is he just absorbing the loss at this point, do you think? Or is he, I don't know if there's really an avenue. He's kind of bringing things in, like he can maybe swing this game around. Like he's getting aggressive, those Nest of Bees. I bet once these get popped, he's probably going to call it.
I mean, yeah, I think he was hoping that he can pull a miracle here, taking out landmarks, but that just feels like a long shot. And again, we always need to highlight, players don't necessarily, well, we see everything. We see the eco and army differential. He might not have seen the full extent of this difference, and if you just show him what we see in the balance of power, he would tap out immediately, I feel.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, you know you've lost 64 vills and you just killed your first 28 minutes in the game. And there we see, yeah, GG called as he gets overrun. Tough game from Mahodo. It felt very even there for a while. And the difference was, I think he just took that really bad fight with those Nest of Bees. Like, took the decisive fight that he thought would deal a knockout punch and ended up getting punched right back.
Interesting game here. I feel like, again, that push from Mahodo came down to just like not having a follow-up. If he had a little bit more juice, I guess, a little bit more frontline troops, the Nest of Bees could have been much more impactful. But you cannot take it away from Sword Off. He's done a really good job preserving his economy. He lost one villager in this entire game.
And that was at the very end. Yep.
At the same time, he was leveraging openings. He was playing a very opportunistic game. And every single time Mahodo gave him something, he took it. And over time, that just started to snowball out of control.
Yeah, he did a really good job of just poking and prodding in all directions, raiding where he could. I mean, 64 villager deaths at the end. Incredible. And this is exactly, I'm really glad we have this on replay. Shout out to the production team. This is exactly the moment I was thinking, you know, when he was dealing with those spears, he immediately sent the 2 Lancers onto the villagers and started getting those first villager kills. He got 2 or 3 right here, I believe. And, you know, it didn't, at first we were like wondering, is that a worthwhile trade? Turns out maybe it was, because the delay, because not only is he killing those vills, looks like he got 3 there, he also delayed the gold income.
Oh, it's the idle time as
Mahodo,
well.
if you look at it, Mahodo was right about, had a lot of eco and gold right there. That might have delayed his castle age a little bit even. Look at those spears. Yeah,
I think this is the fight. This is really the fight that this came down to. The eco differential wasn't huge, and at the same time, while this fight was happening, villagers were lost from Mahodo. So I wonder if, you know, some of that eco differential is because he was focused on this fight, and then once he lost this fight and he lost some villagers back at home, there was just no way of recovering. And some of this is just a lack of frontline troops, the lack of troops to shield these Nest of Bees a little longer.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. You mentioned that he didn't have much of a front line here, and that really was the difference. He had no way of keeping those nested bees alive. That he needs to keep those in the back and using them in coordination with whatever's up front to really thin out the ranks. And he just didn't have any front line, and so the spears and crossbows that he had just kind of got shredded to pieces as the nested bees had nowhere to go. Well, a good game one. Really, I mean, again, credit to Sort of. That was a very clean game. I mean, he played exceptionally well. I mean, almost by the book, right? Like to the letter, where he just had the perfect time. Right when he ran out of his deer, he moved into the granary transition, had the bigger military, was able to kind of poke and prod. Just a really well played game. And Mahodo, just a couple of mistakes that just ended up being very costly.
But in we go to Dry Arabia, and this time around, very different civilizations, fundamentally different civilizations. So we're not going to see that semi-mirror that we've seen in game number one. Rus, always a powerful civilization, but at the same time, Malians, I feel like to this day, I think Malians is one of the best competitive civilizations because it really feels like if you're not pushing them actively at the beginning of the game, things will snowball out of control by mid-castle.
Yeah, it feels like, I mean, snowballing being the perfect term there. It gets so difficult, and once it hits that make or break point, it's just over. There's a point of no return that comes pretty quick when they get that full cow boom going. When they get all those passive goal generating, Malians are a scary pick, and like you mentioned, really really effective on the tournament scene. You don't always see them on ladder too much, I feel like, but in tournaments at this high level of play, they are consistently one of the best civs. But we shouldn't discount Rus either. Rus is also, I think, both a fan favorite and a tournament favorite. Rus has been effective for a very long time in this game, and especially on Dry Arabia, where there's just a lot of options. I mean, there's so many things that they can do too.
I wonder how aggressive Mahudo is going to play, because one thing that you can do with the Rus is be aggressive in feudal with the knights and dictate the tempo of the game. I think that was a component missing from Mahudo in this series, in the first game. Sort of was always the one dictating the tempo of the game. He had the cavalry advantage at the beginning of the game, and then it always felt like Mahudo was just playing defensive. This time around, he has the chance to turn that around, but he needs to leverage that to its full extent, because again, if you let Sort of just boom away with this with the Malians, it's going to be all over.
Yeah, and we've seen that Mahodo is more than happy to play the eco game, right? He's more than happy to do what he needs to do to set himself up and then play that castle timing. Now, on Dry Arabia, it's pretty open, and Rus, with their speed and potentially with the early knights, there's definitely a play. I definitely think we can see a feudal engagement and a lot. The question, I guess, then is, does Rus go for pro scouts and take all the deer? I mean, because I don't know that Malians are going to be... Malians could also go for a pro scout play as well, and could, get their warrior scouts out there. It's an interesting matchup, but again, I do think there's kind of a timer that Mahodo is just already inherently put on with sort of using Malians.
Well, into game number 2, we go sort of with the Malians in green to the north, and to the south it is Mahodo playing as the red Rus. Once again, nice low cosplay colors with the Rus out there. And again, we talked about this in the pregame. I think one of the big questions is how aggressive you're going to play with the Rus. One thing that's going to help a lot for Sort of is that his gold mine is tucked away at the back, and he's got both of his forests spawning at the front. So there's a bit of a natural barrier that helps protecting his base.
I've seen this go both ways. I've seen some high-level players. I think it was maybe a Beastie game I watched where this spawn at first looked really good for Beastie, and I think eventually the wood in the front actually ended up being a curse, because if you can sit on that wood line and deny Malian wood, it gets really hard for them to produce units. So there's a chance where that might seem really nice right now, but it could be kind of tricky. It could swing the other way if Mahodo can be aggressive enough. But again, that's to be seen if Mahodo can capitalize on that, because the bag gold is pretty handy as far as passive gold generation goes. I feel like when you play the Civ with like Rus and you pick red and it just matches so well, you almost deserve like an extra villager just for that. It just looks so good. Like playing Byzantines in purple or Ottomans in green. It just belongs, it just belongs that way. Or HRE in yellow. And we see the first pit mine being built. A couple of houses.
Yeah, again, I think we know what Sort of is going to do. I think the question is how Mahodo is going to approach this. looking at his base layout, I don't fancy this at all. I think that big opening to the front is not something I'm happy about. The gold mines offset to the side as well could be a problem later on. But for now, I wonder if he's going to try to play aggressive, because based on the previous game, I think a game that drags out is not something that favors him. So I wonder if he's going to go super aggressive. You mentioned this, the wood lines on the front could also be a curse. I wonder if we're going to see a feudal age aggression with some tower rush potentially from Muhodo.
I think it could be really effective if it's done right. And again, you're on a timer kind of either way. Like the back gold, you're not going to be able to do a lot. There's 3 back golds essentially. I mean, 1 in the very corner even, which again, for most Malians, I think that's just perfect. It's excellent. It's what you'd want. But with both woods in the front, I worry if you get a good one of those towers from the Roos up on there and you can start denying that, it's going to feel like the Midas touch, right? You think it's great at first and then it ends up being the absolute worst curse in the world. We do see the Golden Gate coming up for Muhodo. I wonder if we're going to get pro scouts out of this. The deer are pretty tucked away back on sort of side as well. Obviously, we can see the 2 hunting cabins. The standard opening now for Roos, getting that passive gold generation. 17 on that one and 18 on that one, both pretty good.
Yeah, very slow-paced beginning here. It's always funny because once you have some late game action, you just have to reset yourself, going back into Dark Age and taking your time.
Well, we've had a lot of games that have had a lot of action in the beginning too. In the first series especially, we had some Dark Age shenanigans. Here, it's just just some sheep scouting. I guess the biggest thing we can look at is maybe how many houses that sort of built. Not quite sure. I think it looks like the full 6 from what I'm seeing. Yep, went for the full 6 houses around. It's pretty standard stuff. Yeah, it used to be kind of considered really greedy, which is kind of funny. That used to be like a really greedy play to go for all 6, but I think 7 even. That's quite a bit. But I guess when it's in the back right there, I mean, why not? It's in a good spot.
It's going to be a stable opening for Sword Off, so it's probably going to be a Warrior Scouts build. Interesting idea. I don't think you go Sofas directly here. Sofa direct opening is not something that your eco is good enough for at the beginning. Usually it's something that you pivot into once you get to late feudal, early castle. At the same time, looks like Muhodo is also going for pro scouts here, so we're going to repeat the same thing that we had in the previous game. One difference is that warrior scouts will be able to fight off the enemy scouts from Muhodo.
Yeah, that could be an interesting play, and I wonder if he'll try and go for the scouts, to go for pro scouts as well. And we do, actually, as I say that, he clicks up on it. So both players, again, going for the pro scouts, and there's the warrior scouts clicked as well. Be pretty interesting because both deer packs, both sets of deer packs are very on the edge of the map. So I kind of wonder, like, they're just going to each get their own. Muhodo trying to herd the venison in. He's got all of his scouts right there ready to go, just kind of pushing them in. But they're so far on the edge of the map. Like, that's a long way for Sort of to go to even contest that. And likewise for Muhodo for Sort of's deer. Those are some of the most back deer I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, this is tricky for Sort of because Muhodo has it all clustered up and it's all rather close to his base. Now, the fact that it's clustered up also means that Muhodo cannot just sneak out and sneak in a couple of carcasses if he's losing, and I think that's what's going to happen here. He's getting pushed back by the warrior scouts, and at the same time, both of his deer packs are on top of one another, so once these warrior scouts arrive from Sword Off, I don't think Muhodo can really take any from his own side.
Yeah, I feel like they're both going to just get their own packs and call it a day. Like, if one of them was in the middle of the map, you know, like Badlands always has 2 packs that are in the middle. But in this instance, I mean, I don't think I've ever seen such a back spawn of deer.
Whoa, okay. This is huge for Muhodo, though. Again, if Sword Off camps this position, this could have been a lot worse for Muhodo, so Muhodo being able to bring in at least one full deer pack is definitely a win here.
Yeah, it only takes like a couple deer to even make the money back from pro scouts. And at this point, if you get the full pack, if you get both your packs, it's basically you're even. There's no way that like Muhodo can go steal some of Sword of's, right? Like they're a little further back. I just don't see how he's gonna. I think they're both gonna end up with their own packs.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the likely outcome, and it's not a terrible proposition for either. But at the same time, you always want a little more. I think you really start becoming happy with your warrior scouts or pro scouts play when you get at least 2 packs, but preferably more.
Hodo trying to steal some extra deer. Grand Theft Venison as he gets one. So I guess he does get across the other side to get some. That's pretty fun. That's a big win from Hodo. Given how far he had to go to get that, like that's pretty huge. Getting any kind of advantage over the Malians is going to help pay dividends. That one deer carcass.
Yeah, Mahodo is going to beat his opponent to Castle Age by a massive margin, though, and this is going to be an interesting change of pace. We talked about this. He needs to be the one dictating the tempo of the game. And one thing that he could do to really quickly leverage Castle Age is to yoink the relics with the Warrior Monks. It would be such a massive boost to his resource income. And remember, Sordov has yet to start building any cattle ranches. He's still in that transitional phase of the Malian economy where he's kind of vulnerable to a lot of aggression, and he doesn't really have the ability to spam units just yet.
Yeah, it's got a window there that he can make something happen. High Trade House going up right now. See a Donzo spear skirmish going on. That Donzo's gonna die. Trying to get onto the house and trying to burn the passive gold buildings there. But in come the Jaff throwers just like that. I saw is that an archery range being built by Mahodo there? I wonder if we see some horse archers being built. I bet that'd be the play. But then again, I don't know if you'd want to do that into Jaff throwers, right? And I guess they're slow, but it doesn't seem like it'd be wonderful. Maybe just regular archers, but again, the Jaff throwers kind of counter both.
Now, I'm not the biggest fan of the Man-at-Arms play here. I think the big problem you have with the Man-at-Arms, it's a good start, but it's going to take a long time to build up. He's actually going Cav Archers, which...
He is going Cav Archers. Interesting. That's an interesting choice against Malians, because Donzos can throw their spears, and then you've also got Jav throwers, which don't they both counter horse archers?
Donzos is a weird proposition, because after you throw your javelin, you have to actually close distance. But javelins would definitely just make minced meat out of the Cav Archers. And Cav Archers are expensive, so you have to be careful with them. In general, I think this is my biggest criticism towards Mahodo's comp. He's got Cav Archers and Man-at-Arms. Both of those are brutally expensive units for an economy that's not super powerful just yet. And I think we're seeing signs of this. Barely any Men-at-Arms, barely any Horse Archers coming out there. This is definitely not going to be a critical mass that's enough to push the enemy base with.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. We've seen both players now. We were kind of wondering if they would just take their own packs and call it good. Both players have actually robbed the other of about half of their deer pack. You kind of wondered, it would have been more efficient for them just to, gentleman's agreement, take their own. But instead, they've each taken like 1 or 2 from the other side, despite the incredible distance to do that. I think it's very funny as these players both gear up for the age. Hodo's definitely age 3, but sort of is kind of a long way there. He's going to be another minute before he gets the food for it. He's floating in gold, though. See, Men-at-Arms here. They could do pretty good here, but the Jav throwers do a lot of high base damage, so he doesn't want to take the engagement because he's just outnumbered.
Yeah. He doesn't have any blacksmith upgrades on them. So, like, sure, these are Castle Age units, but at the end of the day, you're being outnumbered very heavily. He's waiting for the Horse Archers to show up, but while this is happening, sort of is catching up on the Castle Age timing. And I think the worrisome detail here for Mahodo is the relics. He has 1 relic secured, and a second one's going to be on the way home very soon. While he's losing map control, I just feel like, again, Men-at-Arms plus Horse Archers is way too expensive to sustain in early Castle.
Yeah, it feels like it's an interesting choice. I kind of like the Men-at-Arms, but then again, I wonder if he'd have been more effective just going for, if you wanted a heavy unit, just going for the Lancers. Or sorry, to go for the Knights. Like Knight Archer feels like a more natural comp for Roos. Even though you've got to deal with the Donzos and Jav throwers, I feel like you've just got the benefit of mobility becomes yours then. Obviously, the Horse Archers are pretty mobile, but they just feel, for how expensive they are, they feel kind of squishy. Especially against Donzos and Javs.
Yeah. Horse Archer is such a weird unit. Under certain circumstances...
They're not any gold. They don't cost any gold, so you just need the wood and food. You can produce a good number. They're just squishy. My thing is they just don't work well in main engagements. Like they can't.
It's not a frontline
frontline
unit. And this is why I love the walls from Sword of. Horse archers work best when you can just roam the map and hit the backline and just avoid direct engagements. Walls are really bad against walls are really bad for horse archers because they don't even have the torching power to get through them. Walls straight up block horse archers and they cannot do anything about it.
Yeah, we see the full cow boom coming up now as well. They can't even torch the wall. They just got to kind of shoot it and poke at it with their arrows. Like if they could get back there and raid, that'd be great. But there's not a whole lot to raid for Mahodo to even find. It's buildings he needs to be taken care of. And the horse archers, you can see here, they're just getting picked off by 6 jabs at a time.
And jabs aren't very expensive. So that's the big thing here for Mahodo. Horse archers are very expensive for this fight. Having said that, 10 men-at-arms and 18 horse archers is no pushover. Second range defense upgrade coming in. Actually, that's just the first one here for Mahodo. Castle Age on the way for Sword Off. He's trying to get some Musafari warriors into the mix as well, but I feel like Mahodo is reaching that critical mass where he could push this, especially once the range defense upgrade comes in.
Yeah, the tricky thing is, when is it going to get in? It's got another time. He's getting kited in the meantime. Musafati are great for the men-at-arms, but the horse archers will deal with those very easily. Now they're in and finally got in through the base. Those scouts pulling their weight with the torches, looking for some kills in the back, looking to maybe even sit on that relic. All the upgrades in the world coming in for sort of at the moment. And that is, there's a lot of men-at-arms now. The high base damage that the jabs do, those things are going to carry, and then the sofas behind, or the Musafati behind.
How did these guys get through? Wait a...
the torch, they torched through the
yeah,
the wall.
I was gonna say that. Like, I love the addition of the scouts from Mahodo to this because it really was the scouts who opened that wall, and this is how you use horse archers. You run circles around the enemy, and Sword of has a very slow-moving army. All you gotta do is run circles around them and try to pick off villagers left and right.
Yeah, and picking off the Musafati is a great idea because that's the kind of the one scary thing that your men-at-arms with the ranged upgrades are worried about. However, he's got to be careful not to get trapped and have to take a fight here. Again, horse archers, they just can't stand and fight. They have to be moving.
Oh, it's not fully walled, though.
And he's getting flanked. Not fully walled, but he does have jabs in front just to cut him off a little bit. And he's diving in, trying to meet back with the main mass. Men-at-arms now getting onto the front line. They are dropping like flies, though.
Yeah, it's... Some idol, he yoinks the relic from the corner, though. I think he wanted to yoink it through the opening that was made, but it was re-rolled by Sword Off in time. So it's going to be 4 relics from Mahodo. Still, at the end of the day, 4 relics. He also captured 1 sacred site. He's capturing the second one. So, at the very least, he has gotten himself a really nice boost in terms of economy. And he's slowly escalating the number of horse archers. It's a unit that increases in value exponentially as you build up the numbers. So 23 horse archers, 40 men-at-arms, it's getting into a composition that is starting to be scary for Sword Off.
Yeah, men-at-arms are not too scary when there's just a couple of them when you have a lot of the javelin throwers, but there does reach that critical mass where the jav throwers eventually, you keep trying to mass them, they start overkilling stuff as well. They've got a lot of high base damage, but in big engagements, the men-at-arms will start coming through, and if they ever get on that line, they're going to do a lot better than the javs will. But the Musafati are kind of a problem, but again, if the horse archers can just pinpoint those, it's a pretty even game right now. And of course, both players, it's kind of fun, both players getting quite a bit of passive gold. Sort of obviously getting a little bit more as Malians excel at that, but you can't discount Mahodo's passive gold generation from both the hunting cabins and the landmark.
I, however, love very much the walls from Mahodo. Musafati is nasty to fight against. They are reasonably fast and they can stealth, so he doesn't want to get surprised by a bunch of Musafati on his wood line. And I love how he's leveraging the map control he has. He has gotten the boar, he's getting the sacred sites, and we talked about this. He needs to be the one dictating the tempo of the game, and I think he's doing just that. Poison Arrow Archers now coming in for Sword Off, though. Those are just so versatile and useful. If anything, though, I don't think... Yeah.
Stealth surround on the men-at-arms. They're going to drop immediately as they just kind of surround them and say, sorry, sir, we are closed for the day. And they all drop. And I was worried about just sending a couple. He's got a lot of those Musafati. The stealth being used right there as the men-at-arms basically have years of academy trading wasted.
And I was thinking about the poison arrows here, and I think Mahodo is in big trouble. Because, in general, foot archers will just annihilate cav archers. That is how the meta is. Foot archers are designed to deal with cav archers. Especially when you have jav throwers accompanying you as well. But when you add poison arrows on top of that, they become really good against armored units like men-at-arms as well. And I just feel like Mahodo's army is something that gets hard countered exclusively by poison arrow archers. When you also have Musafadi and Javelin supporting them, I just don't think this is a matchup that Mahodo can really fight into.
Yeah, I worry long term. I mean, poison arrow is such a great tech, and it reaches the point where if he gets enough archers, they'll start just shredding down the men-at-arms too. You know, like they'll just counter everything he's got. And the military numbers sort of got the numbers right now. Mahodo doesn't. And again, we've been saying it this entire time, horse archers cannot stand and fight. They cannot be a front line, and they really don't like taking big engagements like this either. Like, they kind of like hit and run tactics mostly. Now, we do see some good raids from Sort of. Again, he's done a good job of doing both games now, of just getting some cav in the back line, getting into the base, and just kind of adding some Vil kills. We see it's 3-1 now, as he's just adding some in. The men-at-arms trying to clean that up. They don't counter those very well, but they've got the numbers, but they're not going to be able to chase them down either. Horse archers taking out religious unit. And it just feels like Sort of is just kind of all over the map at the moment. Ooh,
yeah, it's...
Javthor is taking on the siege. That's not... I feel like Springolds are in a really weird spot in this meta nowadays, but it doesn't seem like they're going to do very well here. More villagers going down as they run for the town center.
I think we've reached a critical point. That's the problem here for Mahodo. An untouched Malian player with a full cattle, passive gold income, and you gotta credit Mahodo. He managed to pick up most of the relics. He really, I think, maxed out everything that he could have done in terms of securing map control and getting, benefit from that. But it doesn't change the fact that Malians were untouched for so long, and now we're getting to the stage where it's all about spamming units, as it has always been with Malians. Once you get the cow boom going, once you have the gold income from the pit mines, all you have to do is just spam units.
I almost wish, and I know it's such a risky call to do this against Malians because they've got those stealth Musafadi, but I almost kind of wish instead of Springolds, Mahodo went for some Mangonels instead. I feel like that may be a bit more useful here. But regardless, he's just got Sofa in his base, just charging everything down. And when you're getting harassed up front, losing fights, and you're getting raided in the back, it's going to be a recipe for disaster, as Sort of is just taking control of this game 100%. 2 town centers for Mahodo, so that if he could ever stabilize, he can maybe try to match the eco a bit more. But man, 1,600 food a minute for Sort of, next to 600 for Mahodo. That right there is the story, I think, of just the fact that Sort of can do this all day.
That's the problem. That is the problem for Mahodo. Once you get to the critical mass of the Malians, and I do feel like they're a little, like, I don't want to say OP. I'm really cautious about using that word. But every single competitive game I see with Malians, the recipe seems to be the same. Once you get to mid-Castle Age, that Malian economy is just extremely difficult to punish. It's only 65 villagers you're looking at. Even if Mahodo launched a counterattack and killed a bunch of villagers, that's not where most of the resource income for Sort of comes from. And when you have such a steady resource income, you can just spam units like he's doing right now.
Yeah, Sort of is just playing exceptionally well and playing to the meta, and it feels OP, and it might be a little overtuned, but in the hands of Sort of especially, he is just making it work super well. Big engagement here. Springolds trying to get some value. Horse Archer's right behind. He does have a lot of men-at-arms frontlining, but they are quickly getting poisoned down as we see the big mosh pit of fighting going on. Horse Archer's trying to fight. Springolds getting popped one by one. And it just looks like Sort of just has the advantage. It's really kind of dead even on military at the moment. 63 to 46, pretty close. But the front line, if the front line can hold, these Horse Archers are doing a pretty good job. Here comes some Sofas in the back line looking for the Springolds. They're going to get a couple, and they're all going to be gone. And it feels like the reinforcements for Sort of coming in. And I don't know, the village is trying to come in to repair, but there's almost nothing to repair. They kind of just go somewhere else. There's 3 TCs now for Mahodo, but his army is just getting pushed back slowly. All he's got is some Horse Archers and crossbows left. The range, the jabs, picking them off one by one, and this game is looking like it's going to be over. It's 16 military to 38. Big engagement, but Sort of on top, still in the base, still picking stuff down.
The Springolds were so confused across the fight. I felt like they were trying to target individual small units. Once again, sort of did a good job splitting his army, and I just felt like they weren't a factor for so long. They had to pull all the way back, and I mean, they were shooting at sofas. Springolds will not really be killing your sofas out there. And behind this, there are 33 villager kills on the side of Sword Off. So while all of this was happening, villagers were lost. Muhodo is down by 12. He does have 2 DCs, but I mean, look at Sword Off. I think he's going to age with the Fortress of the Huntress dropped in the enemy base.
Yeah, Mahodo's got 3 TCs now, but he's just never going to get the time to enjoy the benefit of that.
Okay, he's playing so conservative.
Yeah, so he could have been way more aggressive with that. He could have made a statement and just plopped it down. I think he's only got 28 military units, but all the sacred sites, you know, 2/3 of the map are his.
Oh yeah, I don't blame him. Like I think.
I mean, this is honestly
game
the
that you already
choice.
have.
Yeah, don't throw the game. This is a smart choice. Like, there's no real reason. I mean, he could have made a statement, but he doesn't have the big enough military. He knows that he doesn't need to do this. Mahodo just needs time. If he could just get time to build his eco up, he can maybe make something happen. Because I think Imperial Age, Roos would win. The problem is he's never going to get there. And obviously Imperial is sort of now has gotten to that point. But Mahodo, he needs not only to boom his eco, then go Imperial. And that's like, you can't do both, you know? And so sort of just, man, look at all those vills on gold. Building a pit mine and just taking all the treasure of the earth for his own. That was a cheeky decap of the sacred site there by the one lone horseman. The lone rider of Mahodo trying to, you know, save the Kievan Rus. But their hopes rely on a lot of time being bought, and I just don't know that he has it.
Yeah, I love the second DC here. If there is any way to recover, it's going to be through that. The problem is that now he's down by an age, and again, every moment you do not hit the Malian economy is just going to soar past you. That is the reality. And if you're Sword Off, you're more than happy just leveraging all the map control. He's taking all the sacred sites, so he could start a timer. He gets the passive gold income from that as well. And I think he's just waiting for that opportunity to launch a push with an Imperial Age army. Now, if there is anything for Sword Off, it's the lack of food that's a little problematic. It's kind of hindering his ability to build up his numbers. Population isn't looking super good right now for him.
That seems so ironic with the full cow boom. The funny thing is that when you reach an Imperial Age economy, even a full cow boom only gets you so far. He's getting 1,300 food a minute, and he's still hungry. Still needs more. He's got tons of gold, though, so at most, he can even just sell some off if he really needed to. One thing that Mahodo's done well is he's reset the sacred site timer by decapping that site. So he's given himself at least a chance to have more time, but the problem is, again, sort of can just win this militarily, I feel like. It's 3 TCs to 2, so Mahodo could build up an eco lead, but he's still behind. I mean, he lost 35 vills during all of that commotion. And you're down a lot. I don't know. I mean, he's got the relics, which is a nice help. I mean, that's kind of keeping him somewhat in this. Like, there's a small chance that sort of could blow this. There's a small chance that he could throw it all away, and maybe in a really good timing, Mahodo can get Imperial Age, get those Springolds going. 18 of them now, 19 as the 19th one pops out. The question is time. Will he get enough time? There are some gaps. I think he's about to chop through some of those walls. Sort of is going to tear through down one anyways and just say, nah, we're going to do this regardless. If Mahodo can hold this and not lose too much eco, there's a shot. The problem is there's nowhere for them to run.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think the problem for Mahodo is that he's down 1 age. If Sorov was still in castle, maybe there was a little slim chance, but realistically, Mahodo is pinned inside his base, 1 age down. I think he's doing the right thing. He's actually on 3 TCs now. And if he can get up to Imperial, there is a slim chance that he can turn this around. But there is a group of units on the back of his eco, and he definitely cannot suffer any more casualties. It's plain and simple. He's already quite a bit behind. Any more delays will just allow sort of the boom up to max pop and finish him off.
Yeah, the military count's what's scaring me. 67 to 40. It's like, it's close. If Mahodo can get some really clutch plays, he's got a lot of mangonels and springolds. If he can get some clutch plays, but again, if he loses any more eco, he's trying to build up eco and get the edge so we can get into Imperial Age. Everything he has is being built in the military, and currently all the upgrades in the world have come in for sort of. Here comes the first engagement in the back line. So now Mahodo's aware that that group has gotten in, trying to keep him at bay. They don't get any damage done, thankfully for Mahodo. So he continues to survive on. It just feels like sort of is going to be able to pull it out, though. I just don't see how he doesn't fumble this bag as the charge comes in on the tower. Vills have to flee for the hills. Siege popping out at the most worst inopportune time. In come the spears trying to save things. Now, the choke points could help him here. The Siege trying to gather up by the TC to fight. Sort of's going to back off before they get the chance to shoot, though. Does sort of run the risk of waiting too long?
I think he's
that
fine.
Siege is looking dangerous. The choke points, at least, if he can hold on, because he's got a lot of gold back there still. Mahodo can keep churning with the gold if he can just secure that spot right here that we're looking at. Springold's trying to take down the sofa. Spears frontlining, more coming in behind. Mangonel shots, not doing a whole lot, but trying to help out as well as they can. That's a lot of Springolds. Moving out from the base now. Crossbow's taking a couple pot shots. Not much happening, though.
It is so weird. I think, again, remember, sort of has the Sacred Site timer on his side. So in 6 minutes' time, Mahodo needs to move out of his base, and he's still behind in Dech. Sort of is also making a pivot to Sofa, something that Mahodo has yet to see. And when you're so siege heavy, only 10 spearmen, 14 crossbows, okay, sofas are shown. These are Imperial Age sofas. They're ready to just take out all the Springolds, and Mahodo 23 Springolds out there. But his base is wide open, so he's just getting ripped apart from all directions.
Yeah, and sort of is just look at the Vill kills. He's killed 71. Mahodo should have 140 villagers, and half of them have been slain. And once the wood lines start running out, and he's already over-chopped in many ways, the walls are really just decorations at this point.
Yeah, this is so. Oh no! Once you over-chop that, more villagers will fall. There's nowhere to go for Mahodo, and he doesn't have any mobility. 23 Springolds may be something that sort of is unwilling to push into, but
it is
23
formidable.
Springolds won't help
but
you. Like, they're so slow, they just cannot help you when you're raided from all directions.
And that's the trick, is at this point, Mahodo just is wanting the big fight. He thinks he probably could take a big fight, and maybe he could. He's got a lot of siege and a good choke point. He could do pretty well. The problem is, sort of's never going to let that happen. He's just going to keep raiding. He's got all day. He's got 4.5 minutes to win this. And he's just chilling. There's no, as long as he just keeps his opponent stuck in his base, there's nothing that Mahodo can do. $82 now at villager kills. The amount of war crimes sort of is committed is becoming obscene. Springold's trying to take care of this little raid. They'll take care of it. But again, at what cost, right? Like, where's his avenue for victory?
By the way, the monastery is being harassed at the back. Remember that part of the resource income that's still there for Mahodo is in the form of relics. If he loses that monastery, loses the relics, it's just gonna get even worse. It's actually remarkable that we're seeing a game with 23 Springolds in there. The population is still rather close, but at this point, Mahodo is replacing every single unit in his army with a Springold.
Yeah, and we see the Musafati gunners coming out. They're not going to be happy to see all those mangonels and Springolds out there. The Sofa just trying to get more done. But, you know, at this point, all the Sofa and sort of need to do is just delay, keep him in his base. Like you said, as long as it keeps poking on either side, it's kind of like what Napoleon used to do. You know, no one would want to fight Napoleon, so they would just back away whenever they saw Napoleon. So whenever sort of sees the Napoleon, you know, the big group of Springolds, he just backs away and pokes on the other side.
Well, we might be getting close to a Waterloo here, because Mahodo needs to move. He needs to decap a sacred site, and he finally needs to move out to open ground. Like, if this thing works, it's going to be one of the most ridiculous games I've ever seen. 25 Springolds is no pushover.
No,
and
it's not. It's a lot to have, and
is there a chance here?
I mean, if he decaps a site, then what? Villagers trying to build a keep right now. Springald's just destroying everything. There's a lot here. Musafati gunners and archers trying to do something. The keep's not going up. The cannon emplacements are taking care of the siege slowly. Sopa getting onto the mangonels now. Feels like this was a brave last attempt. All the vills coming in to fight, and that will do it as Waterloo happens for Mahodo here. The Napoleon of Springalds cannot take the fight.
For a moment, I got scared that I was going to look like a fool, just bashing the full Springald strat, and then this whole thing working out, but it kind of ended how I expected it to end. Once you leave the safety of your base, it was just not something that he could keep alive. Clean games by sort of. I think in both of these games, he just felt very opportunistic. Every single time Mahodo gave something to him, he took it, and he ran with it.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Vil kills. Eco 125 to 1. I mean, it's hard to win a game when you only kill one eco unit of your opponent. And that really is going to stir the game. Now, obviously, Malians the villagers aren't as important as some of the buildings and the cows and stuff, but still, 125, like, that is an astronomically high number and sort of just, kept Mahodo away from Imperial Age the entire time. He was stuck in Castle Age, even up until the very end.
Yeah, again, I feel like this goes back to the conversation we had at the beginning. The reality is, the absolute reality is that when you let the Malians to build up their cattle, get all the pit mines going, it's extremely difficult to stop them because they really become a spam unit type of a civilization. And then, again, sort of this critical fight, this was probably what decided the outcome of the game. It was very obvious beyond this point that Mahodo isn't recovering. And I highlighted this when this fight was happening. These Springolds, look at the Springolds, how they are virtually inactive. They're trying to hit some sofas. I think that's part of the reason why this fight went badly for Mahodo. The Springolds didn't really contribute much, especially in the second portion of the fight.
No, it felt like Mahodo's composition just wasn't on the money, right? Like, even when he was pushing out earlier, we mentioned that those wood lines could become very problematic for sort of at the beginning of the game. I still think he could have done something at that if he'd have built and played more aggressive up front. But Men-at-Arms just got taken to bits. He just never could get a good critical mass. I wonder if maybe Knights and more mobility could have helped better. Maybe going for the Knights and maybe archers of his own, or just something different. Because the Men-at-Arms and horse archers just felt like it never quite was realized in its potential of what he wanted to do with that. And here we see that final fight. I mean, all the Springolds in the world, but no front line. If there was some kind of front line, that could have been formidable. But with nothing to tank the damage up front, the villagers get pulled and GG is going to be called.
Well, that puts us at a 2-0 for Sword Off. He's definitely one of the favorites to qualify this weekend. He is going to be awaiting a tough opponent, though. If all goes according to the books, CSO, well, he's fighting against Waffle, you never know. But CSO is the favorite of that series, and Sword Off versus CSO in the round of 16 would definitely be a banger of a match. A big one for Sword Off. Recently, CSO has been outstanding in 1v1s. If Sword Off can win that, I think he's going to be the favorite to potentially qualify from this part of the bracket. But we will take a small break. When we come back with another match from the same part of the bracket. It's going to be an NA showdown, Give You Anxiety, facing off against Mokomi. See you after the break.
That'll be a fun one.
Here we go. Welcome back, everybody, to the EGC TV Elite Classic. Here we are with an NA showdown, Mokomi versus Give You Anxiety, and I'm sure you know both of these guys. We've met them before. So
yes, we have. That was a fun time back in what was that? The King of the Rockies, right? Last year.
Indeed, awesome guys, and we have what looks to be a very classic Civilization matchup over here. Templars banned on both sides, no Lancaster on either side, and we just have, Jeanne d'Arc, Delhi, English, and Mongols. It's like, on the other side, you have French, Malians, Abbasids, and HR. It feels so old school.
It does.
And I think we're ready for game number one, so we're going to talk about the draft. After game one, we're heading into Dry Arabia, as we have Give You Anxiety with the color blue playing as Jeanne d'Arc, and on the other side, Mokomi playing as the Malians in pink.
Man, Give You Anxiety is just such an aggressive player. Something I want to just state right off the bat. If anyone doesn't know who, and most people I think know GUA at this point, but he is so aggressive, and Jeanne d'Arc is like his calling card. This and French are two of his most played civs. So we expect some high octane aggression into Feudal Age, I bet, from him. He's not going to let Malians off the hook. He knows he's on a window, and he is going to do his darndest to take him out early.
Yeah, and let's be honest. You mentioned French, Jeanne d'Arc being one of the go-to civilizations for Give You Anxiety. French was banned by Mokomi, so I think it speaks for itself that Mokomi knew fully well that French is going to be a priority pick for Give You Anxiety. GUA is also known from the very early days of AoE 4 to be a big longbow rusher with the English. I remember, even when it went out of meta, he was still a longbow rusher with the English. I think
he's trying to keep it meta. Yep.
Exactly. He's the kind of guy that doesn't like to play games beyond the 20-minute mark. He's going to try to play super aggro and feudal, and I wonder if that's going to be the game plan going into this series as well.
Yeah, I bet we'll see a lot of Donzo and a lot of Knights coming in here. I wonder if GUA has incorporated pro scouts into his play at all. I haven't seen him play enough to know that, but I do know that I do know to expect Knights in a lot of them. So it should be a really fun matchup here. Again, really interesting, pretty good spawn here for Mokomi. He's got gold in the back, pretty easy. He could easily wall that corner down there and have all that deer secure and all those gold and the berries. He's got a pretty good spot. He got the one wood line. His second wood line's pretty far forward. And then GUA, I don't think he's as concerned about his spawn. He's got his gold on the side there, and he's got his stuff that he needs. He's going to probably have quite a bit of map control early, though, so I don't think he's too worried either way. Let's see Joan of Arc there, mining the gold as she should. And School Cav, there we go, right on cue. Pretty good timing there from GUA on that, popping it down right at like 229. Nobody's surprised. It's going to be the Manticore from Mokomi. Mokomi tends to be a pretty good, from what I've noticed, he's a pretty good economy player. He really likes to kind of play more of the boom. He can get aggressive if he needs to. He'll play to what he needs to do. But he's definitely big on, setting up his base, getting secure, trying to play clean and not make any mistakes. But I'm curious to see how GUA will handle that because, I mean, Mokomi knows that GUA is aggressive. Like they've played each other before. We mentioned they played a King of the Rockies against each other. They'll know this matchup and they'll know kind of what to expect of each other. It feels like this is one of those games where there's kind of a script and everyone has their roles and we just got to see how they play it.
School of Cav coming in here for Give You Anxiety, and one good thing here for GUA is that, as you said, he's a very aggressive player out there. But against the Malians, you have to play aggressive. We just came out of a series which also featured the Malians, and we talk about this over and over again. You cannot let them get started with the cows. You cannot let them get started with the pit mines. So GUA is going to have to play aggressive here.
I mean, GUA is not afraid of sending a villager to go tower stuff, and he's done some silly shenanigans with early tower rushing with Joan of Arc. Looks like he's doing the more classic build here, which is probably the safer bet. I think his micro with the Knights will more than be enough here for him to potentially take a win. But again, Mokomi just needs to defend and play it smart, and he's got a pretty good spawn. Look how nice and tight knit that gold mine is next to the wood. Pretty good little combination there. As long as Mokomi can hold that spot and get the cow boom going, he'll be in a pretty good place. First knight in queue. Wheelbarrow already coming up as well. And then the other question is, what version of Jeanne d'Arc do you go for? What route do you take? Do you take the melee or do you take the archer? I think I lean towards her going for a melee build just because I think of the Donzo.
Yeah,
And
I'm
I don't
thinking
want her.
melee
I
too.
wouldn't want her to get. I wouldn't want her to get countered by the Jav throwers either. If she
Yeah,
goes for the archer,
that's
then
the
she
thing,
takes the
right? Like,
bonus.
you need something that deals both with Donzo and javelins, and I think if you go archers, the javelins will just make mincemeat out of you. And when it comes to the Malians, it's always Donzo javelin in Feudal Age, and then later on they might just pivot into sofas. But I would think we're looking at a melee Jean build here.
Yeah. GOA, quick to grab all those eco upgrades. He's got the specialized pick. He's getting I think the first one's called fertilization, getting ready right there. Already got wheelbarrow. Joan of Arc, let's see. Going for the archer. Well, call that the caster's curse. We were sitting here saying the melee makes more sense, but GOA says, nah, you guys don't know what you're talking about. We're going to go for some archery. He's going for the Robin Hood style Joan of Arc. I mean, that's just going to get hit hard by javelins, though. Like, maybe he knows something we don't, but I feel like that's an interesting choice.
Well, the unique ability one shot is powerful, though. So if you kite this well, it could be a factor. What? That's a new feature.
Wait, boars fight? What?
I think that's
Gaia
new.
on Gaia damage. I have never seen a boar don't care, man. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the boars
What, that
always
wolf did-
aggro
that
to the
wolf did not deserve
closest
it.
target.
That
But
includes other. Will it do that to deer as well and sheep? Like, okay,
That
now
would
I've
be
got to go
interesting
home and
to look
test.
at.
I got to go home and test a lot of things. I have never seen the boar go nuts like that. Is it rabid? Like, what was wrong with it? That's so funny.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I've never seen that before, but I don't know if it's because I've never seen a wolf being next to a boar as the boar got aggroed, or simply because this is something that's actually new.
Maybe. There's a saying in baseball that like there's 162 games in a season, and so they play so much baseball every year, but the saying goes you'll always see something new at any given baseball game that's never happened before in the history of baseball. You'll see something you've never seen before. And sometimes I feel that way about AoE. Sometimes you can play the game and think you know how it plays out. You know the interactions, then you see something like that and you just kind of go, huh, I have never in my life seen that before. Anyways, these knights though chasing down the scout along with a horseman. Trying to get some early XP for Jeanne d'Arc.
And now
like the
it's
call.
double stable in the
Yeah.
range. So classic GUA aggro build. Now, if you're GUA, one thing that you can do is try to harass the wood line. If you can get line of sight on it, you can use Jean to just fire over the wood line and hit the villagers. That would be a reasonable way to go. I love the walls, though, from Mokomi. He knows fully well that at the beginning, he just needs to slow GUA down. It's a big investment, though, walling all the way to the edge of the map.
It is, but it's not that costly, right? The question is, can you get it up in time? And it looks like GWA is already on top of it. Gets in there just in time. This is a very critical moment here for the game. If he can keep this wall open, that spawn back there is incredible. There's so many resources in the south corner of this map. If Mokomi can secure that, he's going to be a lot more comfortable. GWA, I kind of wonder, like, at what point, like, you could bring a villager over and tower the edge of that wood line and really secure it, because wood is essential for Mokomi and for Malians. If you can deny that, the other one's much easier to deny, being kind of on the north side. You see an engagement here, Donzo getting hit by the sacred shot.
Nice micro there by GUA.
Almost good micro, yeah. Good micro on both sides, backing, kind of playing a cat and mouse game back and forth. That wall, little gate, just enough to kind of give them some leeway to run away to.
Yeah, more knights are on the way, and Donzos are nice and cool, but I think this is a good rule of thumb. When you have the same amount of spearmen as you do have knights on the other side, that's usually favoring the knights, especially when you have a couple of archers accompanying them. And I think one problem that Mokomi has is the lack of javelins. He doesn't really have anything against Archer Jean, and he doesn't have anything against the incoming archers either.
GOA's done a good job of holding this ground here. It's so critical he holds this ground. Looking to maybe do some stabbing on both sides. He's got some knights posturing on the northern end of that wood line. Archers coming in finally. They're a lot slower than the knights. also more risky to lose them. There's not too many jabs though, just a couple. Mostly it's just the Donzos on the field for Makomi. Jeanne d'Arc, ooh, she's getting a little low on health there. Walks her back out. Knights can only just posture. This is such a tough spot to be in right here. It's so critical that GUA gets some value out of all this, because right now Makomi's just happy just defending. Pushing out from his base. Here's the critical heal from Jeanne d'Arc. Archers taking the shots from the jabs, still alive. Right back at it again. Man, if that wall had gotten up, this would be a very different game. So
yeah.
GUA may not feel like he's super ahead, but he saved himself from being super behind at any rate. Having that open is just so critical here.
He's got 9 knights. This build-up is actually a lot more rapid than I anticipated, and I think this is a big factor here. Normally, it's difficult to push into the Malian base, but the army value is almost twice for GUA as opposed to Makomi's. 11 Donzos are no pushovers, but only 5 javelins, and if you're GUA, all you need is Jeanne to pick off 1 or 2 Donzos, same for a couple of archers, and then you're just going to charge him with the knights. I think this is actually something that GUA can push. He's getting the range defense just now. He needs all 10 knights to push this, but I think he might have a shot at actually accomplishing something with this push.
Yeah, and he's able to get these many knights on the field. He's got those eco upgrades early. He's got 111, all 3 of his eco upgrades, as well as wheelbarrow. So his eco's doing okay behind this, and he's been on the board. So he's able to posture like this and have this military. He just needs to make sure now, and if anyone can do this, it's going to be GUA. He's got the micro to manage this really well. He just needs, it's just a cat and mouse game. And Makomi knows it too, and they're playing it to perfection. It's really kind of fun to see this. As the cow boom is underway, that's a lot of cow meat. If the window is still going to get closed eventually, if Makomi can hold long enough, getting into Castle Age would be pretty dangerous, because GUA's not particularly close to the castle. Granted, neither is Makomi, but that cow boom will start to snowball and ramp up.
Yeah, I wonder, like, at some point GUA is going to have to commit to this, because the clock is ticking. You have the passive resource income from Makomi. He's building up the cattle. I love the little push, though, and I love how he's stretching out the defenses of Makomi. He doesn't want to fight in those choke points. He's looking for opportunities to stretch out the defenses. He's just going to run a circle around the enemy base. Now, he has a decent resource bank, so he could think about pivoting to Castle, but I do not know if that's the right choice.
Well, it's not the very Makomi choice either, really. Makomi definitely wants to keep and be aggressive. He's done a good job of that so far. Poking product. I'd almost love to see a tower on this wood line again. I really wonder if he could get that built up, if that would help secure his position. It'd be super risky to do. Maybe not worth it at this stage. Those knights still running around the backside. A lot of Donzos now for Makomi. He's up to 18 of those. But that's about the same number that GUA has in knights. And in a 1-to-1, you gotta wonder who would win. Ooh, big pickoff as Jeanne d'Arc gets sniped away by Makomi. I wonder if GUA buys her back or just waits. He's got the gold, I think.
Yeah, this is getting interesting because, Makomi's housed. And this is one of the issues that Makomi's facing. As you said, this game would be totally different if those wars were actually finished, but they're not. So now Makomi's houses are being torched down. He's losing passive gold income as a consequence. And he's also, he has to rebuild these houses to suboptimal positions so that he can make more army. Any moment he isn't making army, GUA is just going to have a one-up against him. On the other side, though, Makomi's getting ready for Castle, so the clock is ticking real bad for GUA. He needs to go soon.
Yeah, he needs to get some pressure. He's not going to buy a JD back. He's going to let her just come back naturally. Denying some more stuff. He's got a big mass. If he can get a good fight, it feels like if GUA can take a decisive fight here, he'll win the game. The wall now trying to come up. Jeanne d'Arc is back. Shaftdoor is kind of pushing out. It's the Donzo. It's such a difficult thing because you got to be really careful with those knights. You don't want to lose them. They're your lifeline right now. If he loses those, it's the game. Maybe he can make Makomi overextend here. He's running back. Knights, meanwhile, torching the houses.
No.
Makomi is indeed in the middle of a housing crisis.
Oh man, this is so weird from Makomi though. I don't think he should just pursue this. he can go into Castle Edge very soon. His food income is actually not great. Like that's one of the problems that Mokomi is facing. He's got a lot of gold in the bank, not so much for food, but now he's getting ready to click up. I think GUA is waiting for that. He's waiting for a timing push, and I think Mokomi's playing this careful. It's a cat and mouse game. Mokomi wants to click up, and GUA is waiting for him to do it.
Yeah, he's just, I mean, those knights have been just sitting there waiting to pounce. Gonna get another Vil kill. He's gotten 3 so far this game. And at this point, GUA is gonna be able to match the timing. He has delayed Mokomi enough. They're both gonna be in castle about the same time, and he's getting his stuff ready for a keep right there. He expunges his first gold. That is now consumed all the way, but he's got so much map control. He has the world is his oyster right now. Royal Institute comes up, and that is the right choice. This is the right choice. When you have that many knights on the field, getting the Royal Bloodlines is worth it here. Grand Fulani Corral is coming up as well, so the cow boom is just about complete. JD is back with her posse of archers, and this is where things get incredibly interesting.
Oh, the walls are complete, so now GUA cannot push his opponent, but at the same time, don't forget, there's a 10 villager lead for GUA. Sure, a lot of passive resource income from Mokomi, but at the same time, look at his pit mine, for example. Most of the houses are not there anymore, meaning that he doesn't actually have the maximum gold production potential out of these. It's actually only 300 gold per minute for Mokomi. He isn't really making gold units right now, but this could be a problem when he wants to make a switch.
Yeah, Mokomi's problem is he's got like nothing behind this. His wood is getting stalled out now by GUA. He managed to send those archers around the top and kind of push back and posture against that. The other wood line, I mean, this wood line's almost consumed. The northern one, we were talking about this, is kind of far out there. That's the one resource that Mokomi just doesn't have access to, and it's going to be one of the things he needs the most here coming up if he wants to keep making Donzos and making Jav throwers. Big fight brewing here in this last open corner to the base. That's a lot of knights. Royal Bloodlines is not in yet, but it's been clicked. They're going to back up. I don't know if GUA wants to take this just yet, and Joan of Arc is going to die again. We got a minute before the Bloodlines comes in for the Royal Knights. Yeah, probably a good retreat here, because you want to make sure you take us at a full castle strength.
Yeah, this is definitely a position where you pull back. The Royal Bloodlines deck takes a long time to research. Now, I love how he's still proking and prodding, but he needs to make sure he doesn't like throw away all the knights here.
Yeah, he's
at the same time,
in.
If he gets Royal Bloodlines, I think he can fight this head on, and I absolutely love how he's intercepting little reinforcements. Some of the Donzos getting picked off. GUA is definitely leveraging that mobility really well.
Yeah, those knights aren't even veterans yet either, so both techs are coming in around the same time. These knights seem tough now. They're about to get real tough. The question is, will they survive long enough to... Oh, this is dangerous. It's coming right to it. Veteran Seek hitting right about now. So that helps a bunch, and Royal Bloodlines in a second. He's going to torch through that with just enough time to get out of there. With only one knight giving his life for them to escape. And Royal Bloodlines is just seconds away.
The reason why this is huge is because the archers could get away, though. Like, the whole army of Mokomi were chasing the knights. The archers got away for GUA. It's getting the veterancy now for them. Now, the problem for GUA is still the same as usual against the Malians. You need to have something against this fully turtled up economy now, because Mokomi is now fully walled. He's got the cattle boom going. He has rebuilt the houses for the pit mines. If you're JD, you can capture the sacred sites. If you're GUA, you could also get some monks out, which is something he's doing right now. Get the relics. But you still need to find a way to hit the eco of Mokomi at some point.
Yeah, I wonder at what point, like, if he can get enough XP. Joan of Arc is almost level 3. That'll help. Getting some men-at-arms in here would be really helpful. I'm curious what choice he'll go with on this. Knights have to kind of run away. A lot of Donzos. There's not a great answer with this, because the Javs, he's got the archers, but the Jav throwers come right behind to counter that. So at this point, like, men-at-arms would be a pretty good combo before Mokomi can get Musafati out. So if he can maybe do that and get some men-at-arms to frontline for just a second, he could really do a good flanking push with these knights, as we see them posturing right now by the sacred site. Waiting for canted saddles now, getting an extra charge bonus potentially for his knights. JD is almost there. I feel like GUA is waiting for her to get level 3 before diving in.
That and cantled saddles and the range defense. I love how he's kind of trying to bait Mokomi into moving to mid-map. I don't think he can take this fight in the base of Mokomi. You just don't want to like fighting in those narrow choke points. So I think he's trying to pull Mokomi out to the open map and then just swing around and annihilate this army. That's probably the plan. Archers are just not moving up, though. So GUA is taking a very, very calm and collected approach to this. Maybe too calm. Because, again, there is a moment where this whole thing flips and starts favoring the Malian unit spam.
Yeah, that mass is looking almost critical from Makomi. I worry that maybe he's being a little... And this is unlike GUA to be too cautious normally. But if he can, it's going to come down to these last upgrades have kicked in. Jono is like right there. I feel like if he could just snipe a couple more units and send her in with the men-at-arms, he'd be fine. There's no Musafati on the field. There is a couple Sofa. They've seen a slight Sofa change from Makomi. I wonder if he's doing that just to raid. Looks like it. Maybe trying to poke at the eco back. That's a smart call.
It's a classic build to transition into Sofas once you get to mid-Castle Age with the Malians. It's going to take some time for him to do that. At the same time, GUA is looking for targets. One thing that worries me for GUA is the lack of knights. He has no more knights in queue. There's 21 knights out there, but that feels like this was the exact count 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, he could go castle again at this point. And so I'm wondering what his plan here is. If he just hasn't had the production building suspended yet. He's getting lots of eco upgrades. I feel like the window is starting to get dangerous. It may be an Imperial play. He's kind of a ways off, though.
I just do not see the reason for him. Okay, now he's queuing more knights, but he hasn't queued knights for a while, and he's floating 1,200 food. That, to me, screams as if he's trying to preserve food for something, and the only thing that he would preserve that much food for is Imperial.
Yeah, it's not like he's got Guildhall to get there. A red palace would be pretty dang good. He's getting in, trying to torch some stuff. Knights kind of poking pride, trying to keep him in his base. That's one thing Makomi's been kind of forced into by GUA, is that he's had to stay in his base mostly, which does let GUA expand. GUA also has a second town center, so he's trying to kind of boom economically behind this. That's kind of what he's been backing off for then.
Yeah, I think he's actually legit going Imperial. And if he red palaces the front, it's going to be difficult for Makomi to punish him. As much as we always talk about the Malian power spike in mid-late castle, it actually starts falling off once you get to late castle and early Imperial. So this is the best window that Makomi has right now. GUA is sitting on 4 relics, 3 sacred sites, and a potential Imperial. If he gets to Imp and drags this game out, it could swing back to JD's favor against the Malians.
Yeah, we see Makomi is swapped over to some stone. Somewhere he's getting stone, so I wonder if he's thinking about maybe some defensive playing here long-term in the game. It feels like, yeah, we're going to be moving into an Imperial Age game here in just a bit, as GUA has the gold, just needs to double up on the food.
Yeah, the food is going to be... the food is a problem for him in general. 800 food per minute. I think he's still in the process of the farm transition. And this is the problem. If you float resources for this long, you're prone for a timing attack. And this is the timing that the Malians want. 200 population. You've left them alone for too long. They've started spamming units. And it's... You don't even have a lot of different units out here. Just a handful of javelin throwers plus a couple of archers. But really, it's all about the 75 Dansos for Makomi.
Yeah, JD goes down here. Knights and stuff. Again, it's immediately buys her back. Ooh, that's an expensive pull. I feels like GUA had this game where he wanted it and then sat back a little too long. He got all those upgrades, and I kind of wanted him to push in then. He didn't. I wonder if... And he didn't even go for the right... He's gone again for the Archer Jonar. He didn't go for... What, actually, no, he did go for what I thought. He sends the men-at-arms. Champions coming in. Big fight in the middle. Knights diving in right on top of the Donzos. Can we get the heal from Joan of Arc? There it is.
Yes, we do.
Good timing on that, but is it enough?
Units, don't forget that.
It is. Is it enough, though? I think... Ooh, it's tough. The Archer mass behind this. GUA has a lot of range mass behind this fighting. Lots of Knights have gone down. The destroyed value is in favor of Makomi.
It's mutual annihilation.
It's pretty mutual, yeah. It's pretty even.
The problem is that GUA does not have the resource income for a second wave, and that is why Malians are so lethal. They can do this all day. They traded reasonably well, and Makomi still has a really nice resource income. Now, I don't think he should be trickling units into this fight anymore. He's trying to pick off a couple more knights, and GUA does have a respectable bank, but yeah, it looks like both players will back off. Oh, this is interesting because GUA is now at a crossroads. He's still floating a lot of resources, but there's no way that you can click Imperial when you only have 10 knights on the field.
He is starting to build a somewhat small villager lead here. He's up by about 14 or so. I don't know if it's enough to carry him into the next stage just yet. He's got a big bank of gold. But now you gotta start wondering long term, are you gonna be able to hold on to the golds on the map? Because now he's kind of ceded some map control here to Mokomi as the timing attack kind of comes in, losing those sacred sites now. Mokomi with 72 military to 44. Now GUA has mostly gold units on the field as opposed to Mokomi, who's got more trash units. But still, pretty sizable gold bank. He just needs the food. It's the food, and he's trying to farm transition behind this. It's kind of where Joan of Arc falls off a little bit. It's kind of a similar situation with JD or with Zhu Shi, is that food becomes a problem eventually. And when it does, it hits hard.
Yeah, I agree. I think the problem is that farm transition is always something that leaves you vulnerable, and that's why Malians are such a powerhouse in Castle. They already have their food transition. They have the cattle, they did that in Feudal, so now they don't need to worry about it. And really, all that Mokomi needs to do now is just keep attacking while GUA is in the middle of an eco transition.
Yeah, this is really good heads-up play from Mokomi, just knowing the situation he's in and playing it really, really well. Now, this is a scary charge from GUA. Mokomi's backing away. He probably could, probably could take a brace right there. Does. Gets a knight or two for his effort, but lots of XP coming in. Joan of Arc is almost to level 4. And once he could get some siege, maybe he could start outmassing and sieging Mokomi back, because those cannons are going to hit like a wrecking ball.
I don't like this fight from Mokomi, though. He doesn't have his whole army right here. He does have poison arrows, but this is not his whole army, and the front line is just lacking. He's still facing a lot of knights, and Danzos would be at least reasonable to provide a front line. GUA is going to mop this whole thing up, and I think this is the momentum switch that GUA has been waiting for.
Well, on top of that, Joan of Arc is now level 4. The markswoman has entered the field of battle. The knights are mopping up everything. Even a couple Donzos aren't enough anymore. Poisoned arrows, enough to make him retreat and sit back for a second. I almost wish he'd just keep up the attack. He's got what he needs. That scary hero unit on the field. However, in the back, Mokomi is trickling some damage. 16 villager kills now for Mokomi. He's done some serious damage. Now, thankfully for GUA, he's got 2 town centers. He can absorb that, but he needs to keep he needs to keep the pedal to the metal right now, because this is his moment. The tempo finally swung back to GUA. Was looking really scary there.
This is huge, though, for GUA. He's got 25 knights. I love the double down. And he's still floating resources, by the way. And we talked about this. When you have the same amount of knights as enemy spearmen, that favors the knights by a massive margin. Look at the army of Mokomi. Archers are way too squishy. Poison arrows are nice against knights, but they just die way too quickly to the heavy cav. And only 20 Donzos against 28 fully upgraded knights out here. The raids are starting to hurt GUA real bad, though.
Yeah, like, he's been sitting on the farm for a while.
He cannot afford this against the Malian economy.
He's got some knights trying to clean it up, but they don't clean up stuff like that like a spear or two would. And so they're chasing him down, but he's losing villager after villager. Again, he's on 2 town centers, but now so is Mokomi. So really, militarily is where his edge is at. He's got the Imperial-aged Joan of Arc, but the walls are coming up for Mokomi. He knows he needs to sit back and hold. GUA, he needs to get the food to go Imperial. He's just kind of been sitting at the same amount right now. Both players sitting around 2k food a minute income.
Now, Imp is a smaller buff for GUA. He has already gotten Royal Bloodlines, so really what he's getting out of this is the elite decks. So I wonder if he's just going to delay this. I think he should just go full pop with the knights and try to take a fight. Military population is the exact same, but the quality of the army is so much better for GUA. Look at that. Especially when you give the army the help of Jean's buffs as well.
Yeah, she's buffing the attack speed and stuff right now. Everything going hard. It's a huge fight. Sofa on Knight battle. Donzo's the heal coming in, giving the premium units extra health. If they can just get onto that back line to the poison arrows, looks like the Donzos are falling. I think this is going to swing into GUA's favor right about now. As the last of the Donzos go down, the archers have nowhere to run. They've got to run back home. GUA sweeping in that cannon, just looming in the background, trying to come in. Archers pushing forward as well. Knights chasing down the archers from Mokomi. Poisoned arrows don't seem so scary anymore. He's got a pretty good mass archers, but there's no front line anymore.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Mokumi with the Malians, they love to spam units. But GUA is also spamming units. Now he has a 4 farm transition, 2,000 food per minute, better than what Mokumi has. And with the consecration, you actually save a lot of resources on the production. I think that is the big difference maker here. GUA himself has 10 knights in queue. He actually has more knights in queue than Mokumi has units in queue, which I think just tells you how much GUA is able to flood units at this point.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about that boost in production that GUA gets, it's basically 1 for 5. Every 5 units, you get a free one. As we see GG called as he finally overruns the army. Really back and forth game, that one. You can really see on the military value lead, where in Castle Age, it was all, up until that point, it was all GUA. And then it swung. That window was wide open and Mokumi pushed in and almost did enough. But then again, that one critical fight, where he was overextended and the Knights got around to him to clean up the victory and to win it for GUA.
Yeah, easily the best game that we've seen so far. Well, at least today. Very competitive, and the two are evenly matched. I'm curious how this is going to go, because this could be a 3-game series. And I want to say this is an unusual amount of patience that we've seen from GUA, and I think that's something that helped evolve his game.
He looks scary when he's a little bit more patient. Yeah, he's scary because he can be aggressive and dial it to 9. But that little bit of patience, we were worried it might cost him, but he knew when to dial it up to a 10 again, right when he needed to.
I think we talked about this in the context of GUA a lot back in the past. He often felt way too locked in on early game aggression, and if it didn't work out, it was all over. It was very much a win in 20 or lose in 20 type of a setup. And I mean, it definitely helped his gameplay that he's a little bit more patient. There were times where he couldn't have taken a fight. And this game was all about him waiting for that proper timing. There were some dicey moments, but at the end of the day, these key fights, once you have level 4 Jean, and once he was really able to set up that Night Flood, that's where it started to swing in his favor. And for Mokumi, he did everything right. It was just the fact that, GUA, as much as Mokomi's eco was untouched back at home for a while, GUA, he lost a couple of villagers, but he was mostly untouched back at home as well, sitting on 4 relics across the game, by the way.
Yeah, and this is definitely we got to remember too, of all the civs, French and Jeanne d'Arc are probably the 2 best in GUA's repertoire. He is so effective with these Night Cav aggressive civs. Mokumi played this really, really well, and there was a window, and I wondered if maybe GUA was going to lose the game there at one point as he was kind of transitioning that farm transition, but the GUA's credit, man, he really plays a dangerous game. And I think going into this, I would have given the edge to GUA just knowing how aggressive and good he is with Joan of Arc. But that said, we've got another game to look forward to now.
Delhi, such a change up from Give You Anxiety. First of all, he's got Mongols and English available as well. I wonder if he's saving English for the last game. He's a big enjoyer of the English. Although, seeing how game number 1 went, I can also see Mongols with Kashik being an interesting choice for him. But Delhi is a fundamentally different civilization from what we've seen. He's going to be up against HRE on Lipany. HRE is definitely the more off-meta pick for Lipany, though. Delhi, with all the berries on Lipany, has been a popular pick for ages. But it's something that you're going to have to play in a totally different manner than you did with Jeanne d'Arc. So I'm curious how this is going to go for GUA. Game number 2, we head into Lipany, as we have GUA facing off against Mokumi. Well, maybe not. Maybe we're not going there.
Magic is working its magic. Don't question it. There we go. Into game number 2. GUA, Delhi can be an aggressive civ as well. Now, whether or not that's the right call against HRE, that's to be seen. We see GUA in the purple and Mokumi down here in the blue. The teal, I should say. The classic 3-3 split from Mokumi. 3 on gold, 3 on food. Very typical build for HRE in the beginning as the scouts take to the field. Now, obviously, EGC Lipany, we got to mention, is not the base game Lipany. There have been some improvements made to the map. Make things a little less wacky and janky in some of the spawns that you can get from Lipany. Pretty nice spawn seed we have here. Forward gold for GUA. I don't think he's too concerned about that. Man, I'm still trying to get over last game and how good that was. I'm excited for this one here. It's kind of hard to reset sometimes, you know, and get back into it after a really exciting back and forth. I guess if you're Makomi, I guess, are you planning for a castle? Are you doing the classic castle for relics play? I feel like GUA could easily deny that with Ghazi Raiders, right? Could play a
I
little
would say
feudal,
so,
go
yeah.
for sacred sites, you know, could play for the Ghazis, take down some of the men-at-arms.
I think if you're GUA, you kind of have to dictate the tempo of the game because your golds are also very exposed. Now, of course, you are Delhi, so you want to get most of your gold from sacred sites, but you either have to get the sacred sites or you have to protect that front gold you have. In, well, whichever way you go, you have to be the one dictating the tempo of the game. And it worked well for GUA in the previous game as well, dictate the tempo of the game, because Makomi was definitely the more like reactive player in the previous game. I feel like GUA wants to carry that recipe over from the previous game.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious what landmark we'll get from GUA. I think it's going to say a lot because, I mean, he's so aggressive. Like, I have to wonder, does he go Tower of Victory? I don't know that I would in this matchup, but with GUA, I have to wonder, like, does he go Tower of Victory? Does he try to full send it? You know, he could. It's the Aachen Chapel for Makomi coming down in a pretty decent spot. I like that, right on the wood. I would have given it a little more berth from the town center, personally, maybe a little closer to those berries, but I won't question the guy who's a way better player than I am. And Dome of the Faith. Okay, so GUA not going crazy here, just going with Dome of the Faith. I think that is the right call in this situation. Gonna be able to produce a lot of scholars very quickly here. And I think it'd be no surprise if he went for a stable in Feudal Age and made some Ghazis.
Yeah,
like that's kind of your go-to. There's like no reason not to.
I'm certain that that's going to be the way to go for GUA. I wonder if he's going to do the same thing that he did in the previous game, which is just like pump out military production, get the sacred sites, harass the enemy base, and then try to sneak a castle edge behind it. Because that was the strategy for him. He never had a window in the game where he wasn't making army.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of his MO, right? Like that's kind of how he does things, is always make stuff as he does that. I mean, it's a smart play, right? I mean, there's often times people will say in this game that if you're not building military, then you're doing it wrong. At least that's not always true, but we do see the spears coming out. So obviously we see Makomi knows that he's going to be going against probably some Ghazi. I don't know if we see the stable just yet from GUA. Not quite, but we could still assume that'll be the choice. Makomi's still on the gold. He's got 2 there. That's not a bunch. He's pulled off a little bit. It was, I believe, 3. Now he's heavy on wood. A lot of wood. Do you think maybe Makomi's not going for a castle play? He might be playing for some feudal here.
I could see him trying to just trade horsemen. Keep in mind, he's got a very efficient economy, and if he just leverages that extra food and the wood buff, he can trade reasonably well with horsemen. It looks like it's going to be a spearman play. Whichever way, it really seems like he's trying to at least contest the sacred sites and make it a little less obvious and easily takeable for GUA, but I think these walls tell you a lot. I think these walls tell you that he is looking for an early castle age here. He's also shifting villagers to gold, so he is going castle, but I do believe that he's a little concerned about GUA punishing him for it.
It's not going to be a naked castle, that's for sure. We see GUA denying the deer pack being super close, trying to scatter them a little bit. It's always annoying when your opponent does that for you. It's good, smart gameplay though. Heads up by GUA to just scatter those. Still no stable out for GUA. He's not going for a fast castle. It's only 5 minutes in, but usually you see some kind of reduction building coming out right about now.
Oh, that's so weird.
He doesn't have the wood just yet. There it is. Okay. It just isn't finished yet. I was gonna say, like, usually by now. Sure enough, got the stable coming up, and we got the first archery range coming up for Makomi, as well as a tower on the gold. Yeah, he's definitely playing for another very similar defensive posture. And again, this is very indicative of both these players. Like Makomi likes to kind of be defensive, eco-focused. GUA always very aggressive on the move. First Ghazi queued up. First 2 Ghazis in the queue. And the first archer as well for Makomi. Looking at the relics right now, they're pretty well scattered across. There's one that's pretty dang close to where Makomi's at, but none of the relics are particularly close to GUA. I definitely think the relic spawn is in favor of Makomi, which he's probably thrilled about. being HRE. He's going to want to get those home as fast as possible. But yeah, looks like they are kind of leaning towards his side of the map overall.
Yeah, it definitely feels like both players are prioritizing mid-late game here because GUA opened with a blacksmith, and that just tells you that he isn't in a rush to get any military units out. He just wants to prioritize the upgrades from the blacksmith. Now he's getting some Ghazi Raiders and archers out. Makomi's actually investing very heavily into feudal defenses. I almost feel like he needs to do something with those because otherwise it's a big investment for an HRA player that really doesn't want to stay in feudal for a long time.
Yeah, it feels like he could have just gone naked castle at this point. I mean, if he'd have gone for a naked past castle, he'd be pretty much aging up right now. But instead, we see he's nowhere near castle age at the moment. Getting wheelbarrow instead, opting to build some more units. This kind of feels like a role reversal. I mean, obviously GUA is building some units as well, but they're definitely playing for a feudal. Horseman goes down. Good pickup from Makomi.
Yeah, I think this is the window for Makomi. The spearmen actually carry good value here for Makomi. If you take out one Ghazi Raider, those are very, very expensive, and all you want to do is poke around and make sure you don't give GUA all sacred sites untouched. I think now is the window. Actually, look at this double range. It looks like we're in for full feudal fight.
Water. I think he can, and that's why he put the Aachen on the wood, right? Originally, you could see he was kind of pivoting. He could go defensive, and if he needed to, he could. But kind of noticing that GUA is not being overly aggressive, realizing maybe my window's now. Instead, just staying invested in the feudal game, building units, and being effective with it. And when you can micro at such a high level like these guys can, you can really hang in feudal and do a lot of damage with even very few units.
Yeah, I still believe that he will eventually click up, but I think he senses, as you said, blood in the water. You could take away the sacred sites, you could take away berry access, and if you can accomplish both, then the Delhi economy is so weak, and this is not a thing that you want to have if you are give you anxiety.
Ooh,
getting caught off guard in the stealth
big
forest.
Stealth forest attack here from the woods. The trees speak German, it turns out, as the archers just surprise GUA's units. Great ambush set up by Makomi right there.
Yeah, having a scout would be very valuable here for GUA. He lost his scout. Makomi still has it. And especially for Makomi, who's got a slow-moving army, being able to just have an ambush is so valuable. Gets a snipe on a monk as well. Remember, GUA doesn't have a lot of sacred sites, doesn't have a lot of gold income. So for GUA, losing all those monks out there is a problem.
Yeah, Makomi clearly with a military advantage at the moment. This is looking really good. Did you see an outpost here for GUA trying to hold on to the deer up front? But that's a very precarious spot. There's only so much room for those villagers, as Makomi is just full aggressive, taking complete map control, killing scholars. He's already gotten at least one scholar I saw go down, attacking another one there with the scout. He is in a really dominant position.
It's worse than that for GUA. He's playing Delhi and he is on the hunt. I think that tells you that he's in trouble. Ideally, he would want to be on berries. That's not going to be the case. And now I think Makomi is being a little bit more aggressive with his army simply because he's now thinking about clicking up. He's floating a lot of food. I think he's shifting villagers to gold. This is where you probably click up if you're Makomi. He is getting a lot of damage done on the tower, though. GUA keeps losing villagers to this.
Yeah, 4 villagers count. A little skirmish here. That's a lot of archers and the Ghazi coming in. This right into the spears, though. They get the brace and take one down. That's a big pickup for Makomi. Spears getting on and now getting wiped here as Makomi's just on top of it right now. He has got the ability to do this. Spears taking out another Ghazi. Archers dwindling the numbers down to 4 left on the field that I can see on the screen. And it's a cleanup by Makomi.
This is ridiculous. He's not just winning this fight. He's doing so while piling up resources for Castle Age.
This is like so ideal if you're Makomi right now, because you want to get to castle. Your power spike is in castle, but denying Delhi the feudal wins, like denying the sacred sites, is usually like paramount. Doing that and denying all the food, which is forward for GUA. I mean, Delhi is a beast that's built on food, and if you can take away the food, it's kind of like Zushi in that matter. Once the food's gone, they're up a creek, and man, Makomi is just putting the pressure on right now with that, just digging that knife in deeper as he just sits on the food right in front of GUA's base.
And Makomi he changed his mind. I think he wanted to go castle. He was piling up the food and gold for it. Now he's doubling down, realizing that he can take away the gold mine. And you don't have any sacred sites for GUA right now, no gold mine. It means that he cannot even get new scholars out. And again, he has to fight for Hunt. That is so bad for the Delhi player, having to fight for Hunt. At least, if it was berries, it would be cool because, well, at least it would be slightly better because you do have the collection buff on berries, but having to fight for deer as the Delhi player is just so sad.
Yeah, at this point, up by 6 villager kills, Makomi just doing everything right. I mean, I think he could have gone castle and been fine. But man, what a bold decision to stay in feudal and say, no, I'm keeping this where I want. He's not even giving GUA a window. And there enough, GUA throws a towel in and says, nope, you got me on this one. We'll go to game 3.
It's very funny because if you just cover the name tags and ask me which of these two players is GUA, I tell you it's the player that just finished the game with a win. Because this was the most GUA-esque build from Makomi that we've ever seen. It is spears and archers. This is how GUA played the game for years. Every single game, spear and archer rush. And this time around, Makomi said, well, let's see if it works against your Delhi, and well, it for sure did.
Yeah. It's like I say, like Makomi, he likes to build the eco. He does. And I remember talking to him back at King of the Rockies, and that's what he told me. But there was that last little but he added to that, and he said he'll do what he needs to do to win. Like, he's willing to be versatile if he needs to be. And I think we saw that on full display. He knew that going defensive, he was ready for it. He could have done it, but he put the Aachen on the wood, which is a smart choice because it lets you be more versatile in that way. Because wood is probably the most versatile material, resource in the game. And he just did that knowing that he could lean into military if he needed to, and pulls out the win with a really excellent feudal push and feudal win. I mean, what great posturing and such a bold decision to stay feudal and, give it to GUA back. Like he kind of had to deal with it last game and now turn the tables, because who would have thought that, HRE with Makomi would be the aggressive one over GUA.
And that takes us to game number 5 here. Remember, this is day 2 of the qualifiers, meaning that if you lose here, you are totally out of the event. We already have, I do believe, 12 players of the main event qualified, and we will qualify 4 more today. So far, very impressive games. The winner of this series will be facing off against Scatterbrain, who took out 194 in a 2-1 fashion. As for in the brackets, we have sort of fighting against CSO, and CSO has the upper hand. So even though we've seen a very clean sort of so far, looks like he's down against CSO. SAS, as we like to call him. He's up against Starflark. Numudan has a 1-up lead against Gallidakal. Cat and Chrysor, Myriad, and Core yet to start elsewhere in the brackets. And then these are still just a round of 16s. We have one more round after these. So, do we have brackets? Yes, we do.
Yeah,
this is the, is it? I don't know if it's fully up to date, though.
Looks like it is. According to the man in the chair, this is updated. We got, let's see.
Lies. It's not updated.
I'm seeing a bunch of zeros on the boards, but this will be our bracket anyways. This will be our eventually filled out bracket.
This will be our bracket. This will be our bracket, and we're looking at GUA versus Makomi. The winner gets to play Scatterbrain. So for either of these players, the road to qualification leads through Scatterbrain and then CSO, or sort of, but we do have game number 3 ready to go. We're heading into the decider game between GUA and Makomi.
And what a classic matchup this is for both players. GUA with Mongols, probably one of the best players with such an aggressive civ. Again, it's just right up GUA's MO. Like, this is what he does. He's aggressive. He loves playing this way. And Makomi with Abbasid, the most eco-booming of eco-booming civs. It's like these are almost caricatures of themselves. Like, they're both playing exactly to what their strengths are here. I am very fascinated to see how Makomi deals with what GUA is going to throw at him on this one, because we're going the distance here at game number 3. Makomi in the teal again, GUA again in the purple. Makomi taking the northeast side of this map, whereas GUA going to be in the southwest.
Mongols. Now, I'm curious how GUA is going to play this, because in the previous game, he wasn't really the one dictating the tempo of the game. It was Makomi who did that. Now, with the Mongols, you have all the tools you need to dictate the tempo of the game, but you also have to be very cautious. If you go early aggression, in Dark Age, for example, if it doesn't work out, you set yourself back so much. So I think GUA has all the options he needs to be the tempo setter, but at the same time, he needs to be ultra cautious in terms of overcommitting to aggression, especially given that this is a decider game. So, one bad move and you are going to be out of the tournament.
Little scout race going on right here as the sheep are getting gathered. So far, Makomi's in the lead. He's gonna get that one too. Oh, nice cutoff there. Got the sheep. You know how I love some extra sheep. Nice pickup there from Makomi early. And he might need the food later on too, especially if GUA starts ramping up the pressure. You know, this is the first time we've seen Sacred Grove today as well.
Yeah, it's been the first time I've seen this map in quite some time, actually. And I'm a big fan of this one because this map reminds me a little to Gorge, if you think about it. Wide open in the middle. Well, except for the 2 tree lines. But in general, you spawn with a forest to your back. And then it's kind of an open-ish style map. When you look at the position of those gold mines, all the food deposits, it's a very, very open map. But there is still a funnel point through the middle, which could make things interesting. And speaking of interesting, GUA is walking across with a villager, dropping a tower. Wolf says no, at least for the time being.
I wonder how much it's going to affect things. That mighty infantry is going to do some damage there. That could make a difference. However, it's just outside the vision of Makomi. He's not going to see this come up on the top of the berries. You know, this map was first featured actually in Killer Pigeon's midweek musters number 17 and 18 was the first time this map kind of entered the tourney scene, which is pretty recent actually. Newer map. Happy to see it in. And now Makomi sees it and sends the villagers with the torches saying, no, thank you. No tower rush today. We are closed. But in behind come the spears. That tower might not survive though. He's going to sacrifice a vill for it. Oh, what micro. What incredible micro from Makomi to send that one back. Man, I don't know about you, but I can never get that to work. I always pick the wrong villager. I can never seem to click the right one, but kudos to Makomi. Excellently done there.
This is looking grim for GUA. I touched on this just a couple of moments ago. If you commit to early aggression and it doesn't work out, you set yourself back so much. It's one thing that this tower is a non-factor anymore. You invest into spearmen, which are currently just torching a mill, not really influencing anything else. And that villager had to walk across the map. Now it's walking back home. That is so much idle time when you only have 16 villagers.
Yeah, I almost would have liked to see him go around the other side and try and, you know, sit on the gold mine, you know, at least sit on the gold and do something with that villager. Put the tower up somewhere else because just giving up and going home feels kind of bad. You can overcome this. This isn't just GG though. Like, I mean, if anyone at home thinking, oh no, it didn't work, game over, Mongols can still find a way back, but I can't lie. That was a bit of an unfortunate, fortunate loss there for Makomi, or sorry, for GUA. Remember when the Khan used to do way more damage to villagers?
I don't remember that, and it was bad times. It was very, very bad times.
Very glad that's fixed. Still annoying as he kind of walks around, just slowly tickling the villagers. I feel like he's using like little Nerf bow and arrow, you know, just a little bonk, bonk, not actually doing any damage, but just you know, little bruise here and there.
All right, so if you're Makomi, I think you now slow things down. He's actually on stone. I think you play 2 DC here.
Yeah, there's no reason not to.
You know that GUA just set himself back so much with this tower rush. You might need to play condensed with the second TC, but actually, if you spot these spearmen being back at home, you just like go super greedy. Maybe even drop that DC on that double pack of deer to the south. That would be an interesting spot.
That would be, dare I say, almost too greedy. I think that might be a bit aggressive in a spot. And you got to keep in mind, this map is interesting in that it has a little bit less stone than most maps do, kind of helping to discourage too much static defenses and stuff. So it's not the most defendable map in the world, and you don't want to lose a TC because you got too aggressive. I don't know if that's what Makomi's going to do. I'd be pretty impressed and surprised if he does go for that double deer pack. I wonder if he'll maybe try and extend out to... Well, then again, there's not a lot of places to go with it, is there?
Yeah, it's... Where else? I wonder, like, I think he could have played this 1 TC and just play super aggro like he did in the previous game, but having collected 300 plus stone, I don't think there is a way to turn back at this point. Just drop the second DC and then slow things down.
That Khan is not long for this world. He is running and going down. Yeah, 2 horsemen all take, and they kill the sheep too. That was just unnecessary, Makomi. Come on. Takes down the sheep and the con that was leading it, and GUA is gonna have to wait for his little unit to come back after some time. Makomi just kind of posturing, killing animals left and right. And that second town center, that's more where I thought it'd be, on the gold and the wood. That's kind of what I expected, actually. It's so aggressive to put it on the deer. He's going to put it next to it. I was kind of wondering, maybe you keep it together, because Abba's okay making a confined, nice, small little base. Because he's gonna, as long as he can access the gold, and putting that is going to secure that gold vein for its entire life, as well as that wood line behind. So that's going to help him hopefully springboard into Castle Age feeling pretty strong. But GUA building some military as well. Not sure what his long-term plan is going to be now. Powering up his gold. Maybe he's expecting some pressure back. Makomi definitely playing for H2.
Yeah, I think if you're Makomi, now you just go for the classic Abbasid route. Boom 2 TC, get into Castle Age. That is how Abbasids have been played for years now. And if you're a GUA, I think really it's up to GUA to make something happen, and he wants a second TC. He is going for a super huge amount of wood in the bank. That screams second TC for me. I think he understands that he just doesn't have the timing to push into the Abbasid defenses at this point. Although he just got rid of a bunch of extra wood, so I mean the jury is still up, but I just have the feeling that he wants to go for a second TC, and his only shot is to drag this game out and try to turn it around late game.
Yeah, he could always try and go into trade late game. He could always, make it a couple. He could always go for 2 or 3, kind of match the TCs, like we said. He also could have maybe gone for a castle play, but he doesn't have the resources for that at all. He's definitely very heavy on the wood, so I do still expect some kind of a TC play. That said, he is kind of moving up on the gold and the food. These ages from castle, because maybe a castle timing can sometimes do it, but the problem is with the Dark Age push that he had, he kind of put himself behind for that.
That's a lot of villagers on gold.
It is.
6 villagers on gold is almost Castle Age equivalent. It's like,
no,
no, that's not going to happen.
It seems odd, though, because he's got 0 food at the moment.
This is such a weird eco balance. Because right now he's very low on food. He's super heavy on gold, which is either we're rushing castle or we need a lot of gold-heavy techs like blacksmith upgrades. But neither of these seem to align well with the fact that he's floating a lot of wood. So I just don't know why we're floating this much wood if the idea is to push the enemy base here. Now, granted, Makomi stopped making an army, and right now GUA has a chance to harass a little. But still, it's so difficult to push into that Abbasid base.
I wonder if he's going to maybe make a play for Rams and try and take the second town center down.
Could be. I don't think he has siege engineering, though.
He doesn't. He's getting his ranged upgrade right now. I wonder if right after that, if he clicks on the upgrade for siege engineering, because then he's got the wood for 2 Rams. Nope, he's going for deer, and there's siege engineering right there. So okay, so I was saying he's got a big enough military. He could. There's a window. I don't know if he's going to be quick enough. He is kind of positioned right now, but by the time he gets the Rams up, it feels like Makomi's going to be already boomed.
Yeah, that's
the window is now.
That is my exact problem. I feel like it would have been better to have siege engineering first, start building the Rams, and then get the defense upgrade. Obviously, he is the high-level player, so we're just guessing here, but I just feel like the problem is that by the time he gets the Rams going, Makomi will have enough archers to just stall this. And as long as Makomi stalls this push, he's going to come out victorious from this engagement.
Makomi did lose a couple horsemen there, and GUA is posturing very aggressively now. Those Rams, that siege engineering came in really quick. So those are coming up. He's actually got there's the window is still there. Those archers are there. He's got 19 archers to 15. He's got 12 spears to 5 horsemen. This is pretty even. The problem is the town center fire could be problematic, and that ranged upgrade is going to matter. However, Makomi also does have the +1 as well. In comes the Ram, taking some villagers down. That's a good little pickup, just 1 extra there. But the Ram is completely exposed. Thankfully, it doesn't take too much damage. We see the Falcon flying around, giving some extra vision for GUA, so he knows where everything's at. Posturing again with the Ram. Archers are.
I think GUA knows he cannot dive this. That's the problem. Like, if you are going for a full feudal push against a fully fortified enemy base, you either win the game there or you lose it. And I think GUA knows he cannot push this. In fact, he might have already overextended here. Yeah, he's getting cleaned up. For a moment, I thought he was going to go castle. He started floating a lot of food and gold. And maybe I thought, okay, he's just going to posture there and go to castle. it doesn't matter now. Mokomi is leveraging the eco lead he has, and he's cleaning this up.
Yeah, the archers are a big problem. If GUA had a horseman of his own, it'd be a much even game. And maybe if he'd gone for like a 1-1-1 split. He had the wood, he could have maybe done that. He only built the one ram too. He actually canceled the second one. I think he realized kind of late that he just didn't have enough for this. The timing was just not quite there. And now he's marching all the way home, and he's not close to castle. Granted, neither's Mokomi. It just feels like they're kind of at a strange stalemate. I mean, because these archers here for Mokomi, they could chase him back to his base, but then what? Like, then they're in the same problem that GUA was just in. We do see some horsemen coming out now for GUA.
I think the big difference is that Mokomi has 2 TCs, so he doesn't need to push. GUA needed to push, and this is always how it works. If you play 1 TC feudal ram push, you either win it with that ram push, or you will lose to the superior economy of your opponent. It's not ideal for Mokomi that he needs to make a farm transition, though, and that could be the saving grace here for GUA, who's definitely looking like he's going for castle now.
Yeah, we gotta remember that Mokomi does not have the advantage of the eco wing for those farms. In fact, we see boot camp just coming in now. But the farm transition nonetheless. There is those 2 deer packs down to the side there for Mokomi, but hasn't gone out for those just yet. There is still a sizable amount of units for GUA. It's enough that he has to be careful. Mokomi can't just be willy-nilly with his units here. See Mangadai go down. Those 2 horsemen are pretty weak, though, from Mokomi. It feels like Mokomi's just got the numerical advantage here. There's a lot of spears, yes, but it feels like they're just going to kite and trade out very well. Kashik on the back line, though. Getting some hits. I don't know if they'll be enough. They're separated from the spears right now, though, so they're kind of on their own. GUA actually could do a pretty good job of chasing this back, but again, he's down a TC. Now it's 45-63. Like, what's his end game here? He can survive, but then what?
I agree with you. I think here, he definitely had a win. He pushed back these archers with the Kashik, but Kashik are expensive, and he's down by 21 eco. So once the spearmen arrive for Mokomi, once the camel archer arrives to debuff the Kashik, it's a different story. And again, Mokomi doesn't need to do anything but sit back and chill, because he's got a substantial eco lead. So in itself, holding your base is not enough for GUA, and pushing into the enemy defenses is a totally different story for GUA. Even 7 Kashik is not going to do much against a base fully fortified with 2 TCs. Really, the best target would be this expansion towards the hunt, which only has a tower.
Which he's heading towards right now. This could be really good for him if he can just get a lot of pickups. Ooh. He needs a lot. The Kashik's getting on the archer, but the spears are right there. I wish he'd gone south instead. He's going to look for the hills. They're running for the hills. The Kashik kind of back off, though. He could have done more damage if he had pushed, but he doesn't know that. He doesn't have the vision. Khan goes down. And I just got to think that as we're watching this play out, this was not the game GUA wanted to have.
No.
He really wanted that tower rush to be kind of the central tone set for the beginning of this game. And instead, Mokomi was able to shrug that off. And now it's Mokomi who's dictating the pace of this game at the moment.
Yeah, I definitely feel like GUA wanted to dictate the tempo of the game in a variety of ways, starting with the tower rush in Dark Age and then posturing in front of the enemy base with rams. But Mokomi was able to repel both of those, and the casualties are just piling up for GUA. That is the big problem. Look at the destroyed value, by the way. It's a substantial deficit for GUA, but even if it was neck and neck, do not forget, GUA is down by 20 eco. That is the biggest problem right now for him. He's going to try to go castle now, but he's lacking the gold. So
he's going to get the castle down by 30 vils because Mokomi's about to click up as well. And if what wing do you go for? Do you go eco wing with Mokomi? You've already got your farm transition started. You've already got eco. He's going to go eco wing. I was almost wondering if maybe you play for like what's the other one? I can't even think of it. Not the trade wing, but the
culture?
Culture wing, thank you.
Yeah, he opened military, so he could go culture.
Yeah. But he goes eco instead, so.
Yeah, with the Abbasids, you cannot rush your age up, so on paper, this would be a nice window for GUA to undercut that timing and just rush up his landmark. But he's lacking the gold right now. This is a nice pincer from the south, though. He's trying to push this position. Was recognized by Mokomi, and he's going to pull the villagers away. This is still the prime target for GUA, though. It's very clear that this expansion is what he's willing to push.
Yeah, the food eco for Makomi is just through the roof right now at 2K a minute. Look at like GUA's at barely 900. Gosh, it just feels like this is Makomi's to lose. Big mass just kind of posturing on the deer, just eating them all up. I imagine he's gonna finish that farm transition as soon as he gets eco wing done. He is kind of exposed. It is kind of hard to keep your base safe because it's just very out in the open. But with as many vills as Makomi has, I just don't know if GUA is going to get a window to do anything with this here.
Yeah, that's the problem. And a trade is not good enough for GUA. He's not even going to have a trade. He's got 29 archers against 44. And remember, these archers also have boot camp for Makomi. So it's like almost a 2-to-1 advantage at this point in terms of the overall army power. And Makomi is now up to Castle Age. GUA has yet to click up. If GUA doesn't push now, he's going to fall behind in technology, and I think that might be done.
Yeah, I'm starting to see that road to victory disappear before GUA's eyes. It feels like this whole game just started on the wrong foot for him, and now he's been struggling to find that road back. And it just seems like Makomi's been turning him away left and right. Big army. Man, Makomi, I like Makomi's choice to not put the town center on those deer, but to then move his army out and posture on that and take the fights there. It's been a really good spot. That could have been really risky, but because he kind of did a half farm transition back at home, he's been able to really hold this position very well. There's the Kurtultai dropping down right now. I don't know that it's going to be enough. It's 57 to 61 military, but he's going to need some mangonel shots or something to give himself any kind of an opening. He's only down 30 vills or so. Maybe he can get something. I mean, Makomi's spread out. That's the good thing, is Makomi is spread very thin, very outwards. If he can get a big enough mass of units and charge around and start raiding like crazy, there's maybe a road for GUA to get back in this. But he probably needs another town center of his own, and he needs to get some raids.
That's the thing. I think that has been the issue for GUA for a long time. Anytime you're 2 TC versus 1, you are on a timer, and that timer keeps ticking. Now, Kurultai is going to help offset the quantity difference in the armies, but at the same time, now he's down by 30 eco. I think if GUA gets a second TC rolling, and if he gets a couple of relics, he could still drag this game out. Oftentimes, in scenarios like this, what you can do is try to drag the game out and do what he's doing right now. Get some raids going, get some villager kills, and really just aim for, you know, dragging out the game by 5-10 minutes and try to even out the villager count that way.
Now, these Keshiks are a concern for Makomi, right? Because they just outspeed stuff. We do see the Gulam coming out. Gulam don't trade particularly well into Keshiks. They do get that double hit to start, but the spears behind it's really what's going to matter in the crossbows. Keshik's moving away. GUA just looking for a way to get back into this. He's Castle Age, and he's got quite a bit of a bank now. So economically, he's starting to feel pretty good. And right now, food, Makomi has like no food to his name. He's only got 300 a minute. There is a window for GUA to do some serious damage. If he can kill a bunch of vills, get some damage done. That farm transition does not exist yet. We see Makomi moving very far out on the map, very exposed. There's a window, but GUA just has to find it. Makomi just kind of spreading out. He's got a big blob in the middle. Kind of using the stealth forest around the sacred site to kind of conceal a little bit. Pretty good sized mass from GUA, but 97 to 64 units. I don't know that GUA wants to take a head-to-head right now. But if he does and he can win, Makomi is going to have a hard time replenishing this mass.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think GUA needs a fight like this. Help with the Kurultai, far away from Makomi's base where it's difficult for him to reinforce. Veterancy for the archers just now came in for GUA, though he needed to wait for that. Problem is the quality differential. Remember, composite bows will be a thing for Makomi. He has boot camp as well, so sure enough, nice little raid in the meantime. Sure enough, you have the Kurultai buff, but you're also facing against off against superior archers on the other side anyways.
Yeah, we see that composite bow ticking up in the right-hand corner there of our screens. Halfway done, probably about 40 seconds or so from being complete. And Makomi's posturing like he knows it. He knows he's going to have a big tick in power here with that. He's just outside the base. The Keshik running down the middle, looking for some kills. Again, if GUA can get like 30, 40 Vil kills, that sounds like a lot. But if he can find like a good spot and get 20 kills, he's going to be in a good spot. Instead, the Keshiks are going to just pick off the lonely spears Interesting choice. He's going to do a wraparound and get quite a couple. And Akeshik is getting some damage on the back line. 7 Bill kills now. Not enough. That's number 9 now.
Push into the enemy base, though. There's a second DC for GUA. This is what he needs to at least catch up. Well, he's not going to catch up, but just to keep that villager differential. But Makomi is really thinking about trying to torch this down. He's thinking twice about it. He's just going to disengage, but GUA needs to keep this alive.
Kurlatai right behind to defend. This is not a fight I'd feel comfortable with Makomi because you don't have the defender's advantage. Kurlatai helping out. Kashik are not great into some of the crossbows that are in there, but there's quite a bit of spears and gulams. Archers trying to do their work. Kurlatai landing down, getting that buff. That's so crucial for this fight. I feel like it took a long time for it to get back there. Gulams are just too much. The Gulams are just tanking so much damage. The Kashik just got wiped off the floor. Somehow.
That Kurlatai being backed up and then moved took away a lot of DPS that GUA had in that fight. He survives, but at the same time, remember, Makomi is still in such a good position. He's up by 30 eco. He's collecting all the relics, so the eco difference is still growing. Really, for GUA, the best... really, the only scenario I can see him turning this around is where he... where he just stalls this game out until you get to like 130 villagers. Because that is where you can catch up in terms of villager count when you are down in villagers and you're down in TCs.
That feels tough to do, especially when you don't have any gold right now. He's got 8 gold pieces in a little baggie back at home, hoping that the interest will pay off eventually. That he's got no access to gold, and if you look at the food income and the gold income from Makomi, there's like no way. If GUA loses what's left of his military, it's never coming back. Here comes a big fight now. Knights now, Lancers, excuse me, coming in for Makomi, getting a good charge off. The Gulams just frontlining this, though. I mean, you can't underestimate Gulams. They're slow, but they're tanky. And if you can't get rid of them with no crossbows to speak of for GUA, he's got nothing happening. He's got nothing going. And that scout, well, there's one win for GUA right there. The scout goes down. Villagers say, you're not leaving here. Oof, Makomi is ready for the long haul here. He's at 200 pop. 100. He's got like a perfect split of military and eco. He is ready to go for it.
And now that he's 200 pop, he's going to start thinking about Imperial, because that is what you do. You start thinking about Imperial.
In like a minute, he's going to be there because he's getting 1900 food a minute. So it's only going to take him like just a couple seconds here and we'll be clicking up.
I don't know. I feel like this has been tough for GUA from the very beginning. And this is one of those games where I just feel like it is not for GUA to win, but for Makomi to lose. He has been in the driver's seat for quite some time, and it would require a major mistake from him to throw this game away. Now, granted, if he loses this entire army in a bad fight, that could be one of those mistakes. So he needs to be cautious still.
Especially if he clicks up while doing this, which he's not. He's waiting. Big fight here. Kurlatai behind this. 63 to 89, and they're both castle age. It just feels like this is the last breath from GUA, though. He's backing up even a little farther. If Makomi had some rams behind this, it'd be GG's. With no crossbows
he's going to click
the Gulams.
Imperial, though.
Yeah, well, and the Gulams, there's just enough of them that you just can't take. You can't deal with them. It feels like nothing kills them when you just deal paper cuts to them all day.
And here's the problem now for GUA. The best case scenario right now is that he survives for 5 more minutes and he's still in the game, which, I mean, that in itself is a grim outlook. But the walls are complete on all the flanks. Makomi is setting up trade to the neutral trade post. There's just no opportunity out there for GUA to do any eco damage, to quickly retaliate for any slip up that Makomi would have. And Makomi is now clicking up.
I was really confused when I saw Culture Wing because I was like, he's doing all the trade. That should be Trade Wing. And sure enough, he misclicked and re-clicked onto the Trade Wing instead. I imagine once that clicks up, GUA probably will throw the towel in at that point and call it. Which is, it'll be unfortunate for GUA because I think he's played really well today. I mean, that first game especially with the Joan of Arc, he played exceptionally well. It just feels like he got kind of caught flat-footed last game with the pressure from Makomi. as HRE, and now it just feels like his tower rush failed, and it's just the follow-up has been. Makomi's one of those players. He's good enough that if you make a mistake like that, he's never going to let you live it down and make up for it. And it feels like GUA's been trying to make up for that initial mistake from the beginning of this game, and he's done about as admirably as anyone could expect. But you just that was the difference, you know, just enough to put him behind, and Makomi never looked back.
Imperial Age on the way here. GUA is trying to make a pivot, but he's down by 40 population. He's still being raided, by the way. Like, Makomi is still active on the map, but he's just waiting for that Imperial to hit. He's fully walled.
I'm impressed that GUA has even close to the same number of vills as Makomi at this point. The eco doesn't feel it at all, though, because he's just missing. He's not on the gold very much. He's been kicked off a lot, but it just feels like with the age up,
this is more about the fact Makomi wasn't interested in adding more.
Yeah. I mean, just sitting at home waiting to get all these upgraded. Once he upgrades these into veterans, it's like getting a bunch of free units, essentially. More raids, man. It's so frustrating. You know you're behind and you're still losing more, and you just can't seem to stabilize. You're reaching out everywhere for more units and more stuff and more resources. But at this point, there's the age up, and I wonder how much GUA is going to hold. He's got 77 military, so maybe he thinks there's a world he can do enough damage. Because, you know, when you got that many units, you still feel like you could do something. Maybe he thinks he's got a window here, but Makomi's been sitting patiently with his 94 units back at home.
And because he's not trading units, he isn't forced to make new ones. He's actually gathering a lot of resources. He's building up a huge resource bank. Look at all the text he's grabbing, and behind that he's still floating resources. So there's another problem here for GUA. Say you catch up in Imperial, which is something that he's trying to do right now. Say you balance out the population, you will still be behind in just a large amount of resources that's not in your bank.
Yeah, and the walls coming up from Makomi makes it even more difficult for GUA. He can't just get in there. All the units are just going to be... I mean, right when GUA can even be ready to click up, Makomi's going to have all the upgrades already and then be ready to trade. And he's also built... We saw all those production buildings. So he's ready just to, you know, trade out an army and build a new one. And I don't know that GUA is going to have that capability here in about 5-10 seconds. Yeah, he's already maxed out 12 archery ranges, 10 barracks. He's got everything he needs for the long haul.
Yeah, and the thing is, when GUA ages, that's the perfect timing for Makomi. He's got all the upgrades. This is as good as it gets for Makomi. He is going to dive in. GUA does not have the upgrades just yet. His opponent does. And Makomi knows fully well that his opponent is going to try and age. I'm going to toss 33 villagers on it. Just tells you everything you need to know.
Pretty soon we're going to see some fire arrows coming up. There comes the age up now. It just feels like, what do you have behind that, though? You know, Makomi did what most players don't do, and that is he didn't throw away his army as he was going up into Imperial. I mean, so often when you age up, right, you throw away your military and you age up and you've got nothing. He held on to it, and now he just has his whole bank, got all the upgrades. And now, even though there's a Kurultai here, we see a big fight coming in. All the archers, all the crossbows, and the Ghulams just shredding, just running through the archers, trying to find their kills, trying to get into the thick of it. Pretty tough fight under the Kurultai, but we see the incendiary arrows now coming out behind this Tithe Barns, elite army tactics, more upgrades coming in from Makomi. He's happy to make this trade.
Yeah, he's more than happy to do it. Remember, these archers have composite bows and boot camp as well, so even with the Kurultai buff, GUA's army is just not sufficient to fight this off. And even if it was, Makomi is happy to trade. He's got the resource bank and GUA does not. And in this showdown of NA players, it looks like Makomi is going to prevail. This is also a reverse sweep, by the way. GUA opened with a win in game number 1. Makomi looks like he's going to win 2, and he's going to move on to the next round.
Incredibly good job by Makomi. And again, you got to wonder if that tower had gotten up in the beginning, how different would this game be? Because this was not the game plan that GUA had coming in. He expected that tower to be up and going, was not planning on having that be refuted by Makomi. And you can see the graph there. It looks like it was pretty close for a while, but in reality, you can see the eco count just surging forward. And really, the pace was dictated by Makomi almost from the moment that tower was torched down. 42 eco kills to 9. You can always tell like who had the dominant position by looking at the eco kills.
Yeah, I think it's a little deceiving though, because at the end of the day, this really came down to the fact that Mokomi was 2TC booming, and it wasn't something that GUA could punish.
Yeah. Yep. Well, now he just put his timing back too far, right? Because he knew what he needed to do. He wanted to get the ram rush and get the, he had a bit of that military ready to go. But then just the one ram, as he realized that the window was already closed. Like there was a window there, but because of the Dark Age rush that he tried and failed to do, it just put him back behind enough that by the time he got to that point, the time for it had already passed. The ship had sailed.
Well. We are not stopping, however. We're heading into the next series of the day. Corvinus versus Lash here. And I do see a Lancaster pick for Corvinus. Looks like Templars have been banned on both sides. No Lancaster pick for Lash. And we're kicking this off with Dry Arabia, also a familiar map, Sacred Grove. But we have Holy Island, which would be the first time we see Holy Island today. I'm curious if that's going to be the plan. I don't know how the Lancaster would look like on Holy Island. I can see why Templars are banned when Holy Island is in the map pool, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Interesting choices here. Starting with Ottomans and Delhi on Dry Arabia. Boy, Ottomans is a civ you don't see too terribly often nowadays. I'm always excited when they pop up, though. And then Delhi, of course, always a classic pick for Dry Arabia. This should be a good one. Also
well,
Chinese,
Ottomans, Delhi.
Byzantines, and Abba.
Here we go. Game number 1, Corvinus versus Lash. This is definitely a huge one here.
Oh, yeah.
Just looking at the rest of the bracket, Kiljardi, Avali, and Scarlet Devil are still the players that are still alive here. So if you win here, you will be playing a decider against Kiljardi, Avali, or Scarlet Devil. But first, in order to get to the deciders, you have to take out your opponent in this series, Corvinus, with the purple Ottomans facing off against Lash with the yellow Delhi.
I'm really excited to see. I wonder if we'll get like a feudal push in from Corvinus with the Ottomans. I wonder how he'll do that. I'd be kind of surprised to see a Dark Age barracks. I'm not sure if that's really the meta anymore. Ottomans has been an interesting spot where it feels like for a while, about a year ago, they were just so powerful. And the last couple seasons, they've been kind of thrown to the wayside a little bit. So I'm always excited to see them played again. Obviously, their late game with the Imperial Bombards, the Great Bombards are very, very scary. But we do see the first buildings being popped up for both Lash and Corvinus. We see the monastery right there. Or sorry, not monastery, the House of Learning? No. Yeah, it'd be like a monastery. The mosque. That's the word. There's so many different names for that building in different civs, Or
yeah, that's a cool little
inside.
detail,
It is, yeah. It makes it hard to cast, though, because you all know what I'm talking about. It's like a religious building, but it's goes by so many names. I mean, when you got prelates, monks, scholars...
Imams.
There's a lot of them. Imams, yeah. Our cow was telling us in our headsets that all the civs that have a mosque cannot eat boar, which is true. Usually those are more of the berry civs as well. Although Ottomans, I believe, is in a kind of, it's not really a berry civ, but they do get the bonus landmark with the berries. Anyways, looking at Lash walking around the map now, gathering some sheep. With Delhi, I feel like the game plan's pretty simple, right? Win it in feudal, which I think they could do. I mean, they could play for like a castle play, but you gotta not let Ottomans overrun you in feudal at any rate.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I think the same way that when you face Malians, there's a timing effect. You don't want their eco to really kick in. Same goes against Ottomans. Once Ottomans get to that comfortable tempo of just like automatically spamming units out of the military schools, which essentially happens by mid-Castle Age, that is where it becomes very uncomfortable to fight them, because suddenly they just have a lot more units than you do. But at the same time, Ottomans start very slow in this game in many cases, and until you start getting those free units, you do not have a lot of things going for you. So early mid-feudal should be something that favors the Delhi here, and if you dictate the tempo of the game, it could be difficult for the Ottomans to really establish that mass production of troops with the military schools.
Yeah, definitely. We do see the two landmarks. It's going to be Dome of the Faith for Lash. I was wondering if we'd get like Tower of Victory, maybe like an archer push really early on into Ottomans. That can be pretty good. I know English in particular used to always really hard counter Ottomans with their English longbow rush. But it's going to be the Dome of the Faith, and more of the standard pick nowadays, I believe. And then Twin Minaret Madrasa for Corvinus, which has kind of gained in popularity in recent months. Everyone used to always go for the berry landmark, but no military school to speak of just yet. No, he's gotten some stone. He's got 80 stone already in for Corvinus. So I imagine he will be, as soon as we get into feudal age, be dropping that down. Kind of all just waiting now for the next age to tick up. This is that slow part of the day where it just takes a minute for everyone to get going. No Dark Age shenanigans here. Sometimes with Ottomans you get that, but Corvinus deciding to give it a moment and get to age up first. And there we go, twin minaret. Now sometimes I've seen players with the trade landmark, sometimes they'll go for like a cheeky little grab from one of the markets, but not a good map for that here. Instead, opting to go for the berries with the berry landmark. Little safe food always goes a long way in this game. 3 on gold still for Lash. I think the typical number is 2. I wonder if he's saving up for something else. Normally, I think most builds have 2 on gold perpetually for Delhi to continue to pop out scholars. It looks like the first production building being dropped down, and will be a stable. Ghazis, I think, no surprise to anybody. Sipahi are pretty dang good too, though. I think between the two, Sipahi would beat out Ghazis, would they not?
I think they do. Yeah, the trick with the Ghazi, it's not just what happens on one-on-one. It's also a cost efficiency thing, and the Ghazi raiders are very expensive.
Now we do have the meta queued up from military school as well. And Corvinus got quite a number of sheep there on his haul, dropping off a bunch right there. That is something to consider because, again, Delhi is a berry civ and does get the berries, but after that, food gets pretty scarce. And, you know, when Delhi runs out of food is usually when the hard times come. They don't have an easy avenue into farm transitioning. First Ghazi Raider heading across the map, looking for maybe to poke on the gold a little bit. We see Corvinus still has 2 right there. As the Ghazi's closing in the distance now. Another Ghazi's going to take care of a wolf. You know, keeping the villas safe one day. Instead, chases after the scout. 6 minutes in, and that's, I think, the first attack we've seen from either player against the other player, as the 2 Ghazis now finally decide, hey, we're going to mess this guy up right here. Ghazi's getting the charge. The scout's going to just kind of run back home. Not much is going to happen here. We do see a lot of the upgrades coming in for Lash. Many of the crucial ones popping in just now. Not veteran, but the Age 2 Spearman upgrade kicking in for Corvinus. As the meta almost ready to pop out. I'm curious, he's almost got his Vizier point, and I'm curious what he goes for.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same. There could be a lot of options over here, but I guess we're just going to have to wait it out. Just popped it.
Yep, I'm curious what he picked. We do see the first engagement, Sipahi on Ghazi action. There are some spears coming up in the meta right behind. I don't know, there's enough here for Lash to want to hold. That Spearman's kind of dangerous. It's the wrong one, but it's away with his 4 Ghazi in one piece, or mostly in one piece.
Now, if you are Lash, one cool thing that you can do, and one thing that you should do, especially with 6 scholars on the field, or soon to be 6, is heal these Ghazi raiders. That is something that you can help yourself a lot with. When you have scholars out there, being able to get yourself some healing is immensely valuable, especially because, again, Ghazi raiders are very expensive.
Yeah, in fact, Corvinus is doing kind of the same thing. He went for the 2 imams as the Vizier point and healed up his units before sending them out. I love this call. It's actually a really good choice. The 2 imams, it reminds me kind of like the Ayyubids going for their wing where they get the 2 dervishes. Like, if you can use them, the sky's kind of the limit in the value you can get from that. The more you can heal, the more units you get back out of it. And so it's kind of infinite as long as you keep them alive. And in fact, as I say that, the Imam's in danger now. Ghazi's trying to get on them. Scholar's now in danger from Sapahi as they run. It's a cat and mouse back and forth. Finally, the horses decide to fight it out and duke it out like men in the middle. Right on top of the sacred site, Scholars and Imams healing their units as they go. I can't even tell who's winning. Looks like this round comes in from Lash. And this could be dangerous for Corvinus. The Ghazi are right on top of him.
It's the Spearmen that really decide this fight, frankly. The Spearman is the highest DPS unit here when it comes to dishing out damage against the enemy cav, and Spearman count is still looking healthier for Corvinus. Lash is going to have to pull back.
Yeah, that was a really dicey fight for both sides. I think the meta really came in clutch there for Corvinus. You can't, undersell how important those buffs are. I think the melee armor probably carried it right there. What an early fight. It took 8 minutes to get there, but what a fun small skirmish that turned out to be as Corvinus managed to deny the sacred site from Lash. Scholars healing themselves before healing others. They listen very intently on the airplane when it says put your own mask on before assisting children in the event of a depressurization event in your cabin. Getting those Ghazi back up to fighting shape. Unlike normal horses, when they break a leg, you don't have to, end it. You can heal the horses in this game. Very pro horse in AoE4. Corvinus now marching out on the map, heading back to that same sacred site, man. They're ready for round 2. Everyone go back home, bandage up, halftime's over. It's time to go back onto the field. And here they come. Sapahi, man, the range they have on their attack is really good. Scholars right in the middle of that, just protected. Spear on spear action going on in the middle. Spears, not as many for Lash. I'm a little worried for him. Corvinus obviously getting that armor as well with the Metter.
And initially, the Spearmen beat up each other, and then once that was done, Corvinus still has a bunch of Spearmen left. Remember, the Metter buff helps here a lot. And now, he's pushing Lash back. Lash is forced to make a lot more spears, but there is already a pivot from Corvinus into archers. I just feel like, again, some of these fights are being decided by who has more spearmen, because once you have the spearman dominance, the horsemen simply cannot fight into you.
Yeah, well, there's no way that Lash can even touch that Metter if he wanted to. Corvinus can just keep it in the back. There's just nothing they can get there. And so that buff stays active. And the Sapahi with the good range, there's not much that Lash can do here. I think Corvinus just has the better unit comp and the better kind of Civ synergy. Another visitor point comes in. I wonder what he's picking. I don't know if we can take a look at that and see.
Oh, this is bad for Lash. Looks like it's going to be military
increased military schools. That's good. You were saying too, and that's his eco bonus, right? That's the eco Ottomans get, is the free units from those. And so getting more of those scales
in short, that is his bonus. The Ottomans really don't have very many bonuses besides the military schools and the Metter. And you need both of those if you want to succeed mid-game. Spearmen are lacking over here for Corvinus. He does have a lot of archers, though, so if he gets rid of these Ghazi Raiders, he can easily clean up all the Spearmen, but it's a nice surround by Lash.
Yeah, this is a good fight. Lash needed a good win here, and he's getting a pretty decent engagement on this one. Still hasn't gotten that sacred site. He's got the other two, but this one's been really hot contested from both players. But Corvinus finally loses a fight here, and Lash secures the last site. Oh, but he's got some more units. He's coming right back. Corvinus units, Sapahi saying they didn't hear no bell, and they're coming right back to it. Spearman decapping a site on the north side, or very good choice from Corvinus to split a couple off there. And archers on the south as well. Corvinus doing a good job of not losing, the forest for the trees.
The big problem I feel for Lash is the fact that he doesn't have any sacred sites. He's playing Delhi no sacred sites right now.
See him click up on castle as well. He's got some gold coming in. He doesn't have a ton of gold, and when you get to castle, that's kind of the resource you got to make sure you have access to. Those scouts came in for Lash. He's trying to secure some more food. I think that one kind of trickled in. I don't know how many deer he's got in total, but he's trying to secure some food, which is kind of smart given that he doesn't have great map control at the moment. House of Learning coming in. I mean, what do you go for in Castle Age if you're Lash? Like, what's your unit comp looking like? Are you thinking like Honed Blades? Going for like a Men-at-Arm push into the Sipahi and the Archers? It's like it'll take too long. By the time that happens, you might get like crossbows or something on you. But Corvinus is a long way from Castle Age. Entering the base now, Corvinus showing no fear as he dives in. Big clash right here. Lash is Castle Age, but again, he's Delhi, so getting some of these upgrades is going to take some time. Archers just happy to pick off the spears in the base. Sipahi getting picked off one by one. I think the Metter finally got taken down as well from the TC fire. Scholars healing the front line, but there's not much left. Archers are on borrowed time under this. The Scholars are really keeping things going. No, this feels like it was too aggressive.
I think he's trying to age up here. And he's just willing to throw away his army for this, but he's definitely not going to do an awful lot of damage. He did kill 5 villagers, though, make it 6, and maybe it's going to be worthwhile at the end of the day. He's forcing a lot of idle time, killing a lot of villagers.
Feels like he's trickling units in, but they're kind of all along for this world. He's trying to do some damage he can. He is going to have the resources to go castle behind this. And, you know, he does have the military schools. We can't forget, he's getting some of these units for free. But that really is his whole bonus, like we've said a couple times. He's got 3 now. Love to see that 4th pop up eventually. He also does have the luxury of moving out on stuff, and here's the MIA coming in. Honed Blades is in the queue for Lash, so I wonder if he will make a Men-at-Arms transition. In fact, yes, he's got 9 on the field, so I was spot on the call. Gonna pat myself on the back a little bit for that one. As Men-at-Arms will flood the earth now for Lash. Gulams. Sorry, not Gulams. Men-at-Arms. A great choice here. Of course, once the MIA comes up, Corvinus has the option of adding crossbows, but there's a window again where if he can get on the production early, he can do a lot of damage. In fact, some spears on the stone right now, trying to scout out what's here. Their backdoor raid from Corvinus, trying to get some more damage done. Men-at-Arms are going to clean that up, though, pretty quickly. And oh my, gold. Corvinus is really heavy on the gold. Another visitor point comes in. I'm curious what that one will be as well.
Free decks halfway done here for Lash. And, you know, that's going to be one of the key things here. Corvinus does get a lot of freebies from the military schools, but same goes for Lash. He's going to get a lot of freebie decks.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what happened with Pro Scouts, right? He didn't, like, play a Pro Scouts game, but he ended up getting it anyways and could get some of that deer home. He's going to go for the Janissary. I call this the oh no button. When usually people... Feels like more often than not when I'm pressing this, I'm screaming oh no at my computer desk as I'm getting raided, and I pop that out just to defend. Janissaries do pretty well into Men-at-Arms too, though. You can't discount them. They're a pretty good overall unit. They've been reworked slightly. This is a good raid, though, by Corvinus. Right on the berries. In fact, I mentioned, too, food is so crucial for Delhi, and picking off this many vills, 15 villager kills for Corvinus. So he's thrown away a lot of military, but he's got a kind of a sizable lead now in eco.
Yeah, that's the big problem here for Lash. If it wasn't for those villager losses, this would be an okay-ish game. But down 15 villagers, that's going to be a big challenge to overcome. He needs relics. He does have 3 relics, so that's going to help quite a bit. But still, you feel like you're still at the very best eco with Corvinus, which is, I think, not a good setup going forward.
If even, too. I mean, you got more military. You've got 10 men-at-arms, but they've been kind of just sitting in your base. Like, the castle timing. Men-at-Arms are an interesting unit in that they don't feel like they should be your main comp all the time. They feel like once crossbows start getting on the field, they become kind of useless. In fact, we see 4 right now in the queue for Corvinus, or 4 on the field and another on the queue. That with the Janissaries, which do okay damage into Men-at-Arms. I feel like pushing in now would have been the time. But now it feels like Corvinus is with the villager lead and plus the military free units coming in. I definitely feel like Lash is on borrowed time. Things are going to get really dicey if he doesn't do something here soon.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he's got 16 scholars, though. Do not underestimate that. That is a lot of healing power. And he actually has the military lead right now. So that is something that needs to be considered. Corvinus doesn't have a lot of, like, heavily armored units. Really, it's mostly just the Janissaries. if Lash had some more archers, he could actually take a decent fight here. Nice little
Some
interception.
mangonels. I mean, it's kind of a different choice, but he's got wood, and maybe some mangonels would be a good choice right here.
This is huge. This is an alternative way for Lash to get back into this game. Couple of villager kills, and in a blink of an eye, you could have those villager counts equal out.
He's gonna get a couple. Looks like maybe 3, 4. You get decent trade here. Claws back a little bit of that eco, and yeah, I think maybe like mangonels against janissaries and against crossbows and stuff. A couple mangonels could go a long way. Ottomans can be kind of tough when they get a big mass ball going because you want to go cav, but then they just start popping out janissaries, and it feels like, well, what do I do? He does have all the sacred sites now. Lash securing those. Well, loses 1. Has 2 still. And I almost want to suggest, you know, playing for elephants eventually, but the janissaries remain a problem. Although maybe tower elephants could be pretty good. Feels like the game has been kind of slowed down a little bit. Tension brewing in the middle. That same sacred site. Both civs claiming this as their spot. Corvinus now exercising that control with his military mass. Another raid. The Lancers on the back. Just clawing back that Vil deficit even deeper. Spears make a martyr out of that poor Imam. The Lancers back on the stone, taking out a crossbow to boot. Lots of kills from Corvinus here.
Yeah, looking at this one right now, Lash, he's still behind by 16 villagers. That's the biggest problem right now. He has 4 relics on the sacred site, so some of that is being offset, but... Well, I guess he does have some of the free technologies, but Corvinus is getting free units as well. If you're Lash, you would love to have some mobility and some kind of an ability to hit the enemy eco. That is not something that you currently have, and I just want to say this. As much as 19 Scholars is going to help you heal your troops, at the end of the day, let's not forget, those guys get counted towards military, and they are not going to deal damage for you. So, if the front line gets killed, then, well, yeah, you have 19 Scholars. It will help a little, but once most of your damage-dealing units are done, your army is virtually useless. This could be nice timing by Corvinus. If they can hit this keep just before it goes up, that would be huge.
That keep is so critical. Lash does have a slight military advantage in E numbers, but here they come now. Lots of range units. That's all. Lash pulling all the villages he can on that keep. It will go up. Big fight up front as the men-at-arms try to tank the shots from the, I almost said Musabati, from the Janissaries. Keep in a good spot. This is a good fight for Lash. That keep rushing it up was so essential. And he does have the military advantage with a Mango coming up behind. That's exactly what he needed. Archers chasing behind as well. This is a great moment for Lash to swing the tempo back to his side. Backing up to remass a little bit, setting up the Mango up front. Gotta be careful of Sapahi though. It gets on there. I'd put those spears back on there if I were Lash. Taking way more damage than he needs to on that Mango, but gets some more kills for it. And 2 mangonels. And this is something that's great because one of the things I love about the siege changes is that there's no more siege on siege sniping anymore. So you gotta do it the honest way and get on top of it.
When it's all said and done, Lash does have the castle. And remember, village fortresses is a big thing. That is one way that Delhi can recover. Now, I do believe that we went with House of Learning, so it's a village fortress upgrade that took quite some time to get up. But Lash can slowly start crawling back in terms of economy. There is a great bombard on the other side, however, so I don't know how long that keep is going to last.
I mean, the Great Bombard's not an Imperial one. It is from the Vizier Point, but yeah, that could be dangerous. But maybe he should invest in some more cavalry of some sort, something to deal with that. Because the Great Bombard, that's a good way of swinging things back in Corvinus' favor. Military numbers pretty close, up by 20. Lash has more of the cheap units, more premium units from Corvinus. Again, that Great Bombard, that's a scary thing to get. That's a fun Vizier Point. I really enjoyed watching the rework for that because it's kind of fun having that option. Well, you know, Lash has majority of the relics. He's got 2 sacred sites. So all things being equal, really, I mean, Corvinus is getting free units, but I feel like outside of that, Eco feels pretty even, and with the keeps getting that ability soon, he's going to be getting more villagers, so he should even that out despite, you know, being down some 15 plus vills and villager kills.
Now Corvinus is pivoting into Sipahi though, and Lash has his right flank open. So if you're Corvinus, you're looking for one run by, see if you can get 10 more villager kills, and that should give you a definitive eco lead for a long, long time. I think that is the biggest concern for Lash right now. He doesn't have a great food economy in particular. He's now going to have to
Big
push
shot from
against
the
this
mangoes.
castle.
That bombard took a lot of damage for one shot against the mango. The castle getting trebbed down. Feels like we're kind of at a Mexican standoff here. It's high noon.
Yeah, Lash does have the sacred site. He actually has 2 out of the 3 sacred sites, which is a nice little boost to his resource income. And I think he wants a keep by this one. Corvinus wanted to drop a keep here, but he was denied, so he had to put it all the way back. Lash is trying to siege that down and secure some ground for his own keep in the middle.
I'd like to see some more men-at-arms out from Lash. I know there's a lot of crossbows. But you got the mangoes. If you can get a good shot on that and then flood the earth with men-at-arms behind it, I feel like Lash has ways to win this still. This feels like a very close game. Mango is taking a shot at the Treb. It's about half down. Great bombard. I believe he healed it up. Mango on mango action. And one mango gets sniped by the Great Bombard. Here comes a big shot from the mangoes. From the top shelf, doing some damage. And the big bombard has to pack up and roll back home.
Sacred site's all capped by Lash. I mean,
Now the timer's ticking.
I mean, I don't see him having this as a legitimate win condition right now. Nice little run by with the Sipahi. They're looking to flank. Nice maneuvering by Lash with the Spearmen to shield the Mangonels from the cavalry.
Looks like Corvinus has got the edge now. The numerical advantage back in his side. Those military schools doing the thing. The Sipahi surrounding the Mangonels. Pop, pop, pop. 1, 2, 3. Here comes number 4. And the Mangoes just like that are wiped. And that's going to be our game. I don't see how Lash comes back from that. That was so much resources lost. And the siege mass of death from Corvinus is rolling along as the army takes a decisive fight right here. That resets the game. Lash still has 40-something units, so he does have more military units in Pop than Corvinus, but that feels like a massive loss. Maybe not the game, but it sure does feel close.
It feels close. Well, I mean, close. What do you mean by close? At the end of the day, Lash lost an army that he might not be able to replenish. Remember, Corvinus, he gets units for free, so in a way, he can easily come back up in terms of numbers, whereas for Lash, he's already behind by 15 eco. Remassing is going to be a challenge for him.
Yeah, I think that might have been our fight of this game. I mean, there's going to be some more things to do here. And of course, Corvinus could always, you know, like Alt F4 or something, but it feels like that keep goes up, especially right there. It's looking very dangerous for Lash at the moment. He's got a huge bank of gold. 2,300 gold in the bank, but I don't know what he's going to use it on. Looks like he's struggling for food right now. Only 500 a minute. I don't know if he's gotten a full farm transition set up in this time.
Yeah,
that keep is not one for this world.
Yeah, he's just now setting up the farms. He does have good upgrades. The problem is that had he not lost that army, I think he would still be in an okay spot. But now that the army is lost, Corvinus has an opportunity to push him, and that's exactly what's happening. So now Lash has to double down on production just to keep himself alive, and while that is happening, he's still behind by 14 eco.
We see the siege crew that our observer is showing us there. So now the Great Bombard's got a guy sitting inside it. How does that work? Don't ask. Just enjoy it. But it works that much better. And now he's just gonna start tearing down the front walls of the base. I mean, things are just gonna start crumbling. What a decisive fight.
Yeah, this is looking grim now for Lash. And, you know, going back into this game, it really came down to that push from Corvinus as he was aging up. I think he got a lot more out of that than what he actually expected. Yeah. Now Lash is being pushed all the way in, and we talked about that fight. It looked like, well, it's not going to be much. In fact, it looked like a fight where Corvinus is going to throw his army away. Next thing you know, he kills 15 villagers, and that has been the theme for the last 15 minutes now.
Yes, it has. You know, it makes for some really fun games, though. Like, I love a good back and forth. I mean, it's really satisfying to have a game where you just win. I mean, I like playing that way, but having a game that goes back and forth like this, it sucks to lose it. But man, Corvinus with just incredible play there. What a fight. You could see right there at that spot where it happened. It felt like the value in the lead was kind of like Lash had a numerical advantage for a while. And then just some decisive siege play, the Sapahi with the wrap. And once those mangonels went down, it was all over. Like that's one of those things that those were crucial units. It's like losing your knights as French. If you've only got 12 knights, yeah, you've got a lot of value. But if those 12 knights die, and it can happen in an instant if you walk them into spears or something, same thing with those mangonels. You know, the moment they're off the field, it's just GG's. Like there's no coming back. It's too much of an investment to recoup.
Yeah, I gotta agree. When you look at this game, there were two decisive moments. That loss of villagers by Lash as Corvinus was aging, and then of course this final fight here. We will actually take a closer look at that push from Corvinus. I'm curious because I genuinely wasn't paying as much attention to that push as I guess I should have. It was one of those classic things where you just send something against the enemy base, leftover feudal units that you're not intending to upgrade, and just have your opponent be distracted by them while you're aging up.
If
it
they
all
weren't
started
free
like
units,
this.
Yeah.
Some fights in the middle, some back and forths in the middle, but then Lash beats Corvinus to Castle Age. Corvinus needs to find his way up. It's 0-0 in terms of villager kills at minute 11. That's going to change soon.
Yeah, and so these fights in the middle were just so fun too, and they really did go both ways. Each player had a fight where they walked away the victor, but then of course they'd go back, lick their wounds, come right back at it again. And again, I think about that critical point too with the eco lead, because it was again the 2 points, right? The big fight in the end was the big climactic finish, but that eco raid right after some of these fights in the middle, as Lash went up to Castle Age, the thing is, if those weren't free units from Corvinus, if he didn't get those back for free, maybe it wouldn't have been worth it. It wouldn't be worth exchanging. But the lasting damage that causes for Lash's eco, even though it was only like 10, 15 vills, the fact that for Corvinus, yeah, he gets that right back. Lash doesn't. And that really made the deciding factor of why that was worth it. Because normally for most civs, maybe not worth the exchange because you're losing the value out of that. But for Corvinus, he just recoups it. But again, this last push too. I mean, once the writing was on the wall, that siege mass of death, really satisfying game in my opinion.
It's a classic matchup, but I think it played out differently than you see it in many cases. Usually, at least in my experience, especially when you're not aging up with the House of Learning for Castle Age, you see the Delhi player pull ahead in villagers a lot sooner. And that, I think, is a big difference compared to what we've seen in this game, where the Delhi player was so behind in economy, and that just shows you the power of village fortresses. That is a key transition of the Delhi, being able to really skyrocket the economy once you get to early castle. But looks like Corvinus, he wants to cook.
Compound the defender would have been good. Maybe compound the defender could have been the better choice there to get that eco scaling. But yeah, we're going back with one of the new civs. Corvinus cooking with House of Lancaster against Chinese. Very cool matchup, this one on Holy Island. I've wondered and theory crafted a little bit about, is House Lancaster good on water or not? Like I don't know. We're gonna find out for sure right about here. I'm sure Corvinus has something up his sleeve with this. He would not pick this willy-nilly.
I
he's
like
Ayubids and Mongols to go with it, so maybe this is the best choice he has out of those three. Or
I love the choice of Lancaster for this. Is it the best civilization for the map, though? I do not know. But I see the logic behind it. We head into game number 2 here. Corvinus up 1-0 against Lash, as he is going to bring in the House of Lancaster with the color red on Holy Island, facing off against Lash's Chinese.
Sheep already being gathered, dock already being built, no question about it. Both players playing for water. You kind of have to on this map. I mean, it'd be silly not to. You'd be putting yourself on an extreme timer if you didn't. See both players doing the normal thing, getting on wood. 5 on wood, rest on food, build a dock.
So let's look at the House of Lancaster up close, though, because Chinese, it's very obvious what they will do on this map. This map has been traditionally a really good map for Chinese across a variety of tournaments. But for House of Lancaster, first off, you get a sheep gathering buff, 25%, which doesn't seem like it's much, but it's a nice little early boost to your Dark Age. This is a very timing-heavy map, so being able to get an immediate gather rate boost before your fishing ships appear is already a thing.
Not to mention the
Obviously.
extra sheep they get off the bat too.
Yeah. Obviously, manors, once you get to Feudal Age, insane when it comes to return of investment. And then, I mean, the landmarks that they age up with, they also have 10% discount on the ship, on the ships they build. That's definitely something to be considered as well. But they have a lot of options to get some aggression going without having to invest into a lot of production buildings. I think that's going to be one of the more interesting ways of looking at this Corvinus with a decent haul of sheep.
Yeah, I mean, that just plays right into House Lancaster so well. They get some bonus sheep under their town center. And on this map, of course, there's lots of sheep in Holy Island. And getting the lion's share there. You know, it looks like Lash getting ready for maybe a mill down there or something. First ship fishing boats are out and about on the water gathering. Yeah, House Lancaster's, it's such a curveball because it's just so new. And you think you figure it out maybe on like a land map, then you put it on water and you kind of go, okay, well, how does this play out now? We kind of have the land version kind of figured out. It seems that most people really lean into those manors with that defensive landmark especially. I haven't actually seen many of the lords, that version used much. I wonder if it plays the same here on water or not. I mean, obviously the build is just fundamentally different with the dock.
Yeah, I think the trick with the manors using the House of Lancaster is that you will be strained for wood. If you need to make combat ships,
the wood,
and you have to make manors, that's going to be costly. So at the very least, I expect Corvinus to play defensively on water. If you are strained on wood, you have to be the defender on water. That's just the way it is.
Do you think he goes for the other landmark and goes for the lords instead of the defensive manor landmark?
I think he's going to Castle Rush. He's got a castle-style landmark, and when you pull this many villagers, I mean, it could be the Abbey as well, but I just feel like this could be some classic Corvinus cheese.
Is he about to like start using the short bows to just... Is he going to short bow these guys down?
That as well.
He is.
Oh, it's a short bow rush. He's going to age up with these vills, I think. Oh. But this is all about... Yeah, there we go.
Oh my goodness. You've seen White Tower drops. Get ready for a Lancaster Castle drop. If this thing isn't... If you don't think this thing is cursed, I've got some strange medallions from a very scary place to sell you. Because goodness, that is just evil. Pure malice in Corvinus' heart as he drops this.
I just realized, like, this did not come together in my head until I saw it from Corvinus, and, well, that applies to a lot of things. He loves to bring in these cheesy things into tournaments. But, boy, you combine the short bows with a castle/tower-style landmark, it means that it's impossible to deny unless you already have land troops out there. But on a map like this, you will never have land troops because you're investing your eco into making fishing boats. There's no way that you have a Rex out there for Lash to stop this.
Wait. Oh yeah, this is so evil. And like there's nothing you do to stop it. So you just kind of like cut the losses and go. Unless like he wants to rush up a Barbican right on there, which he's not ready for.
The next step for Corvinus could be dropping a manor at the very edge of the the Lancaster Castle aura, which I think would range the lumberjacks with the arrow slits.
That's so cruel. That's so evil. Oh man. You know, I wish I was as good a player as Lash is. Like, I really wish I could play at that kind of high level. But right now, I do not envy him. I would be so frustrated. I'd be pulling my hair out mid-game. I mean, what do you do against this? And I'd be naive enough to think that that's not going to happen to me. You know, I'm not going to get Vil rushed. You know, Corvus wouldn't do that to me, right?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I'd be so wrong. I mean, you know, if Lash wins this, full credit to him. If he can find a way to get through this, you know, dropping these kind of cheese strats feel very oppressive, and they can be. These guys are also good enough that they can make it not work. Like Lash could survive this, but it is still annoying because there's idle time that Corvinus gives by walking all the villagers down. He's got to build the dang landmark. Like, there's downsides to this, but gosh, if this isn't like just so frustrating.
It's so funny because people might look at this and say, "Oh boy, what is this even?" But we've seen this a lot from Corvinus across different civilizations and maps and tournaments. Sometimes he comes in with a build like this and it just completely falls apart. He loses the game in 5 minutes. This one, well, it did not fall apart. In fact, it's actually working out really well.
Yeah, this is. I did not have this on my bingo card today. That's for sure. And the first warship already out on the water from Corvinus, taking out the fishing. Man, he's just everywhere.
Yeah, he's prioritizing the golds because he wants to prevent war junks from being made. Looks like Lash was able to secure gold long enough to get some combat ships out, and this is huge. Because, remember, you look at the villager count, and the picture is a little more grim. Corvinus spent a lot of his villager time just shooting arrows and not working. If Lash can stabilize, the strength of this push is going to be much, much weaker. Now, this is interesting. The Imperial officer is trying to go out there to collect the tax from the mining camp. You gotta delete that mining camp.
That's unfortunate. And, you know, it's so hard to think because he's getting pulled in 7 directions right now. I mean, if these guys at the highest level don't have the APM to do that, like, don't feel bad at home when this happens to you, right? Like, don't we? It's amazing the things that can fall through the cracks. And obviously, we've got our God vision; we can see everything here. But man, like, what a push from Corvinus. Thankfully, like you mentioned, Lash did prioritize these boats, and so he will survive. But I don't know if he would use the adjective thrive at this point in turn.
Yeah, so the trick here with boats is that the whole idea from Corvinus is to just slow down the buildup of military ships and win the water by stalling out Lash's production. Lash was able to get 1 combat ship out, but remember, his economy is still kind of strained and he's been harassed left and right. He lost an Imperial officer to that castle, and now he's making horsemen. His gold mines are also being harassed, and you see no more ships are in queue for Lash, so now Corvinus starts to push the water.
This is such a great 2-pronged assault. I mean, it's so brilliant. He knows exactly what, like you mentioned, what to do. The gold is so critical here, and not only to deny the home gold, but then to get the tower up on the other one as well. And now if he wins water, he wins the game. And so, like, this strat seems cheesy, but at the same time, it's also brilliant. You know, it's hard to deny that this is such a great idea, and the execution is turning out so far pretty well for Corvinus.
His eco isn't great, though. He's got 40 food per minute. I think he's now making a hard pivot into manners.
Yeah, at this point, he needs to get the eco caught up a little bit. He's done some seriously good damage, though, and he's definitely, at any rate, he's probably at least flustered Lash a little bit. Because I can't imagine even the top players wouldn't feel some heart palpitations at what just happened to you.
Yeah, it's all about that. If you make the game chaotic, I think he simply just doesn't want to fight a traditional game. The Hulk is actually very separate from the galley, but it survives. I was thinking about it. It wasn't full HP, but it did survive. Now, Villager goes down over here, and remember, Corvinus doesn't have a great economy. He's actually down by 12 workers. So losing villagers like this is going to hurt.
Yeah, he's tried denying the fishing for Lash, but Lash does still have quite a fishing eco. Ooh,
that's beautiful.
Big explosion.
Beautiful by Corvinus.
And now Corvinus moves forward again to try and frustrate Lash's eco even further. Villagers getting pulled to torch something. Another tower being built on that side? No, going up to the tower on the gold.
Yeah, Lash needs gold because he wants to go castle. He does have some gold access, but he's trying to get to castle age here. He's piling up the food for that.
And there's no aerostats on this tower, so it's just going to go down here in a second. The idle time is no mentionable. The water is almost secured entirely by Corvinus. I mean, there's some fishing still going on. He's got some ships left. What a precarious place Lash has found himself in.
I think Lash is fine.
However. I think now that he's got the gold back, he's going to be okay. Once he clicks up to castle, he's going to have a great window to punish Corvinus for, frankly, the insult that he's been thrown to his face.
I think the big thing here is that Lash still has the fishing boats. And this is often a factor when you look at this map. It seems like you're doing a lot, trading on the water, maybe even winning it. As long as the opponent has their fishing eco rolling and it's better than yours, you're in trouble. And that is exactly what the case is right now for Lash. He has a substantial advantage in the fishing eco. All he needs to do is just stall Corvinus out. And Lash is now on the way to Castle Age. Palace Guards, if they start flooding out like this, Corvinus has no defenses back at home.
Yeah, I feel like Corvinus maybe wanted to try and get him completely off the water. And he's kind of won water, but not really. Because, like you mentioned, the fishing boats are alive. That was such a critical part of Lash's build here. Getting that food eco going, freeing up the villagers to focus on wood and gold. Now he's going to try and push that on the side. He's Castle Age. Corvinus looking at the fishing boats to do another water engagement. We got the first manor built.
He popped Demi-Lancers before the Manors came in, so he only got 3 Demi-Lancers. Just tells you that he wants to put some presence on the field, on the land as well. Just try to get some kills. Nice surround by Lash over here, cleaning this all up. Corvinus, though, with 13 eco kills in a blink of an eye, and we've seen that before. You think it's not a substantial push, next thing you know, his opponent loses 10 villagers.
Yeah, losing the water eco can be so devastating and so quick sometimes. A lot of gold for Lash now, though. Palace guards could pop up. He doesn't have anything in the queue just yet. It's all just boats. He's got 1 Lancer on the field. Getting a note from our producers that last time, for some context, the score in the group stage for the first Silver League 2 years ago, Lash won 2-1 when they met. So far this time, Corvinus up a game. Lash hoping to repeat what he did last time and go 2-1 if he can. He's got a shot here. He's stabilized at least. Big water fight coming in as they start exchanging blows. Demolition ship looking for a kill. Trying to dodge, doesn't. Sinks harmlessly to the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, Corvinus bought himself time to get up to Castle Age, though, and this is huge. Lash beat him to Castle Age by a substantial margin, and I think it shows the chaotic nature of the game that Lash wasn't able to capitalize on that whatsoever. King's College now coming in. Does Lash have a galley right there? He needs to be careful about those demos. Yes, he does have galleys out there. Corvinus needs to fight this one. Fishing boats will tank some of the shots. Ecos are neck and neck, though, and remember, that's just a villager count. As I'm saying, that big raid coming in here from Lash. Corvinus wanted to make a huge switch into cavalry here, but it looks like he's going to be harassed quite a bit.
Yeah, good pushing from Lash right when he needed. Big fight here in the water still. Boats coming in. I don't know what those are doing. They're chasing down the one while the others just take pot shots at him.
They want the galley because once the galley is gone, the demos can finish off these ships.
And speaking of, here it comes right behind right now. Boom! Still alive, but takes a big hit from that. Thankfully, the other ship got away unscathed. That one's still floating somehow. It finally goes down. Sometimes, instead of just killing the other ship, you just gotta chase it away.
Yeah, Corvinus is slowly cleaning this up, though.
At this point, I feel like Lash needs to... Oh, he doesn't have the food. He's got no food economy right now. 400 a minute. He's put everything into the fishing, but it hasn't quite paid back yet. I say if he could get like a massive, if he could have flooded the earth with, you know, heavy units and get into Corvinus's base or something he can do.
Speaking of flooding, looks like that's what Corvinus wants to do. He's going for the very cheap, but not so powerful Hobilars. It looks like he just wants to flood cavalry all across the map.
The Hobilars, I mean, at this point, it's a numbers game. If you can just mass out and just stall the opponent's eco anymore, it feels like both these players could easily be one bad fight from death.
Now, Hobilars will not fight head on. By the way,
no, they're gonna be more just like a hit and run kind of deal. But if you
they
could
try
get
sniping the trap, I think that's
get...
the point. There's a trap from Lash behind the walls, taking out that castle, and Hobilars in large numbers would be good enough to snipe docks as well. If you snipe Lash's docks, all the fishing boats he has instantly become useless.
That'd be an option. Well, and Lash is already teetering with enough food. He's only got 650 a minute right now. Taking out those fishing boats would just about destroy what little eco he's got left on food. Got a lot of wood coming in, though. Here they go. Man, they produce really quick. They're already there. 17 of them with 4 more on the way. 8 seconds. Yeah, they do pop out really fast. Wow. Lone Palace Guard wandering the wilderness looking for kills. Here they come. Ride of the Rohirrim. I can almost hear it playing in the background as they charge forward on the open fields.
Look at that. He's got 20 of them. Just goes to show how quickly you can spam Hobilars. Really, it's almost like spamming scouts, just a little better than that. But actually, it reminds me of the times in early Age of Empires 4 where people were still spamming scouts because scouts were more powerful.
Yeah, these things do pretty good against villagers, though, that's for sure. And in they come, looking for the trebuchet. Here they dive. Couple spears on the way. Treb takes a hit, takes another. It's going to be gone. And they're chasing the Vills behind this as well. They're in the base. Spears didn't do that much damage to them. They're just running right by. And they get the surround of the villagers right next to the clock tower. Wow, complete massacre as Vills drop immediately. 23 worker kills.
A lot of the Hobbelars get beaten up badly, but it doesn't matter because this is a pure numbers game. You're spamming these guys. They are not there to live. They're there to snipe villagers, and boy, oh boy, now they find the other pack of villas.
There's not to wonder why, but for these things to do and kill and then die. More vills go down. 29, 30 villager kills.
Lash did not react.
No reaction at all. It's as if like they just put a bunch of Lance Connect on them.
Look at the water, though. Lash is microing the water fight, and he lost all the villagers on the gold. He wasn't looking. He won the water, but he lost all the gold miners as a consequence.
Oh, man. What a blow. Corvin is now in a very commanding lead. And they're still running around the base.
Yeah, Corvinus did lose all his fishing eco, though. So remember this. Corvinus also lost a bunch of eco. Demo now coming in, though. It's going to be
that's true.
Kind of underwhelming connection. At least it damages one Hawk.
I think his attention was on these things.
Another raid, and there's another layer behind this for Corvinus. He's bringing in more of those.
Another 14 on the field. Well, and the eco count's really dead even. I mean, it's 52 to 46. It's not much of an edge. I mean, we thought for a second that was going to be the game, but turns out Lash won water.
Yeah, Lash has the fishing boats.
About 5 minutes. In about 5 minutes, that could really turn the game for Lash. But of course, these things can just torch down the docks. So
yeah, I think that's where you go. Lash doesn't have a lot of map presence. You could try sniping the docks, and that just renders all those fishing boats useless. Or you could go for the gold miners once again, because Lash has 7 spears, but they're not in the front line. And this time around, he reacts, but still, casualties are piling up.
41 worker kills. And that includes fishing boats, of course, but oh my word, that's a lot. They run right by the trebuchet. It's a kind of a high-value target. You think he'd maybe take that thing out, but instead, looking for more villagers instead. Finding the IO, that's going to be dead. Maybe. Yep. Goodness. I'm trying to think of who I feel like is in the lead here. I mean, Lash has got more military, but most of it's tied up in the water.
Yeah, I think the problem for Corvinus is the losses. Like, he lost the water. He now lost the Hobbelars, and look at his eco. There was no follow-up behind this. He has no food
behind this. Only 1 mana to his name, not enough to keep him going. I think Lash maybe have lost a ton of stuff, and it's amazing to see 43 kills, but then Lash still commanding some kind of a lead. But again, it's the old adage in AoE 4. He who wins water wins the game. And Lash, gave up, gosh, how many villagers had to die, but it was a sacrifice Lash was willing and needed to make because he's got the water, and I don't know if Corvinus can get back on there.
Yeah, it's tricky because the other problem here is that, for example, Corvinus, he had all that map control, but the relics were not picked up, which, I mean, I get it. It's an investment to make a monastery and a monk, but, for example, if you are playing aggro like this and you don't have a great economy behind it, relics are a great way to quickly get yourself some sort of a value in exchange for your map control.
Corvinus does have some ships left. He's going to take a small pickings on that one. Probably could have gotten the explosion on the big group there, but I guess those are just the galleys. Yeah, Corvinus is completely on the deer now. He needs the food.
He's still pressuring the water, though. He knows fully well that Lash, if he has the fishing eco untouched, it's going to be a problem. And truth be told, Lash doesn't have a lot of combat ships.
No, not a ton. He's got good command of the water for the most part, but Corvinus being kind of just a resilient fish, we could say, staying in the water just enough to continue poking a little bit.
Corvinus is spending a lot of wood repairing this landmark, by the way. Like this is a costly repair, and Lash is more than happy just having the Treb pay for its price by just shooting at the castle and depleting Corvinus's resources.
Totally worth it. Totally worth it. That gold vein's running low too. I wonder where he goes next. He's got, well, next golds are all to the past that landmark, so he's gonna have to move up to the 8K, or maybe at what point do you start like water trade if you can get it enough? I don't know if he's got enough of a command of water though. He's still got a lot of docks that he's got to take care of. More Hobblears. Oh no, they're coming back again. I mean, it took a little longer to get them popped out this time because you didn't have the food. But how many raids? I mean, at what point do you get enough raids that it just breaks your opponent, you know? And then we're about to see if it's going to be enough. Lash does have more military on the field. He's got some spears ready to go along with Palace Guards. If he can hold this next push, I think it's going to put Corvinus very far back. They do look kind of funny on those horses. That's a funny looking unit. Spears immediately meet them and say hello. I think they all get through mostly alive. And into the woodline they go. More gosh, they just melt villagers. It's like watching a Lance Connect just like shred through things. Loses a couple of them. But they're so quick and fleety that he only kills a few. I feel like the dive was probably still worth it for Corvinus.
I think if you're Corvinus, the best case scenario for you is that you somehow try to keep this game even and then hope that Lash makes a mistake. Because as much as Lash has the water, and that is true, he is getting a lot of extra eco from the fish. The villager count, the worker count is still dead even, and as long as that remains the case, Corvinus has a shot. Usually these games snowball out of control when the player who has water just has an untouched economy and he suddenly has 40 workers higher or 30 workers more than what his opponent does.
These Hoplars are they're so fast. They feel faster than horsemen to me.
Yes.
I don't know if that's actually true. Are they?
I don't know the numbers, but they are zooming.
They just feel quick, you know? I didn't actually see that number. I was so quick I didn't actually get to find where it was at, but I imagine they probably, oh yeah, 1.88. That is a little bit faster, no? I feel like horsemen are closer to like 1.72. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that, but they feel quick.
Corvinus is, his army is not there anymore, though. And I think that's the biggest problem. I don't know how he's doing with the manors. That could be a big difference maker. He's got a couple of manors that can help a lot. Yeomen are here to hold this off, and Lash does have a lot of Palace Guards, though. I don't see the Palace Guards here, however, so Corvinus can take out the spears.
There's a couple. There's a couple in there, at least. Not a ton, but there's a number. Enough to be worrisome, at least, as the spears just keep up. And they're so quick, too, right? Palace Guards can just keep that gap closed. I just get to sacrifice some as he walks around.
Yeomen are quick as well, though. So, like, this is definitely a big difference compared to standard English. Longbows are brutally slow, and they have a tough time retreating. Yeomen move pretty fast.
Yeah, they're able to pick off all the spears. Now it's just the men-at-arms, the Palace Guards alive. But they're keeping pace, but here comes a raid. Now, this is what Lash needed to do. He needed to get Palace Guards. It took a while for his eco to pay off. Now his food income is here. Palace Guards are going to flood the earth. And now Corvinus, like, he doesn't have the crossbows ready. He's got nothing for these. He's just going to rely on purely the static defenses. But with +2 range upgrade defense, these Palace Guards are going to be the death blow unless he can figure something out really quick.
Yeah, it's now looking very grim for Corvinus. The food issue was never resolved. I think that's the big problem here. And when you look at Lash, he doesn't have to worry about food. He does have the fish. And for Corvinus, that has been a persistent issue. He's got a bunch of manors. That is basically the only thing that generates food for Corvinus. He's trying to get some knights out. Knights would work reasonably well against the Palace Guards, but the numbers are no longer there. And this is we've reached tipping point. This is where Lash is starting to pull ahead in terms of economy.
Yeah, it seems, you know, losing that big fight where he was just all on the gold, but Lash won the water. And I said, too, at that point, like, in about 5 minutes, it'll pay off. And it feels like it's finally paying off for Lash, where the food is enough to get these premium units on the ground. And now it just feels like Corvinus is starting to reach the death throes in this game. Palace Guards finding just an incredibly large number of vills in that gold vein. There's some knights on the field, but again, what's the follow-up? Like, how is Corvinus going to come back and win this game with full water under the control of Lash?
Yeah, I'm thinking about the options for Corvinus, and really it comes down to whether he can get some really nice trades with those knights. But even then, it's going to be challenging because Lash is going to just meet him with Lancers. At this point, Lash is going to get to the window where he can just mirror the composition that Corvinus is going for and just win based on raw numbers. I love the walls. That's, I think, a good starting point for Corvinus. But at the same time, he's still missing out on the relics. Lash is now picking those up as well. So Lash is pulling ahead very rapidly. If you're Corvinus, your best shot is getting an insane raid with these knights. If you can get that to happen, you drag this game out a little more. Right now, that is the best avenue for Corvinus. But turning this around is going to be a lot of work.
It is. I'm amazed that it's only 72 to 65, and I guess that speaks to the 50 some odd Vil kills that Corvinus has given. But there's also 26 for Lash. That was the water eco. There's the asynchronous shot. Ooh, almost got a pretty good hit. Didn't actually kill anything though. That nerf from the hot patch nerf affecting that quite significantly. And that keep, is it going to go up? I think he's going to back off a little bit from it.
Eventually, yeah. I think it's clear that eventually it's going to go up. Villagers from Corvinus have to be bold.
I say the build speed buff, but look at all the villagers. Civil Defense Force, indeed. Here come the cavalry of sorts. I've never seen so many civilians go just longbow it up. They look like a full army right there. That was amazing. Denies the keep for a little longer yet, but has to retreat. I see some more manners kind of sparkled in throughout here. Nothing like villagers trying to take out palace guards. Looks like they're actually aiming for the spears so that the knights can do the job. But again, down to 6 military to 53. This game is effectively over.
It is. And I mean, the statement holds true. Whoever wins water wins the game. But this one was such a awkward game in a variety of ways. Corvinus really embraced the chaos, something that he is known for. And it started out well. I just feel like the follow-up wasn't there. The idea was great. He tried to push his opponent away from the gold mine, used that to win the water. But again, I think the biggest problem for Corvinus was that at the end of the day, as long as you fight with your villagers and short bows, as long as you have to walk across the map to build your landmark, you just lose so much economy. Yeah. And Lash...
Well, and it affected the water too, because he never actually pushed Lash off of the water all the way. If he'd have won and killed all the fishing ships, then he would have, I think, had the game in the bag, but he just couldn't quite close that gap all the way. Lash survived just enough.
I wonder if the Hobbler play was what lost him the game, though. Because up until that point, things were, like, reasonable. But the biggest problem with the Hobblers is that as good as they are in terms of raiding, it's not really a sustainability thing. You run under towers, you run under town centers, and you will get slowly cleaned up. Those are fairly fragile units. So I wonder if that was a contributing factor. Obviously, the big one is not having water, but I think it was more along the lines of like, okay, not having water is a consequence of what happened on land.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the Hobbler is like, I mean, he got a lot of destruction done with it, so I don't want to like say it was not worth it at all, but I think doing that and then losing water at the same time kind of did it for him.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I think this is the biggest problem. We talked about this. We talked about this in the context of the House of Lancaster before we went into this game. How are you going to be able to balance out the production of ships, building manors, potentially even harassing your opponent on land? And I think we've gotten back to the same point that we've often been to on this map. It's a balancing act between the land and the water, and if you misplay that balance, then you're just going to lose the game. And for Lash, it was a very, very defensive game, and he just said, okay, I'm not going to focus that much on my land army, I'm just going to try and stall, and I will focus on the water. Eventually, it paid off.
Yeah, we can see some of the key moments here. That initial push, it felt so greedy. The fights in the water, the villagers killing the scout, a lot of interesting things. I think again the key part of this game though, like I think the Dark Age strat was sound. To steal a chess term, I think it was a sound move. But I think the Hobblars maybe like I don't feel like it was like necessarily like a blunder per se, but it feels like doing that and then losing water at the same time was really that was the crux of it.
Yeah, it's the Hobblars are cheap, but they're not that cheap. So, like, I think one of the issues for Corvinus in comparison to Lash, especially in the second half of the game, was the ability to retain units. So, for example, these Palace Guards that take a fight here, those really have a good retention. They are powerful and heavily armored. That is the exact opposite of what you have for the Hobblars. Keeping those alive is a challenge, and when you don't have a super powerful economy, you cannot afford to just like you lose any kind of a unit like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was it was a really interesting play, but I think long term, it just Lash did a really good job of just sustaining. And again, that initial defense was just so good. I mean, just holding on and then keeping the water alive. Just really good play by Lash. I mean, if Lash had not kept those fishing boats, though, then I wonder, it would be a whole different game, right? If Corvinus could have just closed that down all the way, it would have done it. But instead, we are going the distance with Corvinus and Lash tied at 1, bringing us to Sacred Grove, Mongols against Malians. Like we just this is a match that'll be really fun to see. I don't really know if I could say off the bat from the shoot from the hip and say who I feel like has an edge on that one. But we've seen Mongols played on this map before, and now we get to see Malians take a stab at it, which food is kind of scarce on this map, so maybe a cow boom could be good on this, but it's so open in the base. So Lash will have his work cut out for him here to defend this. Another chance for Corvinus to do some Dark Age shenanigans.
I have doubts about the Mongols here.
Yeah?
I think Mongols are fine for the first 6 minutes of the game. And I think I'm concerned for Corvinus for the same reasons I've been concerned in the Holy Island game for Lancaster. The start is going to favor them, but if it doesn't win you the game, you're going to be in trouble. The problem with the Mongols is they're going to be awesome at harassing your houses. Dark Age aggression, push the pit mine, get the bounty from taking out the houses. But what after? Mongols don't have a spectacular economy, and we've seen so many times that even civilizations that have much more powerful economies struggle against the Malians. I just feel like once you get to mid-late feudal age, the Mongol economy is just not good enough to be on par with the Malians.
Yeah, and like you can think maybe they go trade behind that, right? But this map isn't super conductive to great trade. So like it could be an option, but does that scale enough with like the cow boom, what they can do? That said, it is a really open map, so that does, I think, benefit the Mongols to an extent. They can maybe try and poke from multiple sides, but it's such a timer. I agree. I think the first couple minutes it's going to seem like it's all Mongols. If Malians can ever just get their groove going, though, you just kind of wonder if what they do next. I mean, I think trade. I don't know if you'd go. Do you even go for the Silver Tree or not? Like, if you do, that's kind of saying you need to get something. It just feels like Silver Tree hasn't really been in vogue the last couple months. Feels like most Mongol players kind of lean back towards Deerstones again, which is always fun to see. Landmarks kind of come and go. It swings back and forth a couple times based on the meta, but because long term, I mean, Malians have proven pretty frisky today and throughout many tournaments for a while now.
Yeah, I think when it comes to Malians, again, it comes down to the ability or the inability to push into their base and just punish that eco expansion. And initially the Mongols can do that, but then again, how do you follow up? And I think that is the concern here. I wonder if that's the direction that Corvinus is heading. It could be something else. It could be trade, although I don't know if trade actually works out against Malians.
I'm sitting here wondering if it's enough, because like against some civs in some matchups, it feels like it would be. But
it's the warrior
Malians,
scouts that I'm worried about.
Yeah,
maybe trade with Keshik could work, but even
that's kind of what I'm leaning is like going with the Keshik route, but it just feels like you're just playing with fire. Like one misclick and the Donzos get them, and it's over, right? Like it feels like it's really dangerous. Where if you play it perfectly, it could work, but I know if I were to do it, I wouldn't make it work. So that's. But I'm of course not Corvinus, so maybe he can.
Yeah, I think one thing to keep in mind, and this is extremely important, this is Corvinus' home map. So one of the advantages he has going into this one is that the Decider game is played on his home map. He definitely has a game plan for this one. I think he probably anticipated Malians here, although it wasn't obvious if it's going to be Biz or Malians. Both of those civs are extremely powerful. But trade could work. It's either going to be that or a Dark Age rush. I don't think it's going to be anything conventional, though, from Corvinus. He is not the type of player to
not
play
much of a conventional player, yeah.
And he didn't do that on Holy Island either. So Well, remains to be seen if he indeed pulls another rabbit out of the hat. Corvinus with the purple Mongols. On the other side, Lash with the yellow Malians.
And this is indeed game number 3. We are going the distance for the second time today, too. GOA and Makomi went the distance, and now Corvinus Lash showing they are of equally high skill. Going the distance here today. Malians versus Mongols. And on the new map, too. I enjoy this map. It kind of reminds me almost of the Pit, but a lot more open.
Yeah, I love this map a lot more than I do Pit.
Most people do. Most people hate the Pit. I'm kind of one of those. I actually, all right, silly opinion here, but I actually kind of enjoy the Pit every now and then.
Nah.
Obviously, it gets too slow very quickly. But at my level of play, I usually excel very well at it. But I'm glad we have this over the Pit. This is definitely a better map. We see the barracks coming up, so it will be a Dark Age rush. There's the Falcon. It goes as it flies over. And I wish I could shoot that thing down. Wouldn't that be nice if you can like use like archers to like shoot the Falcon down and stuff? It'd be fun to interact with that, you know, because it's the only air unit in the game that I'm aware of.
It's the only air unit in the game so far. You want to say?
So far, there we go. So far, I like the way you think. I wonder how many houses we get here from Lash. We saw a couple already. I wonder if he'll go for like the full 6. Putting a tower. Ooh, interesting choice. I like this. Very defensive. Very defensive.
He plays against Corvinus, and boy,
I mean, you
boy.
know, you know what's the phrase they always say? Fool me once, you know, shame on me. Fool me twice, or no, other way around. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah,
Lash not gonna be rushed again like that.
I mean, we were sitting here and we were talking about this, saying, well, it's either going to be trade or it's going to be a Dark Age rush. It's definitely not going to be something conventional, so to say. So, at the end of the day, when you look at this, Lash knew exactly what's happening, and this is concerning for Corvinus. I don't know if he scouted this even.
Well, at any rate, yeah, he's just moving along ahead. He's seen it.
He sees the tower, so
Maybe he just doesn't care.
very possible. Or he wants to drop a tower on the gold mine from an angle.
Hit the berries maybe, or even the wood line in the back, you know. It's just not. If you take that back wood line away, there's nowhere else to go.
That's a good point. That tower is actually very nice from Lash. It's going to protect that northern side, though. Age up coming in. Yeah, there's the tower. So it's all about denying the villagers access to the gold mine. He's not going to be able to dive the houses to take it out, though, and that in itself is a win for Lash. When you play against the Mongols want that juicy bounty from taking out the houses.
That tower from Lash. Kind of a good read. These berries are going to be taken either way, though. I'm still curious, though, long term, what is Corvinus' goal? Because you can tower this and it feels good, but it's temporary, you know? Like, once Lash gets into feudal age, which he will do, you can't, there's just like no way to deny that. What then? And giving up a house for that outpost right there, I think is a good choice from Lash long term. See the Manticore coming up right now. In fact, I don't even think it slowed his age up at all.
Yeah, that's my concern here. If you're Corvinus, because Lash had to blind react to a potential aggression here from Corvinus, which he did. Now, that means that the Spearman won't be able to take out the house. But if the tower is able to range the villagers, it's going to be a little bit more challenging for Lash to protect these. And I think some of this might come down to a counter pro scouts build here from Corvinus. He's trying to push the tower up here.
I love the way he did that. A signal arrow to charge in with max speed. That was really kind of a neat thing to do there. Trying to get a Vil. He's going to get one. Oh, no, he lets it get away. He just wants that tower down. Oh, there it goes. The tower did die. Did the con kill it? Must have. Villagers find and repair the tower. Gets up quite a bit. Feels like this is kind of a do or die moment for Corvinus. Maybe not quite that drastic, but it feels like a pretty good spot to be in. He's going to definitely get some idle time, killing some Vils as he goes.
If this tower gets taken out, Lash is in deep, deep trouble.
Another villager down. Tower at half health. There's a 4 in there. I don't know. Chasing the Vills seems a bit greedy. Tower's going back up, back to almost full health, and now he's running out of spears. Maybe should have just sat there and tried torching it down all the way, because now he's got to pull back. And into the tower they go. He does get 3 villager kills and an incredible large amount of idle time from this, though.
Yeah, that's the thing I was going to say. Like, it doesn't seem like this was much, and the tower still remains. Now it has arrow slits even for Lash, but a lot of idle time. You kill 3 villagers as well, and now it's going to be just the racks. I don't know what the original build for Lash would have been, but it's not unprecedented that Malians go for pro scouts, especially if you want to have map presence with warrior scouts and then perhaps deny a future trade. That was taken away from Lash, especially with the spearman also being nearby. Looks like Corvinus is just doubling down on the spears for the time being. I wonder if he's thinking about trade, though. He went Deer Stones, so no Silver Tree whatsoever.
No Silver Tree.
So
I don't know if it would be worth it on this. I mean, the market's not in a terrible spot, but Deer Stones just gives you so much. The Yam network is incredibly powerful.
Here's the problem, though, and I think this is where we're going. It's going to be very similar to the previous game. The start looks good for Corvinus, but what's the follow-up? If, okay, you kill 3 villagers, that's great. If the cattle starts coming in, if the second pit mine starts coming in, it's not going to be enough to make up for the difference in economy that you kill 3 villagers.
Yeah, we see that tower pretty much gone now. So that investment has been taken up. I mean, the 3 Vil kills, now 5, feels really good. But you're right, like, Lash's game plan from the get-go always has it included that he's going to get more eco and scale up. All it does is delay that by a little bit. So, I guess the question now is, like, can Corvinus get a follow-up? I mean, trade feels like the obvious thing to do. Maybe he just follows it up with a really fast castle. He's kind of macroed to that. He's building some more production. He's got 300 food in the bank with 120 gold. Donzo's walking around trying to protect things. Now, if you're Lash, do you think that tower was worth it at this point?
You mean your defensive tower?
Yeah.
100%.
That's so funny
100%.
because I feel like 9 times out of 10, I would tell people don't build towers to defend your tower rush. But in this case, on the pit mine, it kind of did. I mean, the amount of focus that Corvinus gave on it. But for 3 villagers, though, that turned into 5 later on.
Yeah, the 5 villas is the part I don't like. Was the tower worth it? Absolutely. And don't forget, the alternative would be to potentially lose that pit mine and then lose out on a lot of passive gold income. So
Yeah,
there's a
I feel like
balancing act right here. Now, this is something I don't like. Villagers having to move out on berries for the Malians is such a rare and terrible sight, really.
Yeah, usually you don't want more than like 1. Usually you build 1 with the mill because you do that for the cows and you put the 1 on the berries if you want. Feels odd that he's going full on berries. Is he looking to build more? Or is he just not going to cow boom? Like, I feel like that's your win condition, right? Like, that is the eco win condition. You've made it to feudal. Is he going to go pro scouts? He's getting the warrior scouts right now. A lot of spears from Corvinus. They are aged up to H2. They've been upgraded. Donzo's, I think, win that overall. There are a couple archers, however. And alternatively, I mean, we've got the small cow boom started. Lash could just kind of play this out in feudal a little bit more and just kind of make some units. More Vills dying, though. Slow pull from Lash. That was a little ugly.
Big problem. Khan goes down, and so does a Kashik, so the price to pay is large for Corvinus, but at the same time, if you're Lash, you cannot sustain losing villagers like this. You do not yet have a full cow boom to offset that. 4 villagers differential only, but Corvinus also gets the power of being able to double train units, and I feel like Corvinus's push is starting to look good. I would love to see a new tower on those berries from Corvinus. He saw his opponent moving on to berries. That just tells him that there is a strain on the food economy of Lash, and Lash is going into sofas, which are food heavy. So dropping another tower as a frontline position would be a really good addition here for him, I think.
Yeah, I'd love to see a tower on those berries. I'd love to see a tower on the other berries as well. Don't let Lash escape to the wings, you know? Oftentimes when you're getting pushed in the center, you'll see smart players will go out to the wings where no one checks. Instead, Corvinus doubling down on the Rams. He is going to tear this thing brick by brick. Some Sofa coming out. I don't know if
Ooh.
Sofa feel like an interesting choice. I would have preferred the jabs, I think.
I agree.
Sofa feel odd because there's not much that they're countering here.
Sofa is very expensive for a feudal age Malian economy.
Well, and they're not terribly good either.
They get their true power spike once you get imported armor.
Imported armor. Exactly. Like, they're okay in feudal, but they don't feel good. They only feel good when they get that imported armor and are upgraded into Castle Age. Because here, like against the Keshiks and Spears, like you're not going to get a chance to get them on what you want. And here, Corvinus just pushing in, torching down the tower. It's going to go down. I don't think there's anything that Lash can do to stop it. Sofa, let's watch these things. They're going to get kind of destroyed here. Unless he backs off.
That's the problem. Like, you're trying to fight in narrow choke points with cavalry. That's not going to work. You can take out some of these archers, but the tower is going to go down nonetheless. And, I mean, once the Kashik finish off with your Dunsos, which is not even the best target for them, I guess maybe that's the big problem here. Corvinus was fighting into the Dunsos for quite some time.
Yeah, I'm actually amazed these Sofas have survived this. He's been just cranking them out like nonstop. I'm amazed they made that because they don't play very well, but thankfully the arrow fire from the town center from whatnot has really kept it in. He does have some jab throwers now. Huge choice for Lash. I really wanted to see some of those jabs, and we're seeing them do what they do best because yeah, they counter archers in particular, but we got to look at their damage output. They've got a really high base damage just in general.
Yeah. And javelins have a large range, which makes them really good for, you know, the static defense duty. That's the whole idea. That is why it's so difficult to push into Malian bases in early mid-game. You have the Dunsos and the Javelins, and Dunsos will block the choke points, and then Javelins will just pick you apart from a distance.
And I think you said within the first 6 minutes, it would feel really good for Corvinus, and then it might turn back to Malians. And we're starting to see that here. Sofa, like, I mean, I was really deriding them at first, but I'm kind of reevaluating a little bit. They've been used very well. In the choke points, they don't feel great, but they're doing okay for Lash right now, despite the fact that they are very expensive, and he is nowhere near close to Castle Age 12 minutes in. But then again, neither is Corvinus. He's got 500 gold and nothing to spend it on.
Yeah, it's getting a little grim here for Corvinus, because he's got a 9 villager lead. That looks like it's a lot, but then you realize that now you're looking at cattle for Lash. Now you're looking at the passive gold income, and if you actually add up all the resource per minute at the top of the screen, it's even Stevens. So that 8 villager differential has practically disappeared by now.
Yeah, I keep going back to maybe Deerstones. Like, was that the right choice? What has that really gotten Corvinus so far? Like, I wonder if Silver Tree might have been better here. Getting some passing,
Perhaps.
He's got, even just for the trade capability behind this, to sell off some of the extra gold you've got. 'Cause this is just kind of a cleanup.
Nice little fight for Corvinus, though.
Yeah, it was pretty good trade out there. Getting out the
He
numbers for
microed the
Lash.
heck out of that fight.
Yeah, he did.
He's actually clean. He cleaned up quite a few troops, but still, Lash is now flooding units across the map. And again, the problem that Corvinus is facing is that now you have to counterattack. Now you have to do damage. Lash does not need to attack at this point, and frankly, that was one of my biggest pieces of criticism towards Mongols in recent competitive memory. I just feel like the standard I will attack you across the game and play aggressive because that's the identity of the civilization type of a setup simply does not work.
Yeah.
Because players learned how to defend so well, and gradually the civilizations that are just good at being slow, methodical, tanky, and just booming up ecos started to take over the competitive scene, I feel.
It definitely feels that way as we see Lash taking down the Ovo. Military units coming in to defend that. And I keep wondering, was Silver Tree the better choice here? Because Mongol's economy just feels like it lacks, right? And even with Silver Tree, it doesn't always feel the best, and it's not like the go-to for every situation. But maybe in this case, he's got a slight villager lead. You know, it's 8-1. He's gotten a slight villager lead, but the cow boom is just fixing that and outpacing it. But if he had trade on top of this, maybe he could keep pace. Because at any rate, it's 15 minutes in and Lash isn't Castle Age yet, but he's got the gold almost. In fact, Corvinus now is floating gold. He's got 800. He had 1,000. He just sold some of it off. He's not really well macroed here. Despite his pretty good micro, he's just doesn't have the resources in the right spot to do what he needs to do. That said, evening up on the military count, the numbers are close to even, but Lash with the better scaling eco long term. Last couple of javelin throwers getting thrown down. They're going to get maybe one more archer. Nope, not quite. But yeah, we see the cows here. Look at that. 333, almost fully ready to go. That food income is going to start going up, 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 and up. But at this point, Lash has been okay just playing in feudal because he knows he's not falling behind.
He's not going to play in feudal, though. I think he's going castle, just looking at those resources.
Yeah.
It feels very much like on to castle we go, and I think the window is rapidly shrinking for Corvinus. So, if you're Corvinus, what can you do? And, I mean, as a caster, my job is to try and give options and avenues to succeed. I just do not know if there is any. Because he's got 5 Keshik. He's not going to wipe 40 villagers with that. But unless he does that, his economy is just going to be so much weaker than Lash's.
Yeah, it just feels tough because those Donzos are just so good at defending where they need to be. Like, you can't really run around them because they'll just pick you off with their one shot. Then when you finally close the gap, they'll just be right there to take out the Keshik. I mean, the food's coming in. Lash is going to be castle and on, ready to go. Corbin is still just floating too much gold. I really wonder how he overdid that. Like, this feels at this point like not only has the game plan sort of failed, which, no, that's fine. So maybe strategically he needed to figure something else out. But even macro wise, like when your macro gets that off by about 1,000 gold, something's wrong. And you definitely, when you're on a clock, you don't want to be mismacroed for it. I mean, here comes the Grand Fulani Corral right now. Like, this is like the one spot where second and somehow not lose everything. And we do see Keshiks coming in. They can smell it in the air. They can smell the scent of bovine in the pastures. They know what to do. But can they do enough? I just don't know. There's a lot of vills on that. It's already halfway up. Feels like it's a day late and $1 short as they come in and are immediately repulsed by the sofa, running past the cows they should be trying to kill. Instead, they walk home fruitless, losing a couple along the way. And here comes kind of the last push from Corvinus. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get much value out of this. Grand Fulani's almost all the way up. Villagers do pull back and retreat. So a little bit of delay now given. Corvinus looking for his out, looking for his way back in. Sitting on all the villagers. They ran for the hills in the tower. Keshik's on top of him. This is kind of what he needs. Just can't afford to lose too much here. Villagers going down. He's now killed 14. That's a pretty good number, but not enough. As now they're right back on. Now they're right back onto the Fulani, but was it enough? Now he's actually close now to Castle Age himself. But the problem still lies in the fact that it's 1 TC to Cowboom. Well, through that scout in particular, I guess. As he takes him out. And then there's a sofa cosplaying as a scout down there on the gold.
Yeah, Corvinus is going to castle as well. I just don't know if, like, he doesn't have the army to fight this. Needless to say, he cannot afford to lose villagers at this point. If he has a 15 villager lead, perhaps that is enough to make up for some of the difference between the passive resource income versus non, especially if he picks up some of the relics. But
maybe
I think it's safe to say
step readout, but he's gonna go Krilltai. Like maybe the step readout and you get on gold, you could really churn the eco a bit. But he's gonna go Krilltai for the bonus to the military. And I agree. Like, is 15 enough against Cowboom 20, 25 minutes in? And I'll be honest,
I don't think so.
From what we've seen today, I don't think so. I just don't think so. There's just not enough behind it.
The concern with the Krilltai is that you need an army to buff with it. And I don't see an army right now that can actually be buffed by Corvinus.
Yeah, and by the time he starts producing enough, Malians are going to be full spam mode. They're just going to be printing out these Donzos faster than you can say hello. And they've already got map control. He's already, you know, charging across the map. Corvinus is getting boxed in slowly.
I'm trying to think. Like he's gonna go Keshik Archer, which is like nice. But look at Lash now. He's floating 1,400 food.
Gosh, he just jumped to Imperial almost. If he gives it a minute. Oh my
I
goodness.
wonder if that's the plan. I don't think it should be the plan, but at this point, if he keeps piling up resources like that, he could just drop the Fortress of the Huntress and say, okay, come at me.
I mean, it'd be pretty funny if he did. I'd be here for it, that's for sure.
It's so risky, though.
It is. It's unnecessarily so. Like, there's no reason to do that. Oftentimes, these players you'll see, they're not playing always to be dramatic and to just make it a statement. They're playing not to lose, oftentimes. Especially in a 1-1 series, you know you've got to win this to move on. Lash is going to do what it does. He's not going to take a risk he doesn't think is worth it. And so I expect him to play the castle game for a little bit. But man, he's got a lot of food. That cow boom is going crazy as a big dive with the sofas and the Donzos. I don't know if this is a smart dive. I guess he's trying to do a timing attack against Corvinus. Doesn't get a lot out of it. He does have more military units overall, but it feels like that didn't do a ton. Only got a couple, maybe like 1 or 2 bill kills total out of that.
Corvinus is still trying to get the archer numbers up, but his wood income isn't there, and now it's poison arrow archers coming in for Lash.
Well,
I'm actually surprised.
It's terrible for Corvinus right now.
Yeah, I'm surprised about the poison arrows for Lash. He doesn't even have a single archer, and maybe just playing imported armor sofas would have been fine. Archers are useless against sofas, and then he can just flood the sofas to outnumber the Keshik. I think that would have worked perfectly for Lash.
Yeah, he's got enough food. He can make units for days. Yeah, there's not as much wood for Lash, so yeah, going for like an archer play doesn't seem like it makes as much sense. Good curl tide drop here by Corvinus. That's gonna help him win this skirmish at least. But you just gotta wonder, like, long term, like, these cows aren't going anywhere. Eventually, Lash is going to be able to start walling his base in and start making it even more difficult to get in there, because Corvinus has benefited from the ability to get in. There's an ill-fated Wolo that we can see there. Right now, Corvinus has had kind of open season to come and go from Lash's base if he so wants to. Eventually, Lash is going to make that a non-possibility and say, no, I'm walling things in. Oh, and that happens especially. I don't know what Corvinus is going to be able to do. 13 sofa with 6 more on the way. And you know, I don't see any reason why not to keep making sofa. There's men-at-arms, archers, and Keshiks. Like, why would you not just keep spamming sofas all day?
That is why I was so surprised about
them.
the poison arrows for Lash. Like, he doesn't need it. I think if he goes full sofa, really the only thing that he is missing is production. He's got 9 sofas in queue. Very much feels like he doesn't have enough production buildings to spam them out a little quicker.
Yeah,
like
it's wood. He's kind of hurting for wood a little bit because he's trying to keep the Donzo production up as well. Needs a little bit more. He has, I mean, he has lost, 14 villagers. He might be kind of 14 down on wood duty, but regardless, the cow boom, man, it's just so good at this point. And he's got 1,200 food, 1,000 gold a minute. He's even got his wood income's actually not bad. He's just going through it incredibly fast.
He's just waiting for
maybe
critical
poison
mass to
archers was
pile
just
up
kind of
now.
a flex. He's just investing in the future in case he messes up later down the line,
I love the Kurotai placement by Corvinus, though. He's got Deerstone's Kurotai being pulled. He knows that this is a now or never. And, we've seen bigger things for Corvinus. Like, Kurotai plus Deerstones is no pushover, but he doesn't have crossbows. I think he's just now queuing a couple more crossbows. I think he needs at least 10 crossbows to try and hold off this many sofas.
Yeah, it's going to look close because the numbers are close, and with the buff of Deerstones in Kurlatai, it's going to look like a close fight. The problem is he's got no units that counter the sofa, and so in the end, it's only going to go so far. As I say that, we do have some crossbows coming up. We got 6 on the field, 4 in queue, but that fight might happen before it's ready. He needs to get those crossbows front and center to have any kind of chance here. And meanwhile, Lash just still stockpiling so many units. He's going to hit a lot of pop very soon. Right now, it's pretty dang even, though. Feels like he just needs a couple more production buildings. Lash just spending it as fast as he can. Getting raided. Good raid by Corvinus on the gold. Needs to do anything he can to get back in this.
For now, he's poking and prodding. Oh boy, raid on the gold mine. That's a problem for Corvinus. Remember, he's playing Mongols. He cannot wall himself off, but he's got 13 crossbows. I think it's now or never for him. I don't think he can delay any further. If the Mangonels arrive, things are going to get dicey. But 14 crossbows with the Kurotai buff, plus 24 archers, supported by some Keshik. I think you can fight into those sofas.
Yeah, Lash has been sitting on his heels for a little too long. He needs to get that production going a little quicker. Now he's sitting on 500 plus wood. Needs to get that into production. Needs to take a good fight here, or he needs to consider making a mango, which he has made a mangonel. So he's beating me to it here. Maybe one more would make me feel more comfortable. He's got the resources for it. Oh, he's got 2 more in queue. Okay, so Lash thinking ahead here and knows that the crossbows are coming and that his advantage is only temporary in that regard. And mass Springled from Corvinus. What's your opinion on Springled right now? Like, worth, not worth? Because I'm still kind of like, takes a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's still dicey for Corvinus. Now, Military Academy coming in here for Lash, he's going to double down on the production, and I just feel like any moment that Corvinus delays now, the build-up is much more rapid for Lash. 4 Springolds, a nice choke point like that could be interesting, though. It's now or never. Nothing is protecting
nice
the
shot.
That That's actually a lot of Springolds, though. Corvinus
did
has a
some
lot
good
of
shots.
firepower here.
He got a good angle with those and got a lot of half-dead units. That could be helpful here in a second, especially with the curl tie right behind. Mango is taking shots, missing basically entirely.
Oh, this is good.
Suddenly the numbers,
I think.
Numbers are close. With Sofa though getting onto the Springolds and onto the archers. He's got to get on this. Oh, good pull of the Donzos to get back onto the Mangoes. One of them's gonna probably go down. Maybe. Oh, you know what? Maybe not. Donzo pull was really effective as the Sofa continue to move forward, taking down
Where are the
unit after unit.
crossbows?
The crossbows have been swept off the floor by the Sofas. There was nothing left to protect them. No spears, no Keshik to defend. The curl tie can only do so much as in goes Lash, and with raids on the back line to boot.
Oh man, Corvinus still has 10 crossbows somewhere. Those were desperately needed here.
I think they're back
Granted,
at home.
Lash
He got
lost a
raided.
lot of cavalry.
Yeah, he lost a lot.
So much cav, and those are expensive losses at the end of the day. So Corvinus might still have a shot at this. It's down to just 9 Sofas for Lash. The problem is, again, as we said, sustainability. There's another layer behind this for Lash because he's got the economy for this. I don't know if that's the case for Corvinus. He's struggling for gold.
Yeah, and this has been the story the whole time, right? He doesn't have trade behind it. If he had trade behind this, he'd be set, but then he wouldn't have the curl tie, and that last fight wouldn't have been nearly as close as it was, because we mentioned it would be a close fight, but the counter units were on Lash's side, and it was close. Some good Donzo micro, keeping those Mangoes alive, keeping them going, but now, the cow boom, it's going, it's online. He's even adding some farms in. He's adding some stone as well. I wonder if he's going to add a keep just to keep things protected up front. Meanwhile, Corvinus, desperate for wood, desperate for gold. Got his pasture set up at least though, so he's got sheep. And now Lash behind that killed 13 bills. So really, for all things,
Oh,
Eco
boy.
is dead even. Then you add in the cow boom. Lash is very ahead right now.
Yeah, that's the problem for Corvinus. Like, we're getting to the stage where, I say this millions of times, walls can win you games. It sounds so simple, and this is the bane of the existence of the Mongols in late game. You might be able to tell I'm not a big fan of Mongols in the current competitive meta. I just feel like their economy is fairly weak compared to most civs, and the lack of walls just ruin your entire late game. If you're not dictating the tempo of the game, the room to recover is just so thin.
There's just not much you can do about this. And again, they just don't get enough eco. They're so dependent. Wow. Just takes it out right there. But their eco is so dependent on that initial push doing enough damage. Now the curl tie not even in effect yet. A lot of crossbows. I don't think Lash wants to take this just yet. I'd back up and get the Mangoes in there. This could be a bad fight because Corvinus somehow has managed to get a military. And now the curl tie activated. He's got a... Oh no. Lash is throwing his military away. Those Mangoes aren't in time. And villagers getting pulled from the back line. They have brought out the torches. That's going to be one Mango down. And maybe another.
Nice flank by Corvinus.
Lash
Nice
completely
little bait.
overextending.
But the
Two.
Sofas do come in. And if Corvinus loses a dozen villagers here, it's going to be catastrophic. Looks like he lives to see another day. Could have been tighter, could have been a lot tighter than that, but those villagers really came in clutch, just pushed away all the mangonels. Both players are looking for Imperial, by the way. Lash is floating 3,000
Lash
gold,
could
but also
click it right now.
Corvinus.
Yeah. Lash could just trade it off.
Corvinus A lot of food and gold in the bank. He just doubled down, though. He's not going to go Imperial just yet. He's doubling down on Kashyyyk crossbows.
It feels kind of like Lash did the mistake of sending your army out right before you age up. Like he's got some left, but he's 15 units next to 40. And if Corvinus doubles down and sends the entire squad in right as he clicks up in age, Corvinus could find a window that works.
Yeah, well, I think the big question is production for Lash, because one thing he doesn't have a lot of is wood. Notice how he depleted the wood line at the back, and he didn't move to the middle. He basically has no wood income. Now, what that means is you could have all the food and gold in the world. If you do not have the production to spend it, it's not going to amount too much. And Corvinus now sees it's an Imperial Age up coming in. Look at the population from Lash, though. He is at 97 population. Even if you get the Imp Techs, you don't really have a standing army. And if you don't have the production, you cannot just like flood out a bunch of Imperial Age units. I think this is concerning for Lash because the production isn't there.
This is what I was concerned about. I was really, really worried that he'd throw this army away and then click up. And now the window is open for Corvinus to come back and win this game. There is a chance. He's been behind for a lot of this, but now by aging out the tech, it puts yourself back a little bit. And after losing that last fight, oh, this is so dangerous. Corvinus having a shot to win this series and move on. Sending everything he's got. He's got 54 military units. Is it going to be enough, though?
It's all in or bust.
It feels like it's going to be tight. He's got a lot of siege, but not a lot of front line.
I don't think this is a matter of winning the game here. I think this is just a matter of wiping 40 villagers and making this competitive. I think that is what it's all about for Corvinus. He needs to find a way to be on par in economy. And sure, you have a lot of passive resource income for Lash, but if you wipe 40 villagers, it's actually an even game. And I think that's what Corvinus needs to aim for. The farms are wide open. Looks like he's going for the production, though. I think he's feeling the same thing that I do. If you take out the production buildings, if you take out the cattle ranches, you could do a lot of damage in just such a small amount of time.
Yeah, we see the cow boom. Bovine slaughter about to begin. Lash smartly moving the cows out of the way so they can pull the pens back. Big mango shot right in there. Most of them miss. This is a really precarious spot. If Lash holds this, it's going to be a game. But if he gets wiped right here, mango shots hitting on all of the Donzers in the middle, right below the TC. Good hit there. Lots of mangonels.
It's a 2-to-1 army ratio. And look at the production queue for Lash. 10 sofas in queue. He does not have the production building to get those out. He's got the resources, but not the production.
Yeah, he's just bottlenecked himself. The lack of wood. He expunged all the wood in the back and has no recourse for more. He's got some Donzers, but again, he went Imperial, and now Corvinus knows it's do or die, and he is just sitting right on top of the production.
Yeah, I don't like the DC being targeted.
I think Corvinus might have this. He might be able to snatch this victory.
I would love to see some cav detached by Corvinus to hit the farmers, though. He needs to do a lot of eco damage here. He's trying to find an army to kill. Lash is trying to stall this until he's got better numbers, but the mangonels are just butchering all these Donzos.
I don't know how he's going to get bigger numbers when he doesn't have any production buildings. He's sitting right on it. This might just be it for Lash if he can't get something going.
And he's going sofas, by the way, against 33 crossbows. Like, this is not a pushover army. Sure, it's Imperial Age units against a Castle Age army, but crossbows still hard counter the cav, and you might be right. We might be seeing the miracle that Corvinus needed here. Lash shifted villagers
right
to
on the
wood now
production
because he needs the production buildings. This is a tricky map because you don't have an obvious second tree line that you can take, and Lash never really bothered to get one.
Yeah, it feels like he's got the ability to get all the food and gold he needs. He's desperately trying to get wood going. I think the timing attack is what's doing this. Corvinus just needed a window, a road to victory. It wasn't there for a while, and then Lash inadvertently let him have one by just building that landmark kind of to the side. I mean, imagine that village of the fortress was right in front of this, and Corvinus came right up to it. It'd be a very different game, but because it's not, it's sitting on the farms, that left the cow boom completely exposed and with no production. Corvinus just needs, as long as Corvinus keeps this military alive and keeps this momentum, it's good. If it ever gets stalled, if he ever loses what's on the screen right now, he's not gonna be able to make it back again.
Yeah, agreed. It's gotta be an all-in for him now. But at the same time, he just needs to do as much damage as he can. If he takes out these units out here, he has the ability to take out a bunch of buildings which he gets rewarded for, and I think that's going to be the plan. He's taking out buildings of the Rams. Lash's economy is now suffering. Look at the resource bank. That wasn't the case moments ago. Now, mangonels are slowly being taken out by the cannon, and again, all that Lash needs to do is survive. The villager count is still there. He just doesn't have the army. He took out the majority of the mangonels, though, so most of the firepower from Corvinus is gone.
I don't think he's got enough. 41 to 10. I mean, there's not much of a front line left, but those mangoes do so much damage, and they're just kind of at a critical mass of crossbows and archers. It feels so precarious right now.
This is so weird. Now,
but like the eco, it's still 76 to 79, so it's not like Lash is like completely dead. It's just he has no military on the field. If he could just get some kind of semblance of a military, he could get the techs and go, but he just feels kind of stuck. Like the timing attack, Corvinus seizing his moment.
And this is so because you lost all the cattle, now you have to build a bunch of farms to sustain production, but that's just taking away all the wood you have. It's still about the fact that Lash isn't able to mass produce an army. He actually is outnumbered almost 2-to-1 in terms of population. And remember, Corvinus is getting a lot of resources from taking out these buildings. If Corvinus could take out the monastery to the north, that would be huge. Lash is sitting on 4 relics.
I don't know if he needs to worry about it, though. He's gotten access to gold of his own, which has been his big bottleneck for a while. Because Corvinus has the food set up, right? He just needed gold. We just saw him move on to the 8k gold down in the south. Now that he's here and now that he's wiped out half the base, we do see the Sofa trying to make a counterattack. Gosh, I don't know if Lash can make this work. It feels like he just needs time he doesn't have. He needed like another minute to get things going, and he just didn't get that. Corvinus jumped on it the moment he saw him go into H4.
I think Lash might have a shot. So this is the 3rd landmark being taken out by Corvinus. Lash has 10 sofas. As crazy as it sounds, you could contemplate sending them against Corvinus's eco and just wiping all the gold miners. It sounds crazy, but he's mining stone like a madman, so I'm thinking he could fortify the last landmark, the Fortress of the Huntress. And if he wipes out half of the eco of Corvinus, Corvinus will not be able to bring in more reinforcements. It seems tricky though, because again, all the production buildings are being targeted down, and by the way, sofas will not work against 42 crossbows. That's their problem here for Lash. He's fighting.
I'm looking
heavy
at 43 crossbows. 43 crossbows with 5 rams and more coming. I don't know. Because all Corvinus needs to do now is just let his eco boom a little bit. Now that he's kind of evened things out, and somehow Lash still has 1,700 food coming in a minute. I guess his farm transition must be really cranking, but these rams, I think he could honestly get the landmark down at this point. He's got enough rams.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think that there's maybe, I think Lash really kind of hosed himself by going Imperial when he did and putting that landmark where he did off to the corner. It really hasn't done him any good so far.
I mean, it protects the farming eco. If he doesn't do that, Corvinus would have just pushed that angle and wiped out a bunch of villagers. But this is getting dicey now. Ooh, Kurultai is being targeted down. If you lose the Kurultai, it's a totally different game here. And keep in mind, especially
Lash has 40 units now. Lash managed to get 40 units in the field. Has he got enough time? Like, oh my gosh, if he survives this, it really felt like Corvinus had him on the ropes. But if he like pulls a Rocky and gets back up right now,
there is one fight left in this game. Whoever wins this fight wins the game, I feel. So let's see. Does Corvinus have enough?
I don't know. A lot of crossbows. Snowfa's trying their best. The Rams pushing forward.
It's the Rams that are problematic. Villagers being bold. Lash needs to keep this alive.
Villager pull. Desperation setting in, taking the Rams out, dropping Bills. It's now 47 to 30 Bill kills. There is raids happening in Corvinus' base right now.
Doesn't matter. If this landmark is lost, it's game over. It doesn't matter anyway. Lash lost way too many villagers protecting this. Corvinus, can he take out the landmark? That's the real question.
One last hit from the Rams. All the Bills coming in from Corvinus. And it's done. GG, he destroys the last landmark, and Corvinus snatching victory with the slimmest chance at first, managing to break his way in late in the game as Lash prematurely jumps to Imperial and opens himself up to a loss. We mentioned earlier that he could rush Imp early and that it would be a mistake. And even when he did, it looks like the timing was just bad. Corvinus with an exceptional win here, turning the tables from what
I
looked like a
cannot
certain
believe-
loss to a win.
I cannot believe what I've just seen from Corvinus, and this is one of those like 1 in 1,000 type games. He was not meant to win this game. Just look at the resources. A 50% differential in resources collected across the board. But there is one key factor, and I think that is where this game slipped away from Lash. It is wood.
Would
You mentioned the Imperial timing. It wasn't just the Imperial timing. It was the fact that he hits Imperial, but he doesn't have the ability to mass produce units.
yeah,
that
well,
was an
throwing his
issue.
army away right before too. Just
Yes.
because he lost that fight right before that too, and the villagers had
that.
sniped his mangoes.
He
Oh,
loses the
man.
army, and he doesn't have the production. So he reaches Imperial, and he didn't have any standing army. Corvinus had like a 5-to-1 army advantage. And once that this snowball started rolling, suddenly you're looking at a setup where Lash just had to fight, and he didn't have the tools to do it. Corvinus wins this series, and he's going to be the one moving on to the deciders. He's going to face off against Killjardy or Scarlet Devil. I don't know if we have
Ooh, that'll be
update
a-
brackets that the production can show us, but that would be a
Corvinus
nice one to
Killjardy
see.
game would be pretty exciting stuff indeed. Now take a look at our brackets here.
Okay, Numudon versus Sass. Cat versus Core. Cat is already leading 1-0 against Core. Scatterbrained leading against Sia. So that is definitely an upset so far in that deciding best of 5. And then Corvinus waiting for his opponent Killjardy or Scarlet Devil. But we are going to take a look at Numudon versus Sass. Seed number 4 versus seed number 5, I'm being told. Definitely a banger over here. Only one of these two will make it into the main event. The winner of that best of 5, the one that is coming up, is going to be that player. So let's take a look at this draft here between Numudon and Sass. But I'm told, first, we're going to take a little break.
Well, we could look at the we could take just a quick look then at the draft. There's the draft right there.
Well, that's still Corvinus
this is
Lash, so that's
Corvinus
not gonna
Lash.
help us.
What? I've been baited. I guess we will take a look at it after the break then.
Welcome back to EGC TV. Here we are, decider matchup coming up. Numadon versus SAS. And we're going to kick things off on Gorge. Before we do that, of course, let's take a look at the drafts though. And looks like we do have some showcase of the new civilizations. House of Lancaster for Numadon. And on the other side, Knights Templar for SAS. So one on each side, it looks like.
Have not seen Templars yet today. Heard a lot about them. We've seen a lot of dominant performance of them yesterday. Excited to see them for myself here, casting alongside you, Lidacor, today. We've been kind of excited for these, for these new civs in particular. But Knights Templar, super duper interesting. Actually, no, we have seen Templar today. Wait a minute. We saw those in the first
we've
series.
Seen
the
it
first
on
series.
Frisian Marshes.
That's right. It's been a busy day. I'm excited to see them again. Maybe see some different style play. Some late game play with them would be really fun. But starting off instead on Gorge, we've seen a lot of Malians today. And now we'll see them against Roos on Gorge. To start off our best of 5 series with Numadon and SAS. What do you make of the drafts here?
Well, it's interesting to see Malians being used on Gorge. It's not your classic Gorge civilization. I would think it's more like Dry Arabia, Baldland. Baldland is one of the best maps for Malians, so I'm definitely surprised by the pick. Though, again, the thing with Malians is that it's one of the least creative civilization picks in a way, and it's just a powerhouse civilization. Like, you know what's going to happen. It's a matter of can you stop it. Besides, I love the Byzantines for SAS. OOTD would be interesting. We haven't seen a single OOTD game today. And then on the other side, we get Jushi, Jeanne d'Arc, Ayyubids. I'm curious about Frisian Marshes, because it's probably like I can see Numadon playing Jeanne d'Arc there. Maybe Jeanne d'Arc versus French would be an interesting one for Frisian Marshes. I'm also curious about Baldland because, as I said, I think Malians is probably the best on the roster for Numadon for that one. Unless he's thinking about something regarding the manors. Because Baldland, you don't have a lot of wood.
No.
So do you invest your early wood into manors so that you have a passive resource income, which would take away a lot of the problems that you otherwise have on that map?
Yeah, that would be interesting. That'd be an interesting choice there. Because again, yeah, like the wood further off and like later in the game, once you get through your first couple smaller wood lines, you don't have a lot in Baldland. I could see it. I do agree though. Malians on Gorge is an interesting choice. I would have thought maybe that'd be the one you go with, like Jeanne d'Arc or maybe even Zhu Shi on Gorge. Those tend to be more frequent picks. Or even, I mean, heck, even Ayyubids and Delhi can play pretty well on Gorge. So Malian seems like the one pick I would have been kind of scratching my head about because the lack of gold. I mean, everything's on the wings on that one, except for the opening pit, which is usually kind of up in front too. So interesting choice. Roos feels pretty good on Gorge. Roos feels pretty good everywhere though.
Yeah, like Roos is your wildcard civilization. It feels good everywhere. It's a combination of a civilization that has a really good unit composition, and we talked about this. Eco matters a lot. A nice wood buff is something that you can leverage every single map, and that is exactly what the Roos have. So in a way, it's one of those things where they just have a buff that's applicable for every single map, and for certain maps you might find civs that are better, but there are very few civs in the game that are just like uniformly good on every single map, and Roos is one of them.
Yeah, Roos just feels good in almost every single matchup on every single map. Like, it's very rare to find a matchup that doesn't feel at least okay for Roos. This one, though, I mean, putting him on a timer again, I mean, but on this map of all things, Malians is an interesting choice. Of course, it's funny we say this as casters, right? But Numadon is just far and away a better player than I'll probably ever be. So surely he knows more than I do, but it does seem like a slightly odd choice. Maybe not an ideal choice, but then again, maybe he's hoping to, maybe he knew his opponent would probably go for Roos here. Maybe he doesn't like Gorge and wanted to get this one out of the way and save his other civs for other maps potentially.
Well, here we go. Gorge. Game number 1 of this best of 5, Numadon versus SAS. The winner is going to make his way into the main event of the Elite Classic 3. SAS with the color blue playing as the Roos, and Numadon with the Malians in red.
Pretty standard stuff so far. I'm curious to see how many houses we get as normal on Malians. I mean, I mentioned a couple series ago that like it used to be considered greedy to go for 6, but now it just feels like the standard for Malians. They just can get away with it so easily. I bet we'll see the 2 hunting cabin opening as well for Roos. And the question is, I mean, I guess I say question. It's probably going to be a Golden Gate. We do see just the 1 hunting cabin, and is that a Dark Age Rax?
Oh, wow.
Well,
Okay.
I'll be. We got ourselves a Dark Age Rush coming right up from Roos, of all things. Now someone's going to tell me, however, I'm probably going to be told sometime later, like, oh, don't you know, Soccerton, that, like, Roos is a great Dark Age Rush civ? And I'm just sitting there going, really? Like, what? Okay.
I'm not against it. The gold mine is very far away from the town center, and if there's one thing that you don't expect from Roos, it's probably a Dark Age spear rush.
That's for sure.
It's something that you can use to pressure that gold mine, and that is how you can start throwing off the timings of the Malians if you force them to respond to early aggression like that.
We've seen this a couple times where every single time someone has Dark Age rushed, it has blown up in their face. And so, like, I feel like
it should.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you and I like it that way, I guess. But it seems like Malians is so good, right? We talk about just being such a powerhouse, and here comes, number 6 right there. The house is full greed, basically, just completely greedy on this. That maybe that is what you have to. Maybe Malians just forces this out of everybody. But
Yeah,
gosh,
I
it
think
feels
so.
bad, right?
I think so. I think once you get to feudal age, even the Malians will get 3 Donzos out and 3 javelin throwers, and it is just enough to push away any small aggression at the beginning. I just feel like the initial units that you make in feudal age, the value on those is huge for the Malians compared to other civilizations. So if you have to make something happen with limited resources, it's not really something that you can do in early feudal against the Malians. And in Dark Age, it's a different story. If you are the tempo setter, you are forcing Nimodon to do things your way, basically. And at the same time, you also force a couple of houses to be rebuilt. I think, again, it's all about setting the tempo of the game. But the problem with Dark Age rushes is that oftentimes it seems like you're doing a lot of damage until you realize that you yourself have been 2 minutes delayed going into feudal.
Yeah, and Sass is not just doing a little 2-spear thing here. He's got 5 and 1 in the queue. He is committed to a dark age pressure. I said dark side. To going to the dark side. He is committed to the dark side of the Force. Going full in on the Dark Age rush. I again, to use a chess term, I'm not sure if this is sound as a move, but we'll see. It's yet to work so far today from what we've seen. Malians seem nigh unbeatable. Again, they did lose last game, but it just feels like it puts you back.
This is interesting, though. He's not targeting the houses. Usually the target is the house because those are easy to kill. But he thinks that he can finish off the whole pit mine. The danger that you're running here is that if you do not finish the pit mine, all of this is for nothing. So part of the reason why players often target the houses is because even if you just destroy one house, at least you've done something. Whereas if you get cleaned up before the pit mine is fully gone, you're in trouble. Now, it looks like he will be able to clean up the pit mine, though, before anything comes in here from Numedon.
Yeah, he's definitely committed. In for a penny, in for a pound. There's also the other adage that says don't put all your eggs in one basket. But here he is, basket full of eggs, as all these spears throw torch after torch. And immediately here comes, is that a barracks? Archery range coming up for Numedon. I think this pit mine will go down. It's burning now. Does he pull the Vils or not? That's another spear. 9 spears by Sass.
That is insane. Like this is a major gamble here, because this is a huge investment. Now, pit mine is gone. If you can take out a couple of houses, you can make life very difficult for Numedon. Now, I'm wondering if that would have been the better option, because that restricts his ability to add archers without building houses elsewhere.
Possibly. I think taking the pit mine out was a must for this big of an investment. But now that he's done that, he can walk away with a victory no matter what. And now the houses are just the icing on the cake.
Here's why I think Sass is doing this. We talked about this. He wants to dictate the tempo of the game. And I think pro scouts work a lot better when Numedon is opening range. Remember, normally you could have Numedon, if you'll just allow him to go up to feudal, you could have him open stable warrior scouts, and then the Roost player cannot ferry in the carcasses. What if, however, you open spears, and that automatically means that Numodon cannot open stable if they want to clean this up. And that is exactly what's happening. So the investment into spears means that you force Numodon to go into a range, and that might set you up for your actual Feudal Age plans.
It definitely could be. And since the pit mine went down, he is delaying that gold, which is going to delay the cow boom, which is going to delay, Malians just in general. So SAS, I mean, a very aggressive Dark Age play here, but I mean, from what we've seen, maybe it's kind of necessary because we saw, I mean, even Corvinus had to really dive into it, and it was a tough fight and a tough win for him, even with the Dark Age pressure. This seems to be like a triple down on it, though. I wonder if maybe you're right, if Pro Scouts is the play. We do see those archers moving forward across the map. Not quite sure why. They're still probably chasing those spears. Well, we do see survival techniques coming out, but that's not Pro Scouts. Did he go out onto the food himself? Yeah, he just moved out on his own. So maybe he's thinking of Pro Scouts later down the line, but that's kind of just moving out.
No, if you move out like that, it's just gonna be knights. That was the other alternative. If you force your opponent to open archers, then you actually get a lot more value for your initial knights.
Yeah, and that's true. Those archers are going to have nothing to happen for them here. Nothing going, as the knights will probably be popping up here soon. Spears have returned home. Their duty done. I would say that was a successful Dark Age push. He got what he wanted out of that. And we have this first stable, sure enough. A horseman to start the queue, however. Not enough gold to make a knight. In fact, he doesn't have anyone on gold yet, does he? I think he's just relying on the passive gold from the deer and the hunt. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
still early.
Looks like he's just opening horsemen. So I wonder how aggressive he's going to be. Maybe he's going to play horseman archer. Yeah, he's going double ranges. It's an interesting choice to go that way, though, because Numodon already has the range, so he can start adding javelins immediately.
We do see the first Donzos coming out as well. Numodon adding in that barracks. Still gathering the scattering of extra sheep that are on the map. Spears trying to catch up. They won't be able to do that, though. And that second pit mine is pretty dang exposed, that 8K down in the south. I guess it's being the far east corner. You wonder if SAS can build up enough of a mass and kind of push up onto that. Deny some of the extra gold here for Numodon.
Yeah, it very much seems like SAS is just going super heavy on the wood. He's just gotten double broadaxe. Obviously, he has the existing Ruse buff as well. So I'm starting to feel like we're seeing a version of the super classic Ruse Feudal Age Archer plus Ram build. There was a time where this was the anti-build or counter-build to the 2TC very, very boomy civilizations. Usually, it included the use of a Bordeaux, which we do not see just yet.
I mean, he is on the deer with survival techniques, so that's close.
True, but I'm thinking like this could be an avenue, because one way you can leverage the Ruse wood buff is just to spam archers, which are very wood heavy, and then just play a pure numbers game. Malians don't like spamming units in Feudal. They just want these small skirmishes between small armies because they can actually stall those.
One lone spearman torching the pit mine right here. Kind of fun. I've always wondered how a pit mine, like, mechanically would just actually make you passive gold. But game's got a game. Pretty good sized military from SAS at this point. He's got 10 archers, 7 spears. He's kind of for that 1-1-1 kind of build. I wonder if he will go for like a ram rush here. Maybe on the east side. Take things out. He's moving out to the other deer as well. And we do see there is siege engineering coming in. So he is planning on doing some ramp stuff. This could work. This can work. My fear is that Numodon is just going to hold. And that if you destroy one pit mine, it's like Hail Hydra, right? Like you cut off one head, another one will take its place. Like he'll just build it back again.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. I think at this point, it's going to be pure numbers game. the javelins are hard counter to archers, but at the same time, if you have a combination of archers and horsemen, and you just start spamming those out, maybe there's a chance that you can overpower this position, or at least stall Numadan out for some time. Remember that Numadan wants to be untouched, and that is the big problem here if you're playing Malians. You don't want to fight now, you want to fight in 5 minutes.
This is true, and getting a pickup like this is really crucial right here. We see just 2 archers right now, but again, you mentioned it's a numbers game. Every little pickup you can get now, or when that big fight happens later, it'll be in a much better spot, and these horsemen are going to take down a house. And again, the population cap here for Numadan, he's got, 95, he's got 68 total. You can get enough of those houses torn down, and you can actually, affect his ability to, like you've mentioned before, create more units.
Still,
I kind of wish Sass would bring like a villager and build one of those towers up on the gold. Give himself a place to fall back to. Because again, Numadan's going to have the advantage of the defender's advantage of being able to produce and just rally them right in front of his base where he needs them, whereas Sass is going the long way. Would love to see some, maybe, I don't know if I would go so far as forward production, but maybe like a place you can hold with like a tower, something that's going to be able to shoot arrows down at the Donzo's back as a defensive holdout.
Yeah, this is interesting because Numadan is on the hunt. He hasn't set up the cattle whatsoever, so this suddenly becomes a nice target here for Sass. At the same time, Numadan has 16 javelins. So we're getting to the stage where pushing into this is going to be awfully difficult for Sass.
Yeah, even the horseman, the high base damage, still doing a lot of damage.
17 javs, 16 Donzos. It's enough to repel this.
And so it's like a prickly porcupine walking around. You can't quite touch it as he just kind of motions around. And they're slow, but you can't dive into them because the jabs hurt a lot. They do high base damage, and the Donzos throw stuff at you too. So we see Sass just kind of playing cat and mouse and getting picked off little by little. Again, these number games, losing the little stragglers matters in the long run.
Now Sass is adding numbers, adding knights to this, in fact. And that's going to be a big difference maker. If you have some premium heavy cavalry here, even if you just soak up 1 or 2 volleys, it's a big difference maker. Donzos are being held all the way back. But critically, Numadan is not building up his cattle-based economy. So at the very least, one thing that Sass is accomplishing with this, well, as I'm saying that a couple of cattle is slowly being rallied. But Numadan is still on the hunt, and he's relying on the hunt for food to a certain extent. So at least this fight is partially on the terms of Sass. I don't think he can sustain this status quo for a long time, but he still seems to have that window before the Malian eco would really kick in.
He has a window, but he's on borrowed time. Once his hunt runs out on the northwest side, I don't know what he's going to do for food. He's got that boar. He looks like he's angling towards that boar right now as we speak, actually. I can see on the mini-map he's heading over there. And that's another 2,000 food he's got on the south. But once that's gone, he's got 2K in food to deal with, and then after that, it's farm transition time or berries, which isn't that good either. So he's on borrowed time. He does have a pretty good sized mass. He needs to make sure if he takes a trade, it's a really smart trade as he leaves his cavalry almost hanging right there, just out of the range of Numadan. Man, that's a scary mass we're looking at right there. A lot of Donzos, a lot of Javs. Slow but prickly.
Yeah, I just feel like now you have the death ball of the Malians. A bunch of Donzos, a bunch of Javelins. This is a composition that is so difficult to counter without Mangonels or Springolds.
Yeah.
They're going to wipe your cavalry in an instant, and they wipe out range units as well. You would need something like men-at-arms, but even then it doesn't feel good because Javelins have a nice base attack, so I don't think the composition that Sass has is good enough to deal with this.
You mentioned Malians maybe being like overpowered and you didn't want to say it, but maybe they are. I'm like, look at this, like Numadan can just castle up now.
Yeah,
Sass,
I think
meanwhile, is gonna like run out of food before he even gets a chance to.
the problem, I think, when it comes to dealing with Malians in the competitive scene, at least from what I've seen across hundreds of games, is they can stall out whatever you have with Javelins and Donzos, and as long as they stall you out, they will always have a better economy. They don't need to expand across the map, or at least they don't really have to as much as other civs do. This is a nice timing, though. I think Sass was waiting for this. He was waiting for the age-up.
Waiting for the age up. If he can get on those vills, it's about halfway up. He needs to get some serious work done. This is tough diving into the TC. The Donzo's right on top of the Knights and Horsemen, getting thinned out fast. The Javs behind this. Archers are trying to thin out the Donzos, but there's a lot of them.
It's a
Can't even
cleanup.
quite get to the villagers. I think he's gonna get swept. Yeah.
It's a
That
cleanup.
just feels like game, doesn't it? And it's
Now,
not.
you're
just
saying
yet,
that, but
but
look at the villager kills. It's a cleanup,
14.
but at what cost?
a lot of dead vills. If he can deny this a little more, and they got to get pulled off. He's denied and slowed down the age up, but at what cost?
I think Nomadon made a
value.
major mistake here. He should have just like ran with the vills and fight it out. Like, this is a beautiful cleanup, and this would have been instant GG if it wasn't for the fact that you lost 15 villagers. That's a huge loss.
It was enough for Corvinus last game, even though it didn't feel like it the entire time. It took a mistake from Lash to open that window up. I don't know. It's tough. You're in a tough spot. You are up some eco. Your military numbers are fairly even. He has built this back up behind it, but now he is down in age as Numadon looking to assert some more control of the map. Oh, this could be a good fight, however, for Sass, because those tech ups haven't come in yet. He needs to push right now. Veterancy coming in for both jab throwers and the Donzo any second here.
I don't think it's enough, though. If the first wave wasn't enough, then the second one is definitely not going to be. Veterancy is now in, and Sass's army is just being stalled out. And this is why Malians feel so oppressive. You cannot trade against them. They will always win trades. All you can do is hope that your opponent slips up and you have an opening to do damage in. That wasn't the case over here. And I mean, it speaks volumes that even after losing 15 villagers, the Malian player still probably had the lead.
Yeah, that's so tricky. You can kind of see that dotted line right there. That really shows the true eco count for where he's at. You know, you got the actual villager count, but all the passive eco and the cow boom and stuff like that. You can just really see how much that matters. At really insane. I don't know what you do about it. Like, the Dark Age Rush felt really greedy, but he got some value out of it, but it just didn't matter. And unless, kind of like with Corvinus and Lash, like Lash somehow gets stretched out and then makes a mistake. Like, you're just kind of hoping that your opponent makes a mistake, but if they play it perfectly, I don't know that there's much you can do. I mean, probably could have. I felt like a really quick game. I mean, 17 minutes in, I'm just kind of reeling at that one. I think he was still in the game, but then he threw away that second wave. Tough loss for Sass, and a well play by Numadon to lean into his Civ strengths and do what he needed to do. Let's see that 9 spears looked so formidable at first there. Got the pit mine taken down, forced him into archers, but then just couldn't capitalize on it enough. By the time he got any kind of ram push or anything going up on the east side, the Javs and Donzos, the prickly porcupine as it were, all ready to go.
Well. Nomadon up 1-0. And well, it looks like we're going to have a second showing of the Templars right here. Cliffside, it's not a map where I necessarily anticipated them. We've seen them once today on Frisian Marshes. Interesting
I've
choice
seen
here.
them a lot on there. I've seen them on Cliffside a couple times, actually, just on ladder, just myself playing. So I don't know if that's just because they're really popular all across the board, but I lost to them because I didn't know what I was doing. But I've seen a lot of 2TC builds with them, and I don't know if that's just the meta nowadays, or it feels like they can do so much. So I hesitate to call 2TC Templars the meta. But I think it's good in that they have lots of the sacred sites. You kind of have two other sides to pick from, right? You got the left or the right. Usually you don't go to the center. But against Joan of Arc, I feel like Joan of Arc could do a lot of damage to the Templars here.
They certainly could. I think when it comes to the Templars, what I always praise about them is their flexibility. And that is something that might be a little difficult for Jeanne d'Arc to counter, because at the same time, Jeanne d'Arc is, in general, a civilization that's a lot more rigid. Having said that, Jeanne d'Arc is a great brute force civ. We've seen that before. Like, you think knights and archers will not be sustainable, but in many cases they are, as long as you're leveraging those traits to boost the rank of your Jeanne.
Yeah, it really comes all down to that unit. That's an interesting fact of the design of the civ, is that if you level her up, you're Gucci. You know, if you don't, or you keep losing her too many times and you lose some knights in the process, then you just kind of crumple. Oftentimes, I've always said the best way to beat Joan of Arc is to get back onto her eco and just kind of do a little punch in the nose like a shark, right? Just punch the shark in the nose, punch the bully in the face, and then they kind of back off a little bit. And so I feel like their eco can be kind of suspect because they don't get as many villagers as French does. But if you let her age up, especially, it can get really dangerous really quick. And then she starts getting the bonus for their production as well. They just get basically free units for every 5. They get a free one. Should be a good one, though, as Numadon is up 1-0 against SAS. Of course, this is a best of 5. This is the decider round, so we've got 3 games at minimum. Possibly up to 5, depending on how SAS plays here. So what would your eco? What would your eco be? Or not eco wing? What would your feudal choice be for Templars into Joan of Arc? Assuming that Joan of Arc's doing like normal Joan of Arc things.
I think you go heavy on the knights. I'm wondering though, because I think when it comes to Jeanne, or when it comes to the Templars, I don't think they have a really good answer in Feudal Age in Knights and Archer play. I'm thinking about the options here.
I mean, you could take the bonus health, right? The Hospitalers, and just be a little harder to double that up with textiles, and you're just really hard to kill. As you
I'm
play for a
thinking
Castle
that
Age.
you might try to play this with the Chevalier Confrere. That could be an option. That is your only heavy cavalry option. Besides that, I mean, if you get to Castle Age and you get the Genoese crossbowmen or the heavy spearmen, it is a totally different setup. So I think the window for Jeanne is mid-late feudal. Beyond that point, the Knights Templar will get tools to deal with all the composition that you have. And I think if you are playing Jeanne d'Arc in this matchup, you gotta time that late feudal age push. We head into game number 2, Numadon with Jeanne d'Arc in red, and on the other side, SAS with the Knights Templar in blue.
Excited to see what Templar version we get this time. Obviously, we've mentioned that Templar about as versatile as, say, Chinese or Byzantines. They can do it all. They can do a lot of different plays. Meta hasn't quite settled down just yet. A lot of options to be had for them. Fun thing with this map, I mentioned it another time, but like you don't ever know what kind of orientation you're going to get of this map, what permutation you're going to have. And this one, the cliffs go from north to south. Sometimes they go east to west. Of course, all the sheep, again, on the wings of this map. So we can see both players sending their scouts out to the sides. And if you're Numadon, you're probably using that southern sacred site for your pilgrims, I imagine. Kind of the further ones away. Because that's going to be tough. You got to kind of assume, too, you're just going to lose a couple along the way. There's no way you're going to be able to keep them all alive. With Joan of Arc being as exceptionally good at getting knights and raiding as she is. Is that a Dark Age barracks? Again?
It looks like it. This time around, it's with the Knights Templar. Oh boy.
SAS cannot be contained. It is Dark Age or nothing for him. Second game in a row going a Dark Age Rax. Is he going to go 9 spears? Is he going to try and kill Joan of Arc? I have done this. I have personally done this with Order of the Dragon. I don't think I should have gotten away with it, but I Dark Age rushed as Order of the Dragon and was able to snipe Joan of Arc as a peasant, and it felt great. It felt wonderful. As he just goes straight to it. Now, it is a pretty close distance, right? The closing distance between these two civs on this map is pretty short. And in he goes, trying to get some damage on the gold vein. Stabby stab. Committing war crimes within 2 minutes of the game opening. And off the gold, Numadon goes.
This is an interesting opening.
Yeah.
Because you need Jeanne. Like, usually you use Jeanne to A, gather the gold, B, also build the landmark. And with the Spearman being in your face, you are also restricted on where you can build that landmark. But what's bigger than that is taking away the gold. This tower automatically denies this gold. And unlike with many other civilizations which do not need the gold immediately, Jeanne d'Arc does. So here in this case, the fact that Numidan is being pushed away from the gold means that he cannot open with a knight. He needs to shift to the south to take the other gold mine. And even after that, he's going to have to wait until enough gold is collected to make a knight. So this push is actually delaying the arrival of that first knight quite a bit.
Yeah, and Numidan's not even on any other gold yet. Oh, had enough to get School of Cavalry, but that's going to be no knights. And I don't know if just Joan of Arc going to get enough XP from that. It might be a little longer before she can get up to feudal age herself. Tower coming up. I kind of like the positioning of the tower. Just denying it long term. Probably needs to think about wrapping around the south side at some point or doing something to keep him off gold long term. But we'll see if it pays off better than it did last game. I'm curious what version we'll get from Knights Templar here as Sass gets on to gold himself. Still needs a little bit more to get up in age.
Yeah, this is I like this opening for Sass. And I like how he's not overcommitting to this. We talked about this in the context of Dark Age aggression. It looks so good until you realize how much you fall behind because of the investment. But here, this is fine. 4 spearmen plus a tower. That looks reasonable. Remember that your forward villager can actually gather wood right next to that tower. You don't have to pull that villager back, which is a huge advantage. And at the end of the day, what matters is, you see, he's going to be 30 seconds or so behind in feudal age timing, but in exchange, he took away that initial knight from Numidan. In fact, Numidan is not on gold at all.
Yeah, at all. Hasn't even queued up a horse yet. So I would say so far so good. It's going to be archer range and Kingdom of France for Sass, or it's going to be cavalry time.
Oh man,
sorry, units produce 15% faster and cost -5 gold. I mean, that's pretty good.
No, it's
the gold cost.
also
I
the
still think it's going to be
Chevaliers.
eventually knights. Yeah, Chevalier. So it is going to be some 90 knights coming in, which makes sense.
I like it. It lines up nicely, especially because Numidan is opening archers. And this is where the flexibility of the Knights Templar come into play. With the Kingdom of France, you can actually play cavalry, and you know, if you felt like, okay, my opponent is going to respond in a different manner, you can follow this up with a different age up. I do believe that cavalry would work really well here because Numidan is not on gold whatsoever. He's making archers. This is the dream scenario for you to get some cavalry out and continue the harassment.
This is where I gotta wonder if like the uniqueness of this civ kind of comes into play. I mean, it's so weird to see a barracks coming up from Joan of Arc. Very
and a
interesting.
range
First couple
to
archers
open with.
Popped out already. This is so strange.
And that's going to be a stable indeed. Sass went up to 8 spearmen, though. So one thing that's interesting here is that I think he was concerned that Numidan has enough gold for 1 knight. And he needed some more spears. He started with 4. There was no reason to add more without any cavalry coming in. So I think he was concerned that there was more coming his way.
We do see a tower and gold on the south. Numidan getting back onto that essential resource for his civ. But the delay is still there. So long term, will it be worth? We're going to find out. Scout wrapping around, seeing the back gold. But the villagers pull off right now. They don't need gold anymore? I don't know. I'm curious as to why. Is he just going straight to the other one? Very interesting. Chevalier Qualifier coming right out.
It's double stables. It's going to be a full spam build. We talked about this in the GUA set. When you consecrate production buildings at Jean, one of the abilities you get is to spam out units. Like, you can spam knights a lot better than French do. And kind of the same logic applies to the Knights Templar and the Chevalier Confrère. Obviously, it's a weaker unit, but because it's also cheaper and it's a heavy cavalry unit, you can spam it quite nicely, and the only counter your opponent has to it are spears, really, or their own knights. But right now, Numidan is not even getting the first knight out.
Yeah, this feels really weird. Only 127 gold in the bank for Numidan at the moment. Meanwhile, feels weird to say, but Sass is more cavalry than Joan of Arc does at the moment.
As a side note, by the way, I totally forgot about this, but with Pilgrimage coming in for Sass, that's one of the added benefits of taking away the knights from your opponent initially. you cannot get pilgrims out when French knights are roaming the map. So taking away the initial gold and delaying the arrival of knights like he did means that his pilgrims are reasonably safe.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen them pop out just yet. I don't know if he's queued that upgrade yet and started them off. But once he does, he's going to have a good while before he can worry about one. Obviously, one knight's in the queue now, but it's a lot better than 4, 5, 6, or even 7 at this point. As we're 7.5 minutes, almost 8 minutes into the game, and the first knight is still just in the queue for Numidan.
Yeah, here come the Chevalier.
Oh. Yeah, seeing the deer too.
Here's the thing. We talked about this a lot back when Delhi versus French was a classic meta setup. Knights and Archer gets beaten by Horseman Spearmen. That was back in days when Delhi didn't yet have the Ghazi Raiders. The same logic applies for the Chevalier. It's a cheaper cav unit plus spears is going to beat the premium cav plus archers.
Gone are the days of pro scouts. Both players moving out onto their own deer packs with their villagers. We saw that first pilgrim get there as well into the sacred site. The first night-on-night action. Cavaliers coming in. Just a little hit and run, though. Got a couple knights in the field, but yeah, pretty, dare I say, outside of the Dark Age shenanigans, kind of a passive game so far from both these players. I mean, those archers are just on union break right now. Just kind of chilling.
The buildup of cavalry is rather slow for SAS, though, and that's something that gives a lot of opportunities here for Numidan. You see, we're looking at 4 Chevalier versus 3 Knights. Things are equaling out, and I think this is where Jean can start taking over. As good as that early aggression was, I think the effects of that are, at this point, negligible. Yeah. And we're getting to the stage where, again, in mid-late feudal, this is a game that should favor Jean over the Knights Templar.
Yeah, I don't think we can discount the Pilgrim. He's gotten a couple Pilgrims in basically for free now that he might not otherwise have gotten. But yeah, it feels like kind of fringe benefits now. But he's got a force, though. It's not like any chance of just getting overrun early on is kind of gone. As that Pilgrim, oop, I almost snuck by. Those Knights turned on a dime. And, well, we have ourselves a martyr. Meanwhile, Archer's still on break. They finally get their orders to move out and do. I love the unit for the Templars. Very fun. It's always amazing to me how much they can make these units differentiated from others. And these guys have a kind of a cool look to them. Not like the nice white jackets they got on their horses. In comes a raid looking for it. Quick pull by Numidan. Immediately on it. Saw that one a mile away. A little group from SAS looking around, finding something. Maybe trying to go for that gold that's over there on the corner.
Yeah, still, I'm just worried for SAS that the amount of Chevaliers he has is the same amount of Knights that his opponent does. And that's not a good setup for him. He needs more than that. Nice little jump on the Knight, but he's going to get all these Spearmen cleaned up, so... A nice little raid on the golds. He's trying to pressure the gold mines, but so far, he was only able to force idle time.
I mean, you'll take what you can get, right? 143 gold a minute, or in the bank right now, 280 something a minute. Like, Numidan doesn't have a large gold influx at the moment. Pretty good fight coming up here. Archer on Archer, dealing out some blows back and forth. Got to worry about Joan of Arc in the back. Oh, this could be good. Does Numidan still have good reaction time? Here comes a charge. He does. Gets him in just in time. Man, if that were me, I'd have 5 dead villagers on my hands. So I would not see that. SAS, though, keeping Numidan on his toes. A lot of posturing back and forth. Another Pilgrim makes it. A couple of spears out there defending. I like that call. Just having him on patrol right there by the sacred site to keep him safe. And that little wall action on the north side, kind of smart too. Makes it so you can't get raided from the backside as easily. Looks like SAS might be playing for the boar on the south side there. Looks like he's sending some units out that way. Moving on, just kind of building up. Feels, again, this game feels very passive. Like, there's definitely some raiding back and forth, but it doesn't feel very high octane, for lack of a better term.
Yeah,
like, they're back and forth. They're playing cat and mouse, but not a lot of damage done yet.
it certainly feels that way. It's been small back and forth. I mean, look at the destroyed value. It's 930 for Numadon, which seems like a lot, 260 on the other side, but we're 12 minutes in, and we had Dark Age aggression from the very beginning, so to be truthful, most of those destroyed values, like the tower and the mining camp, those kinds of things.
Yeah. I will say, though, Numadon massing together what he has, mustering his forces, he's got a lot right there, 41 to 54. There are, despite this cat and mouse back and forth, lots of patrols, not a lot of action, but when you group them all up together, that's a formidable force in Feudal Age. Little archer there getting pointed out, just singled for death. Ooh, this is a good charge. That's a good engagement for Numadon. Doesn't get the kill, but is happy with the results nonetheless. And likewise, right back at it. Sass now starting to exchange blows. This feels like two heavyweights right now. What they're doing at this moment is just kind of jabbing each other. Offhand hits, you know, kind of taking a moment, trying to get a feel for their opponents a little bit. Haven't quite started landing those heavy blows. Haven't gotten into those later rounds where you start really dishing out.
I think they're waiting to see who's going to blink. And it's funny because for Numadon, there is value in building up his knight numbers and then potentially going to Castle Age getting Royal Bloodlines. He also, I think Numadon is more interested in taking fights than Sass is. Sass is really unwilling to trade because he doesn't want to feed experience points to Jean. And I think it's becoming very, very apparent that he's looking for opportunities, but the moment the enemy army shows up, he's like, I'm out of here. And remember, him having map presence means that he gets the pilgrims to reach the sacred sites.
Yeah, he's actually doing a good job with this. This does play into hand. You mentioned, I think, on the button. Joan of Arc, it's 14 minutes in, still has halfway to go to get to level 3, hasn't taken any big engagements. And I think that's actually by design. Like, Sass knows playing Joan of Arc against Joan of Arc kind of lends it to helping her in the long run. So the more you can delay that and just kind of lay off a little bit, he's really done a good job with that. The scary thing is, though, this knight number up to 15, looking kind of scary. Now, there is going to be about equal number of, you know, the Cavaliers here, but
I think it's fine. Actually, it's fine for Sass.
Got a lot of spears.
He's got 35 spears. Yeah. It's actually very funny because you would think, oh yeah, Numadon has 26 archers. Unless you pick off half of those spears before the knights even charge, it's not going to matter. It's so many spears.
Speaking of charging, here they go into the base. Sass is breaking open the game, trying to get... Well, he only got one Vil kill, and now he's back out again. Boy, this... they are sure just being real time. I thought that was a dive all the way in, but instead, just, you know, take a little punch and back away again.
That was a bad decision to go in that direction. Although the knights need to be extra careful about this. The Chevalier are also looking for targets here. But we talked about this. Who's going to blink first? It's going to be Numadon. He wants to go into Castle Age here, and I wonder if Sass is waiting for this. Because the natural thing for Jeanne d'Arc would be to go into Castle. If you either use your knights and attack, or you go into Castle to get Royal Bloodlines. And I think the moment Numadon hits Castle, Sass is going to dive.
Yeah, it's 86 to 60. The unit number in favor of Sass. He's waiting for that moment.
Yeah, I think he's waiting for a timing attack. That was the case in the previous game. I think it's the case now as well. He is waiting for a timing to happen. And
Sass
I mean,
really
that timing is going to come soon.
This series. Yeah, that
Royal
timing's going to come right up.
Bloodlines takes a long time to research. So even though Numadon is going to be in Castle, it will take like a minute and a half to get the HP buff for the Knights. And that is the window that Sass has.
This is about to get really, really, really interesting. Castle Age alerted to all the world. All of China knows what's happened. And now we see what Sass does. He's looking around for that boar, looking for Vil kills. Isn't going to find him. I feel like this is your time to dive. He's looking to see if he can find those Vils. They're not there. They left a while ago. Oh, I feel like it's so important. The veterancy's already almost in. Royal Bloodlines won't be in just yet, but gosh, Sass, you're on a timer. This is time to go.
It certainly feels that way. And it's going to be... Oh, he's going Castle with Genoa. Now, Genoa is going to give you a nice gold buff. The unique unit, I don't know if... I see where he's going, but I don't know how heavily he wants to lead into Genoese crossbowmen. Those are brutally expensive.
But But
In
they
this
do
case-
counter the Knights pretty hard. But yeah, that seems pricey, especially when you know Arbs are on the table for Numadon.
Yeah, I wonder if the Angevins with Heavy Spearman would have been better exclusively for countering the Knights. Now, it's very possible he's not concerned about them and he just wants the gold buff. That would also be a fair argument. But regardless, he's going to have his upgrades before Royal Bloodlines kicks in. Problem is that he is letting his opponent get Royal Bloodlines without really any challenge to those Knights.
Yeah, and that's going to be a problem for him here, as those Knights are going to become a big issue. A lot of Cavaliers all along the front. They kept going back to that boar, hoping that Numadon would get greedy. He has not been. He definitely realized, I need to get out of here now. It's not safe. Wrong neighborhood. And evacuated the premise. So looking for some punches. And walls coming up. Very cautious play by both these players. It really is seeming like neither of them. I mean, we mentioned that we thought Numadon might have blinked, but no, if he blinked, Sass blinked at the same time, and neither knows if the other blinked. Pilgrim's still going though for Sass. I mean, by all accounts, things are pretty even. A slight numerical advantage in Vils for Numadon. I'm wondering if maybe Sass has just missed a couple from the TC. And he does lose, I think, one on the age up. Maybe even one or two. Sees, of course, Knights Templar age up from their town center. Everything's up to veterancy now. All the upgrades coming in. Big posture along the cliffs. Both armies moving in. Knights and Knights just kind of wondering when they're going to get the trumpet call to go in. Relic being taken by Sass. Walking that one back. Ooh, this might be it. Does he blink here? He's just going to let it die.
42
and
spears,
another
though.
martyr.
That's a lot of veteran spears. And I
think
think
he could have turned and
look
saved
at the
it. I
army
don't know why he
count.
waited.
Like, the army value is also much bigger for Sass, but this is where, you know, the factor that Chevalier Confero are cheap and Spearmen are fairly cheap comes into play. Numadon is spending his resources on very expensive Knights. Now, Jean is almost level 3, and that's going to be a huge thing here.
Yeah, that's going to help her out a lot. If he needs a really good engagement, that she's going to get level 3 almost no matter what. Charge about to come off. And here we see the cat and mouse is built up to a head. Spears coming in, trying to get their cheeky little pokes in as they can. Looking for the opportunity. Still playing some cat and mouse. Neither is willing to take this fight. I think Numadon knows he's outmassed here. And there's level 3. Now he'll turn and fight. Waited for level
Spearmen
3.
were
And now
lagging behind.
the Spears get on top. Spears lag behind, but now they're on top. This is going to go Sass's way. We see the ranged attack, or the melee attack from Numadon, but the Spears on top of it. Archers behind, just picking things down. Knights going down. Cavaliers almost all gone. The heal, but the Knights, are there enough? The more reinforcements coming in from behind, as Sass still has 77 to 25. This one is going to go Sass's way. The Knights are cleared. The Cavaliers win it, and he's pushing into the base.
Yeah, this must be game here. It was, as you said, it was like a heavyweight boxing match. They were just feeling each other out, and then someone blinked. And
Sass punched. Oh, what a way to go. I mean, 78 to 17 now.
this is just a spin-off of the meta that we've been seeing for ages. When you have a cheaper light cavalry unit, or light-ish cavalry unit, supported by spearmen, those generally beat a knight plus archer combination. And it really was a quantity over quality type of a thing, despite the fact that Numadon took the fight at a really favorable spot. That choke point helped him a lot, actually. And oh no, that is just terrible here for Numadon.
Right as he goes back to the boar. He'd waited so long to go back there. Thought he could sneak out, but Sass, ever present, knows right where to go. Had a feeling in his gut, listened to it, and is rewarded by a couple Vils. I think he only got one Vil kill out of that. Just the one, but...
it's the big push
it,
coming
though.
towards the base, though. He has all the archers and spears going in, and now the villagers are getting pushed away.
And if he landed the first blow earlier, this feels like it might be the knockout punch as these two heavyweights finally duke it out here in the late rounds. Looks like we might just have a tied series coming up on us very soon.
Yeah, and Numadon doesn't have a
now.
lot of units in queue. It's not looking great for him. He still has 14 knights to throw bloodlines, but as long as Sass keeps adding crossbows and spearmen, Numadon will not be able to take a direct fight. A lot of opportunities to raid for Numadon, though. Even though you do have the walls up for Sass, there are a lot of like little pockets to the north that could be open for raiding.
Yeah. It's at this point, like I said, Jean d'Arc suffers food. That's the thing they suffer late game is that sustainability. And to replace all those knights, it's just so expensive. And now this has got to be GG. Villagers being left hung up to dry. Sass is going to tie this series 1-1. The heavyweights duke it out. Numadon still got some knights, but gosh, unless he can come back and do 20 plus build kills really quick and make up 90 military, I don't know how he's going to do it.
Oh, there's an opening though. There's one opening on the walls, and that's right through the middle.
But is it enough? Because if he wants the base trade, I think Sass will be happy to take it.
Yeah, Sass is going to just like slam units against this to slowly clean it up. Remember, it's not just the villager gap, it's also the relic gap that's starting to build up. He's looking for villagers, but
he's trying to even this game out.
Yeah, at the same time,
a pretty good raid, but I don't know if when you're down 93 to 23, he's faster, but all Numadon needs to lose this is have Sass make some rams. If Sass just makes any kind of siege and walks in, it's over.
Or the Chevalier hitting the villagers on the farms. Yes.
Yeah.
Numadon is climbing back in the villager count, but at the same time now he's pressuring those farms, and it's 94 army against 21. So it's one thing that you take out the eco of Sass. Even if you do that, you need to find a way to stop an army that's 4 times the size of yours.
Well, I don't know if Numadon knows how big of an army he has at this point. Like, it's hard to tell when you're just seeing little bits and pieces here and there. But there's a huge blob just moving across the map that he might not be aware of. As most of his vision's gonna be focused on this right here, right now. And it feels like, yeah, he's got some units. But does he see this? And gosh, that's about to get real bad. Those mangonels might just get sniped, though.
Oh, I mean, at this point, you walk into the enemy base right there. Most of the knights are gone. Jean is also low HP. Numadon is doing a really good job buying time, but at the same time, look at his food eco, for example. He's at 70 food, and oh boy, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, he had no food behind that. That was the last bit. Boy, that big fight, man. That was a classic like AoE thing. You know, you and your buddy just kind of go, okay, for 20 minutes, we're going to build up our military, and then we're just going to smash them together and see what happens. Very, very old school AoE style, you know? Close game. Look at the graph. Slight edge, ever so slight edge militarily for Sass for the longest time, but the slight edge of eco for Numadon, and then that big fight that just blew it all to smithereens. What a game!
This was a fun one, and I'm glad that we've seen the Templars succeed. Makes this into an equal series. And looks like we're not done with the new civs just yet, because there's a response, House of Lancaster, coming out against the French. So we're not done with Royal Knights just yet either. I'm interested in how this is going to go, because one thing that we've seen here is that lighter cavalry plus spearmen will beat the Knights and Archer comp. How does that work with the House of Lancaster is a different story, though, because I don't think you can play stuff like Hobelar plus Spearmen. Although the Spearmen do have the Billman upgrade, which definitely makes things a little more appealing to you. But it's definitely a weird matchup, partly because some of the unit roster that the House of Lancaster has is just a little awkward, and it's not something that's like very obvious for a frontline aggressive composition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this will be interesting. This series has already proven to be quite interesting. Malian's looking really dominant in game 1. Templars and Jean d'Arc, what a game that was. That was fun. Now tied up the series. Fun fact, looking at historically Numadon versus Sass. In 2024, Numadon in the War Chief Club beat Sass 1-0 in number 71 of the War Chief Club then. And then also this year, or 2025, in Killer Pigeons Midweek Muster number 18, they headed off again. And Numadon took that one again as well, 2-0. So Sass, with his first tournament win over Numadon that I can see in recent memory, has put up points on the board. But Numadon now with 1 as well. This is turning into an exciting series. Will it go the distance? We're going to find out. We got a minute and a half for our next game. Frisian Marshes. I really like this map a lot. I really like Frisian Marshes. I think it's a really fun tourney map. I've always enjoyed it. I like it. It's really fun. I kind of wish it was in the base game. I wish I could play it on ladder more often. There's a couple of them I feel that way about, but be interesting because the town centers, they're all on the same side. They're like kind of right there, and all those resources out in the sides. Like if you feel like that French Knights would be able to secure those pretty easily, you'd be able to run around the map. But also with how defensive House Lancaster can be and how little food they need, it's kind of an interesting choice on this one.
Yeah, I wonder. I think the puzzling decision for me with the House of Lancaster on this map is that this is not a traditional map where you want to hunker down and just like play condensed. This is quite the opposite. You want to spread out, and that is why high tempo civilizations like French are being picked here. You want to spread out, leverage the fish, and I feel like if you just concede the whole map, if you just say I'm gonna hunker down with the House of Lancaster, and I'm just going to play defensive, the opponent will just pick up all the relics, they'll pick up all the shorefish, and they're just going to outboom you. So I'm curious how that's going to go. SAS, 1-1 right now. I wonder if he's going to open Dark Age Spears of the French. So far, we're 2 out of 2 when it comes to Dark Age Spears. It would be a shocker to see him go for Spears in this game, however.
Yeah, it definitely would be. We've seen him pull them out both times. This time would be quite the interesting thing. Fun thought, though, on one of this map with all the shoreline fish. Some people might not know this, but it's the only food source in the game where every single civ gathers at the same rate before the buffs are applied. Obviously, this excludes Order of the Dragon. And the current version of this map has about 8 pawns per player. So it's one of the land maps with probably the highest neutral food count in probably the entire tournament.
And it's very snowbally. When you have access to that shorefish, it's especially in early mid-game, it gives a massive boost to your economy, and that just snowballs into more map control and then more shorefish, and at the same time, you're taking away the shorefish of your opponent. So oftentimes, if you secure good early map control, and your opponent isn't able to take away your fish, the game becomes very snowbally, because you just have such a massive advantage when it comes to food income.
Yeah, there's a lot of food on this map to be had. But ironically enough, House Lancaster might not need as much as other civs with the passive food generation they can get. That said, we will see how this plays out. We've got SAS as the blue French. That just feels like it fits, right? And Nubadon, House of Lancaster in the red. No Dark Age shenanigans that I can see thus far. So, first game this series, we won't be having any spear rushes. Now, I feel like French has a really simple game plan here, right? And there's a small chance, non-zero chance, that we get a Chamber of Commerce with the trade post in the very far corner there. That could be pretty effective, honestly. But you kind of wonder, why would you do that when you can just go for, the Knights? But, it's an option. It's a small, non-zero chance, I will say. I feel like overall, though, French's game plan is a lot more linear. Play the feudal game, deny, deny, deny is kind of the goal. Whereas Nubadon, I feel like there's a couple more options he's got. Obviously, it's going to be Lancaster Castle. Seems to be the go-to. I've yet to see the other landmark yet, ever.
Yeah, the Abbey could be an option. I think you just get so much value. It's the same thing as you would get with the Kremlin. The same thing that you would get with any other defensive landmark like Barbican. It helps you protect an area so well. And traditionally on this map, the front of your base is wide open. So being able to drop a defensive landmark is immensely valuable. And this is actually a very valuable one because you do have the hunt and the gold nearby. SAS doing his best to just spread out that hunt, make this a little worse. And then, of course, there is the fact, as we have a Chamber of Commerce pick.
I called it. Oh, I called it. I was wondering with the placement. Now, my one caveat in this, though, is that there is a danger. To have another Star Wars quote, we've analyzed the attack pattern. There is a danger. House of Lancaster could pop out like 1 million Demi-Lancers as a get-out-of-jail-free card at some point. That could prove dangerous, but for the short term anyways, I mean, what's Nubadon going to do about this? Not much.
Yeah, I love this. I think the wild card, obviously, is how Nubadon plays House of Lancaster. If he plays super condensed and if he's a big believer in the manners, then the best way to beat that is go for extremely aggressive eco-expansion, and the best way to do that is by going for Chamber of Commerce and trading. On the other hand, as you said, Demi-Lancers are an option. Hobelars are very easy and quick to manufacture. And if your lines are stretched thin, Hobbelars just running around and sniping traders is the
Oh,
nightmare of the
Hobbelars,
French.
Yeah. I mean, we saw that with Corvinus earlier in the earlier series, that those things are fast, flee, and cheap. That could be pretty good. But of course, the other thing is that Numenor has to see this first. He might not see or know about the trade until it's already gotten a little bit of payoff, and then he has to react to it. So there's going to be a little bit before he knows what's up. That scout is heading over to the base. Maybe he'll sniff out something's kind of sussy here in a second.
Yeah, like you can tell that he was in no rush to scout the enemy base. Also tells me that he's not going to play super aggressive. Like he's not, he wasn't looking for targets up until this point. Obviously he wouldn't have army anyways, but just goes to show that I don't think he's going to play super aggro, and indeed it's going to be just manners. So here's the thing with the Hobbelars, and this could be very annoying for SAS to deal with if we go in this direction. With the Hobbelars, they just run so much quicker than Knights, so you would think, well, my Knights will beat them one-on-one. Well, my Knights just make minced meat out of them. The problem is that what the Hobbelars could do is run circles around you and just pick off the traders.
Yeah.
And in that case, these traders are super vulnerable for a threat like that.
Oh my gosh, Cow, you maniac. We've got a sheep counter, and it is dead even at 22 to 22. I love
Perfectly
this.
balanced, as a
Why have we not been using this every single game? We should have been using this every game. I love this. Oh, that's awesome. We've got ourselves a sheep counter. What don't we have here? What can Cow not do? Shout out to the production team for the excellent work behind the scenes that you guys at home don't get to see. Everything from getting the scene set up, getting the overlay, the sheep counter. There's a lot of work that goes into this, so we want to shout out our guys upstairs, as it were.
Okay, Numenor just opening with spears here, and again, I am somewhat puzzled about what he is going to do. He's the big wild card here. And there's a chance that this is just going to be a full manor boom. I assume he tested this. Like, this is not something you just would blindly do and hope that your economy is going to be better than the opponent's. I'm actually surprised that SAS is not moving out for fish.
It might still be. These manors are pretty dang good. But regardless, Numenor does know. He's seen this. He has confirmed that it is trade. He probably had a suspicion. It's kind of why he looped around the back. But I'm almost wondering, does the manor, a full 9 manor build might compete with the trade? I think eventually it gets outpaced, but when does that happen? He's got spears coming out now. I imagine he's going to try and post up out there.
I think the buildup of the manors are quicker than it is for the trade, because with the trade, you're limited by the production capabilities of the Chamber of Commerce. And most importantly, manors cannot be raided. Trade can. I think that is the big difference maker. So as long as it's like
so
even-ish, that's fine for Numenor.
That's the tricky thing, right? Is like Numenon's safe at home. SAS is kind of putting his neck on the line by throwing those traders out there.
He's going castle.
Risking things.
Look at Numenor.
Oh,
because he's got all the
concerned.
passive resource income from the manors, he just sent a bunch of villagers to gold, and this is what I was referring to. I think you only do this if you have a timing on this one. And remember, Lancaster gets boost for sheep as well. He's got the passive resource income, sheep boost, he's collecting gold, he's going to go castle. I don't fully know what he was going to go for castle, or in castle anyways. But the timing on this is really nice. It's going to be a sub 8-minute castle.
Yeah, it's going to be lickety split as he's dropping the landmark right there. It's going to be the King's College. It's got a lot of unique technologies.
It's just going to be a little longer than that.
It's going to be about 8.5, I think. 8:30 is kind of what I expected to pop up. Maybe 8:40. Still, that's a fast castle. That's almost as fast as the best of them. I know HRE can get up at like 7:30 if they really push it. But with a couple spears out, pretty fast castle time regardless. SAS does have some knights on the field. It's going to take a while for that ego to get online. He does have some knights to show for it.
What I would love to see from SAS, and I think he started doing this just now, as the knights are looking for a target. Villagers will pull back. The age up is being scouted here by SAS. This is huge. He knows what's coming his way. No. I don't think he wants to stand and fight here, though.
Yeah, loses a knight for that. That was definitely not worth the effort. Gonna lose almost 2.
The manors also fire arrows. You have the castle, you have the TC, you have the manors, and you have the spearmen shooting at you. He lost a lot of expensive knights for this, but what I was going to say is that one way for SAS to punish this is to leverage map control, and he can do that by going crazy on the fish. And that is exactly what
really
he's doing
should.
now.
That's what he's doing right now. I'd love to see him post up on these gold, because that one gold he's not able to do much about, but after that gold eats up and is gone, the other gold veins are nowhere to be had, and eventually Numadon is going to be gold starved. Everything of his is gold wise is up front. We see the knights trying to get a dive in. So far they've not been worth the effort. Traders starting to really get underway. It's 47-33 on the eco count. That is of course buffered by the traders. Ooh. And the fact that French gets faster villager count as well, so he's going to be a little bit ahead either way.
And it's triple stables. SAS doesn't want to go castle. I like this mentality from him, because one thing that Numadon doesn't have is good knight production. He just reached castle age. He just now started producing knights, and it's one of the unspoken advantages of French. The fact that you can make knights in feudal means that you will never reach castle age without a single knight. Numadon reaches castle age without knights. He needs to wait until those really build up.
Yeah, right now SAS feeling comfortable for the moment, but I worry. I mean, down in age, eco's still kind of booming, waiting for the payoff. Again, those knights are dangerous and respectable, but eventually they lose their edge as House of Lancaster eventually gets online. We do see some walls. You can already see he's realizing he needs to secure those fish eventually. He's not going to have unfettered access to all the map forever.
Numadon picked up the unique tech Color of S's though, and that is going to give him +6 bonus against enemy heavy units, including enemy knights. So the quality of Numadon's knights in this knight versus knight battle is just so much better. And I think that was the plan all along. You know that French will be coming your way. You just want something that counters their cavalry with better cavalry.
We're going to see another heavyweight fight. We've been using the boxing analogy, and we might have to use it again. You know, he's gearing up and a little slow to bloom, but once he gets there, those knights will be packing a punch and a half. The cat and mouse game continues. I just don't know that SAS has gotten a lot of value out of these yet. Like, it's good that he has them, and as long as he keeps them alive, they have value inherently. But, gosh, feels like kind of the same way I feel about, like, idling villagers. Idle military is kind of a waste of resources in some ways. Nice
Knight numbers
charged by the knights.
Knight numbers are slowly equaling out though, and remember these are feudal age knights against castle age knights that have a +6 against them. I don't think you can fight this anymore if you're SAS. He's trying to pull back, and this is where things get dicey. This is the difference between the manors and the traders. The manors cannot be raided, the traders can.
Thankfully for SAS, it's only one knight. The rest of them still at home. SAS trying to keep them honest and staying right on their landmark, but in comes the Demo Lancers, the get out of jail free button, and suddenly those Cav numbers are looking real good. And now he moves out with them all together. Royal Institute's been dropped down, so SAS needs to keep these knights alive. He really wants to maximize the value. He's going to take a dive right here. Backs away smartly. I don't think he wants this fight. He does not want this heat just yet. But where can he go? He can only kite them all the way back to the base before it becomes pandemonium. Walking around the walls. They're wide open, though. The trade still going behind this. Thankfully, he's secured. I think there's another knight chasing them right now. In the base and sitting on all the food. This is going to be a problem. I wonder if SAS is going to like toggle over some food on the trade to kind of mitigate this. He's got plenty of gold, but the food is going to become his biggest chief concern.
Yeah, Numadon doesn't have a lot of manors just yet. He definitely can add more. But oh, this could be huge. Gets scouted by SAS. He's going to respond just in time, but that's quite a few Demi-Lancers. Some knights as well.
Can't put them all in, though. He can't save them all. Oh, just in time. The cavalry saving the day. I say he had nowhere to put those villagers. If those knights had not been at home, that could have been disastrous. In fact, it still looks tentative.
Yeah, this is just a decoy, though, because at the end of the day, the main show is Numadon collecting the relics. And he's trying to fight this before Royal Bloodlines kicks in. Royal Bloodlines takes 1.5 minutes, and this is not a fight that SAS wants to take without that tech.
Yeah, I don't think he has a choice, though. He's got to defend. He cannot hide all the villagers forever. He needs to get in there. At least he's able to repel Numadon's forces for now. But you got to be real careful. This cat and mouse game immediately backs up. Got a little charge off. He's, I gotta hand it both these players. They are very good at using their knights. I kind of envy them, actually. Wish I could control my cavalry as well as they do theirs. Trader's still going. I think I saw one or two of them ticked on with the food instead of gold. Trying to keep his eco balanced. Yeah, a couple of them have food ticked on. Trying to keep that going for himself. He definitely needs it. He's not on the fish anymore. I think he's moving back out now. Ooh, exposed villagers on the gold. Bit of a slow reaction from Numadon. He gets one. He'll take it, though. Yeah, like you said, the relics in the background getting snatched up. Royal Bloodlines is ticked in, so now I feel like Sass feels a lot more comfortable at the moment. He's much more willing to take a fight. But still needs to be judicious in where he sends his units. Onto the wood line they go. Vil scrambling. It's going to be a couple down. And it's now 3 worker kills to 3 worker kills. Ooh, big engagement here. Taking it under the arrow fire of the landmark. Knights on knights, just duking it out. It's hard to tell who's got the advantage. I think Numadon, he's got the demi-lances in there, so I don't think they're as good as the knights.
Yeah, they are not.
Numadon takes the worse for wear.
Numadon is missing some knights from this fight, I do believe. I think he's got more. Didn't he garrison some in the tower just below? I wonder if he actually ungarrisoned them. He's also missing the melee defense upgrade, which is something that his opponent does have. So melee attack also missing from Numadon. In terms of the quality, these knights are kind of even-ish right now. Numadon has bonus damage against Sass's knights, but the blacksmith upgrades plus Royal Bloodlines just make Sass's knights so much better.
Not to mention chivalry, they're healing up as they go. So after every engagement, they're getting better. So it's really like he's getting bonus knights. And if they all were half health and then came back to full, it's like he got an extra 50% unit comp. I mean, you got an extra 50%, you know, that's really big. Sometimes I think people overlook how important chivalry is and how important it is to bring those knights back. Just let them heal up and get back to full again, because you save so much in doing that. Taking the tower down. Doesn't do much besides vision. Obviously, House of Lancaster does not get network of castles or citadels. Still only 3 manners from Numadon. Not a lot of passive res. Knights trying to capitalize on this here.
I think we are getting to the tipping point where the trade is going to be better. Trade plus the shorefish gets better than the passive income from the Lancaster.
Yeah, and even with relics notwithstanding, if he had all 9 manners, I was wondering if that would maybe counteract the trade with relics. But you're right, with 3.
I agree. I think 9 manners perhaps, but I was talking about this a couple of minutes back. As long as the ecos are even-ish, that's a good setup for Numadon, because his economy is much more difficult to raid than the trade of Sass. But that is no longer the case, and we're not seeing any opportunity right now for Numadon to raid his opponent. I almost wonder if he needs to detach a couple of knights and just risk his opponent diving his base, but he needs to find a way to threaten that trade and buy himself some time to build up his eco.
Yeah, it feels like he's lagging behind big time. 86.53 on the workers. Trade going full ham. A couple of those getting food in. So, I mean, Sass is like a really good investor. Not only does he have a portfolio full of investments, he's also diversified it. I mean, relics notwithstanding, it's 4 relics to none, so that's going to be a small boost. Man, I really wish he had more manners. Like, it feels like he's one bad fight away from this all crumbling.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks volumes that it's 90 workers versus 55, and you could say, well, yeah, but you have a lot of passive resource income from the manners and the relics. But remember, it's not just a worker versus worker comparison. It's also the fact that Sass has all the villagers on shorefish, and look at Numadon. 12 villagers on berries, that is not a good look. So when you compare side by side the overall resource income per minute, it is abysmal right now for Numadon.
Kind of an odd choice to go for the berries when the fish are really just right there.
Fair point.
And the gather rate's so much better.
When Numadon needs new gold, he tried to drop a castle right there, but that's not going to come together. And I think Sass is going to stand and fight.
I think he's going to win this, too. There's a lot of spears in this, so it's going to be a more even trade than you'd think. But he's wrapping around. That's a bad sign for Numadon. I was worried at the beginning if that gold was forward and what he'd do. And he's out of gold, which means he's going to be out of this game if he can't get this keep up. The keep might just go up. There might not be anything left afterwards. As the Knights round out, all that's left is a couple spears and some crossbows. Villagers are pulled, and a costly trade. I think Sass got the better of him here, though, but
Yeah,
loses
in
a
terms
lot.
of the
Spears
trade,
did a lot of work.
in terms of the trade, I think Numodon won that fight big time in terms of cost efficiency. Like, you were slamming knights against spearmen and crossbows. The difference is that the eco, there is still such a big difference between the two players that Sass can replenish this army and Numodon cannot. If Numodon,
Yeah, the fact that Numodon has any gold at all is pretty much completely due to the fact he's got 4 relics back at home. That's literally his entire gold eco at the moment.
Numodon needed a couple of knights. Like, I think he now needs to go and try to hit the trade, leverage the fact that his opponent lost a lot of knights, but as you can see, we have reached that point where the trade, having been untouched for so long, is just starting to show itself, and Sass is going to go Imperial. He's probably going to Red Palace the middle. I would love to see a Red Palace just by this large gold vein.
Oh, yeah. Just deny that long term. I mean, he's got the... If he just clicks the button a couple times, he's got the gold and to just buy the food he needs. Or if you can just wait, 30 seconds, and he'll have it either way. Feels like this game is quickly leaning towards Sass. The trade, it was risky, right? It was really risky, but the manners, he only ever got 3 up. And so with Numodon only having those 3, and the trade going unfettered, it just skews really quickly. We were wondering what would take precedent, but just couldn't keep the manners pumping while also maintaining a fight for these knights. Now Numodon's doing what you suggested a while ago. I'm looking for something, but immediately getting turned away by these other knights. And into the base they go. Spears and crossbows are enough to at least deter them. Ooh, bad slip up here by Sass. Gonna lose some knights for pretty much nothing. The difference being, though, he's just clicked up to Imperial. So it's 42 military to 16. But a Red Palace clicked up. I'm wondering if that's gonna make much a difference here for Numodon. He's got a decent sized military, but down in age and down a ton of eco. It feels like Sass could just throw the knights away and not even care. That keep doing a lot of work. Knights are going to dive it anyways, though. They don't really care. They've got their ranged upgrades. Villagers dying left and right. Ooh, this feels really bad. This gold vein was so crucial for Numodon to hold on to. Again, down to only the gold he gets from relics, which is formidable, but not enough to carry a civ in late Castle Age. Random spear party walking around looking for something opportunistic. At this point, French is starting to look like Malians with their eco. Just have so much food and so much gold. As Age 4 is ushered in. And if you're Numodon, I don't know what you do at this point.
I think I was thinking about what Numodon could really do, but we are looking at a setup where one player has a fully set up late game economy, fully walled off, and we talked about this at the beginning of the game. If you have map control, the game starts to snowball out of control because you have all the fish. If you have the fish, you have an insane food economy. With the French, you also have the traders having the ability to generate food for you instead of gold. So you never really get put into that position where you suddenly need a farm transition that just slows you down. And at the same time, totally untouched trade. 30 really high quality knights, an age advantage. I just do not know what Numodon can do to break into this. 60 villagers at minute 22 isn't going to cut it.
No, it's reached the point where the knights are just taking one-on-ones with the spears, and they just don't care.
Yeah,
Sass has that kind of money. He can just kind of throw knights at anything. He's got a problem in life, throw some knights at it, He's getting audited on his taxes, throw some knights at it, He's fine. Any problem in his life right now, he just throws knights, and he's good.
I wonder if Numodon is trying to get to Imperial. I don't think it matters. He's down by 60 population, he's down by a full age, and he's just lacking everything that you need to win a game. I know it sounds very grim, but that is the reality. He's limited on map control, he's limited on mobility, he doesn't have opportunities to hit the enemy eco, he's down by 100%. There's a 100% differential between the two players in terms of worker counts. These margins just put him to impossible odds.
Especially being down in age, Like, you're getting out-teched and outclassed by the second. I kind of wish Numenor had been more aggressive against the trade early on. It felt like he had a lot of knights kind of sitting in his base, and he could have peeled maybe some of those away earlier. His base was the base. It was fine. He was just sitting there, and they sat in that base for quite a while. They were doing some cat and mouse, but could have snuck some more off and done some more pressure. Because now you look at this mass right here. I don't know how many knights that was. Probably close to 40. And there's just not a lot of hope left. It's just a matter. This alone could probably kill the base and everything in it. 42, yeah. I think he's just kind of waiting for a couple more upgrades, maybe making some siege. We do see the wind guard coming out. I don't think that's going to be enough to save him, because the problem underlying this is that it's going to become a meat grinder, and Sass is just going to throw this and the kitchen sink at Numenor.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, Wingard is going to come in, and the moment it does, Sass is going to right-click his army. It's going to be the perfect timing.
Yeah.
Your opponent just spent the little resources he has on aging up, and now you're just going to slam your forces against him. And 45 Spearmen sounds pretty nice until you realize that there's an age gap between the two players. I hope that Numenor at least has bill hooks. If he does not, it's just going to get ugly.
And in comes the cavalry charger right now, right as the age up comes in. This could not be any worse time for Numenor. But what more could he do at this point? Knights are just gonna say, screw your keep. And again, the problem too is, like, Numenor's got 600 gold. He's gonna be able to get like one upgrade, maybe two, and he's gonna be able to not afford anything else. It's gonna be another minute before he get enough gold to buy other upgrades. So he's kind of just stuck. You see him getting tithe barns right now, trying to make those relics even more valuable. And again, 4 relics has been his gold income for a bit, but it's just not enough.
It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when at this point. And Numenor is trying to get the elite upgrade for the Spearman. It's not gonna matter, because again, 58 knights with full French upgrades versus 48 spears is just not enough.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not enough for the Spearman.
Even in these choke points, it feels like it's going to go Sass's way. And we do see all the manners now popped up. It feels like, I really feel like Numenor took a long time to get those up. You know, he was on 3 manners for a very long time as Sass just got away with trade. It kind of feels like Numenor kind of just didn't do much with what he had. Like, the knights he had, I just don't think they were being used effectively enough. Even the demi-lancers, I feel like he should have been on the trade and taking the fight to Sass. That said, Sass has a cannon and a couple of Baldaquins coming out. I feel like he could just take this fight. He's being kind of almost a little cautious. I mean, it's 75 to 52 military, so he is outnumbered. I don't know. I feel like you're kind of at pop. You're at 198 of 200, so you've maxed your population number. That's when you just send it. You've got 3,500 food in the bank, 1,700 wood, 2,100 gold. You send it and rebuild, and just make your opponent force out all the stuff they can. Because you can force a trade or two. At this point, you've got the money. Spend it. Make your opponent try and match. This is kind of like a Cold War era arms race, and Sass has the bankroll for it.
Yeah, I think Sass is a little overcautious here, but now he has enough knights to just start detaching some of them and start running circles around. And I mean, you're getting to the point where you start deleting villagers because he just needs more population space for knights.
Yeah,
he's
let the
floating
trade do it.
4,000 food, 4,000 gold. Just delete 20 villagers and replace them with knights.
He's being so cautious here. It's killing me, actually. Like, you can just take the fight. Like, you've got 4,000 food in your bank. Like, just take the fight, you know? Like, you're never going to run out of gold. Just trade.
It's so funny seeing the players being cautious, because obviously we know everything that's happening. We know that the margins favor him by quite a bit. But at the same time, he doesn't want to throw this game away. Imagine that he misjudges the strength of his forces, and the next thing you know, he throws away a game where he had such a big lead. And I just want to say something. There is a window here. As crazy as it sounds, Numenor is now up to a decent amount of manners, and he's got 90 spearmen.
It's frustrating to watch because Sass is letting Numenor get back into this game because Numenor needed time, and Sass is giving it to him. If he's not willing to ever, I mean, having 5,000 gold in the bank is great, but if you never spend it, you're not getting the value out of it. That's kind of
Exactly.
where like I'm looking at this going, even if you don't know what your opponent has, you know what you have, and you know you can replace what you have in your max pop. It just makes sense to spend it and just to force your opponent to match because you know you're ahead. Like, even if you don't know by how much, the timing just feels like it's critical.
And I've seen this before. You want to be cautious with fights like this if you're Sass. You have a massive lead in this game, but slamming Knights into Spearmen is not something that you can sustain in the long run. It might seem like you can. Next thing you know, we are going to talk about, how millions of resources were lost in this. I think, like, make no mistake, I think Sass still has a gigantic lead, but I've seen games being lost simply by slamming Knights into Spearmen endlessly.
Yeah, and that's kind of why, like, the tempo, when you know your opponent just clicked up, that was the time to just full send it. And I wish he had, because while those spears don't have veterancy, you're fully imperially upgraded. Like, that was the time where you know you could take that trade and it would be effective, maximum effect you can have. Now, like you kind of mentioned, like, it's not as efficient anymore. And suddenly, Numadon's had time to get into this. Like,
Ooh,
obviously,
this is huge.
Yeah, the cannon's doing a lot of
Military
work.
tactics training just finished for Numadon.
Oh gosh,
He's getting plus
really,
20% bonus damage on his spears now.
I really want to see those Baldicans do some work. There's one shot. One pops. The other, it's a shot. Not super effective. I don't know if those were worth the money.
Can we look at those spears, though? I just want to see the bonus damage against cavalry at this point.
Plus
Yeah, there we
39.
go.
Oh my goodness.
And they decrease the enemy armor as well because they do have the billhooks.
Man, I really wish he'd have just pushed in right when Numadon went Imperial. He was at max population. He had the capability because once you wipe your opponent off the floor, Numadon is, look at the food. He does not have a ton. He is spending it as fast as he can.
Uh-oh. Speaking of food, though, look at Sass. Like, there's
Oh,
a
no.
threshold here where things turn around. It's when the fish run out. It
Yeah.
feels so convenient that you have so much fish and you don't have to worry about the farm transition. But it leaves you vulnerable at some point deep in Imperial where you suddenly have to make a farm switch.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing that Numadon's still in this. And again, this is when players playing not to lose. So they're being cautious, and sometimes that pays off. This is one of those things where I think recognizing the tempo would have really helped because Sass could have closed the door on this game easily.
I mean, he still should.
He still should.
It's 80 Knights now. He deleted Eco, and there's a Sacred Site timer for him, so he's just waiting for his opponent to push. I would love to see him have something more against mass spears, though. Anything. Like 2 Robodoquins, nice. Make it 5. Because notice that, again, his food income slowly started dipping, and there is... Obviously, gold is still there, but you don't want to fight, like, Knights into Spearmen for a long, long time.
Yeah, at this point, I think
it
Sass has
feels
just
risky.
consigned himself to not killing his opponent, but doing the Sacred Site victory, which, I mean, it's the safe option at this point. Right? He's fortified it. He's spent enough time doing the things he needs to. So now that is a valid win condition. I think he could have saved himself some time and done it, 10 minutes earlier. But if it works, it works.
I don't blame him. Like, there is a 5th resource. It's population. These Knights are very population efficient. But at the same time, so I understand why he doesn't want to pivot away from them. But at the same time, this is not a fight that you want to take. Like, that's a lot of spears. Look at that.
I mean, he's got their Baldicans behind there. And if he falls back to his choke points, he'll be fine. I mean, there's so many Knights here. Cost efficient wise, this is a good trade for Numadon, just because it's a good trade when you're going right into your counter. But at the end of the day,
I love how
Sass
Sass ran out of patience. This is what was supposed to happen like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. Like, all I needed was to take the head-on fight.
This wasn't the Knights winning you the game, this was the economy winning you the game, because the cost efficiency of these fights were abysmal. It's just the fact that you had such a big advantage with the economy, the trade, the shorefish totally untouched. If we take a look at the overall resources gathered, I think that's going to tell us the whole story.
Yeah, I think he could have done that fight a lot. Like, the moment Numadon was in Imperial Age, like, he had all the upgrades and had 80 Knights almost. Like, he could have done that from the get-go. Just needed to realize that he had that advantage.
51k gold against 15,000. That is the thing that wins you the game, not the Knights slammed into Spearmen.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what we said. He had the bankroll for it, right? You're forcing your opponent to try and replace what they have. And at that point, like, he didn't have any gold or any food. So you can afford to you can't do that indefinitely, obviously. But when you know your opponent can't possibly have as big of a bankroll as you do. You do it once or twice and you win the game. We got some fun stats here. Cow has gone through and looked at some stuff. Oh my gosh, so many. 215 spears versus 197 knights.
197 knights is crazy. But you know what my favorite stat is? Like, this game was 33 minutes 33 seconds long. That's my favorite stat.
Make a wish, honey. 60 traders in the end total for SAS.
I mean,
he only lost 2.
That was the issue from the very beginning for Numadon. There is a window where your manors in like late feudal, early castle, they can still pick up the pace of the trade, but eventually, if you do not harass that trade, it's just going to snowball out of control. That applies to every single game, by the way. Like, if you have untouched trade, you will have a better economy than anything else that's available in the game, and that is exactly what we've seen. It's not a new thing, it's just the fact that in most cases, getting an untouched trade is difficult because most players will just try to shut it down.
This was kind of a crucial fight right here where the Demolancers, it looked like Numadon had an equal number of forces, but a lot of that was Demolancers, which aren't as strong as Knights, and the Royal Bloodlines had already ticked in, and we saw that. That was a really good trade right there for SAS. This fight as well, another close trade. This one worked a little bit better for Numadon than SAS, but again, kind of even up the Knights again. But by SAS, this point, just had the stuff to replace this very quickly.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, by this time, minute 18, this was a 33-minute game. By minute 18, there was a definitive eco lead for SAS. So really, what we've seen in 50 minutes later is not a result of anything but this massive eco lead that has been there for quite some time. So it wasn't just in the final 5 minutes we had a massive eco gap. The eco gap was there for so long, more than 15 minutes.
You can see the point where the Knights were just so much that the spears don't even matter anymore. Just walking through. Well, that's not our series decider, however. We have a best of 5 on our hands, so we've got another game coming up. It's going to be Baldland with Zhu Shi and Byzantines coming up right after this.
Baldland. Now, I talked about this at the beginning of the series. I was surprised to see Malians go on Gorge, because Baldland is, I think, one of the go-to maps for Malians. And then I was surprised to see Lancaster go on Frisian Marshes, because, frankly, Frisian Marshes is the only map where I think Lancaster would be, like, underbombing with that turtle and strat. That felt like a counterpick, or would-be counterpick to French Knights. Didn't work out. I would have been interested in seeing the House of Lancaster being used on Baldland, though, because having that passive resource income, having the passive income of wood would have been very helpful on a map like this. But instead, we are going to have Zhu Shi and the Byzantines here. Numadon now down 2-1 against SAS. SAS with the color blue using the Byzantines. And on the other side, Numadon with Zhu Shi's legacy in red.
Yep, it's match point. SAS moves on and wins with a win here. Numadon takes it the distance if he can get the win himself here on Baldlands. This is an interesting map. The deer, or 2 packs of deer, are always in the center of the map. So Pro Scouts has often been used, especially by civs such as like China and Zhu Shi. I'd be surprised if we didn't see Pro Scouts being used on this one, just because all that food up front, not a lot in your base, you can bring that home and have a lot to go off of. Byzantine's obviously a decent pick here because there's lots of berry packs in the back of the base. Looks like SAS is going to have 4 different berries around the corner of his air map to work with. We do see that cistern right there. I don't know how I feel about that. I wish they had started with 1 extra stone. That little build they have to do in the beginning now has been changed with the cistern costs basically standardized across all cisterns. They used to scale, and now it's the same price for every single one, but it means you don't have quite enough stone in the Dark Age. You have to go out and mine a little bit to get enough. Juicy. It looks like we have the village opening. That fun little strat where you chop a tree and then build a mill while it's being supervised to get just enough wood to build that village. A neat little trick. We do see the sheep. If I had to take a quick guess, looks like SAS has maybe just 1 or 2 extra over Numadon at the moment. It's 8 right there, coming back home for Numadon. I'm sure they'll work their way all the way back to that mill, getting the supervision bonus.
Yeah, I'm thinking about this matchup right now because this is not a civilization combination that you commonly see on Bald Land. So what is, especially when I look at, let's say, Jushi, it's not a civilization that strikes me as one that can really avoid using a lot of wood. Now, Meditation Gardens is going to be a nice passive source of income, so there is that. But I wonder if we're going to see like a semi-fast castle style setup, and well, as I'm saying that, that's such an interesting Medi Gardens. It's nice.
There's so
it has
much
gold,
there.
a lot of food, but it's not something that gets you any wood, which, again, it's going to be so interesting how the players navigate around the low amounts of wood that is available on this map.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's one of those things where it's kind of like when teams, draft players in like professional sports, right? You just pick the best guy that's on the board. In this case, I think Numadon picked the best spot that's going to give him the most resources that he can see on the map. And that spot has the most resources, even if it doesn't include wood.
Yeah, I can see that. Sometimes BPA is the best approach, but sometimes you have a positional need and you just have to address that.
Yeah, that's true. That's equally true. I didn't say it was always the correct methodology, just that it was a methodology. But yeah, I'm curious to see how much you'll get for that, because I mean, two golds, the deer, berries. I mean, there is that one tree. I don't know if that one tree does any help. They got a little tree on the left side there. Just no, a little bit north. Our observer's trying to find it. That one right there. Yeah, I don't know if that'll count for anything, but it's there. Technically in the range.
It's something.
It's something. I don't think that'll actually count. It'd be fascinating if he does get like 1 a minute for that. It'd be hilarious. Regardless, it's going to be the Grand Winery for SAS as the Byzantines. In a great spot, actually. Berries in the back. Oh, love it. Byzantines and their back berries. They do enjoy it a lot. And immediately clicks up with Wheelbarrow. Second cistern underway. I love the placement of that. Pretty good sheep haul from SAS as well. He's got a lot under there. The ironic thing is
nice.
Byzantines don't need it. Like, they really don't. Like, he'll take it, obviously, because, sheep he has is sheep away from his opponent. So, no, the one tree does not count for any wood. Looks like it's going to be 25 gold and 18 food. Maybe that doesn't feel like a great spot for the gardens. It doesn't feel like that's a whole lot of resources there. I would have thought it'd be... Okay, 30... Okay, it's still ticking up. Okay.
Yeah, it's ticking up.
Better. I was going to say, wait a minute, that's not as much as I thought it'd be.
Ooh. Now, Pro Scouts on the way here for Numadon. So, he's going to play Pro Scouts. Not much from SAS to contest it. Is there anything coming? Yeah, just the
Mercenary House. That's going to be too slow. I was expecting Numadon to go...
Here?
Against Zushi. I mean, the tricky
I don't
thing
think
is
you play
Jugunu are just
Longbow.
tough. No.
Yeah, you're playing Keshik.
I think, yeah. Jugunu are kind of a thorn in your side, but I don't think you have much of a choice here. Keshik to help try and slow the Pro Scouts down. You kind of have to. 50 gold. Okay, that's more like it. Okay, 50 gold and 36 food. That's a good return. Immediately, some spears getting ready to go for Numadon. He just knows exactly what to expect. He's like already anticipating those Keshiks coming out. Knows what kind of game he wants to play. I feel like Numadon's kind of dictating the pace right here. Like, he's going Pro Scouts. SAS is going to have to react to that.
Yep. He certainly has to. I love how Numadon is splitting his scouts, by the way. Like, there's one going to the north, there's one yoinking deer from this middle part, there's one carrying carcasses from just next to Numadon's base. So he really is trying to minimize the impact of any harassment. And it makes a lot of sense. One problem that you have with the Keshik out here, with the Mercenary House, is that you don't really have a lot of production available to you. So you're now going to have 2 Keshik, great, but if the scouts are going in 5 directions, you cannot shut down the whole process.
Yeah, that's something I love to do when I go Pro Scouts, is send them, don't go to all in one pack, send them out for exactly the reasons you stated. Like, spread your opponent wide, because you're only going to get a couple Keshik, and they cannot be everywhere at once. Palace Guard is an interesting choice. I actually kind of thought it'd be Spears. Instead, he's opting for the heavy, fast-running boy. Those Palace Guards, man, they run as if their feet are angry with the earth. They are so quick. The first Keshik arrive, looking for some kills on the villagers. They could just pop into the village if they really wanted to. Palace Guard kind of running at him. I don't feel like Palace Guards trade particularly well into Keshik. That's why I really kind of thought spears, but they are fast, so that kind of is a bonus, I suppose. Now there's a spear. I like the mix. I like the mix. A little back and forth here. These two guys really know how to play the cat and mouse, where they just back and forth, back and forth. I always get my knights stuck on spears, but that's why I'm not in this tournament. I'm just casting it. Cistern of the First Hill. So
okay.
We're gonna get
the
gulp. All right. This build, I feel like this build polarizes the fan base a lot of AoE4. I feel like some people are like, yeah, gulp. And then there's other people who are like, oh my gosh, not this again. I feel like I live on the side of, I don't feel like it's actually crazy good. Like, I don't think it's that powerful all the time. But when it happens, I do kind of enjoy watching it. So I guess I'm a casual Cistern of the Hill gulp fan.
It's a very open map, and generally speaking, when you play Cistern of the First Hill, you play into cavalry for healing, obviously. So I see the synergy in there. It's definitely implying that Sass is going to play full into cavalry and just use mobility, stretch the field. And that could be dangerous against Numadon, because Numadon is definitely struggling keeping track of all these small groups of cavalry, and I feel like Sass just wants to mimic what he did in the previous game. Just use the mobility and stretch out the defenses of an otherwise static player.
Yeah, he's definitely doing a good job of trying to be everywhere. You know, obviously he can't be, but he can split up in a number of ways. Sholan Monastery coming up right now. Clicked up right at about 9 minutes. Pretty quick castle timing. You see Sass is already preparing to get onto the gold. Waiting to get those cataphracts heading out. I think the first one's already in queue. There's the first little bit of gulping. Takes a sip from his flask. I love that they added the word gulp onto it. Details like that are what make this game really great, in my opinion. A lot of spears and Palace Guards for Numadon. Kind of posturing right on that gold to keep him away. And in come the Keshiks looking for blood. They're like sharks in the water, just sniffing out where those vills are. You know that they're hungry, but seeing the prickly spears walk up, they're going to decide to take a moment. Wait for the cataphracts to join them.
Yeah, Cataphracts now on the way. Now, this is always a tricky matchup, because as much as Sass has the mobility advantage, he also doesn't have the tools to fight directly into that many spearmen. So that is something that he needs to be very much aware of. If Numadon starts walking towards his base, especially with that forward gold mine, he needs to find a way to protect that.
Deer still being gathered by Numadon. Obviously, I've mentioned this a couple times today, but Zushi needs their food so desperately, so it makes a lot of sense why a Civ would go for this when it just synergizes so well with their playstyle. In come the cavalry, looking to be the evil horde. A lot of Keshik, so I can say Mongol horde, as they try to drive in. Going around, spears right in time to save the day, backing them off. It's almost like swatting at a fly that just keeps buzzing around, you know, trying to keep them away from your food.
It feels that way. And I mean, ideally, you want to slap that fly down, but that has not been the case so far. Numadon is piling up a lot of food and gold, though.
Yeah, he could almost go castle again. I mean, I guess he could build the second landmark. Not sure why he would, though. I don't know that it would gain him a whole lot right this minute. Feels like at this point, Sass has invested a lot and is waiting for that payoff, looking for a good angle, but Numadon, ever alert, sends his spears chasing, and it sends a group, kind of splits them in half. So half stay home, the other half charge. Those Palace Guards, again, are pretty quick, but when they're marching with the spears, obviously a little bit slower. We see some cataphracts looking for more picks. Meanwhile, scouts still doing their thing. You know, we haven't had a single worker kill yet. In fact, destroyed value is only at 100 and 200. Not a lot of damage done either way. It's been mostly posturing. We see some of the first kills happening right here. A Sholan monk trying to take over the relic. Instead, Sass manages to sneak it one away. That's going to be number 3 for him if he can get it home. Shoal monks are an interesting unit. Difficult to deal with. Tanky in the weirdest ways, but not terribly powerful either. Sass charging around, looking for stuff to do with his knights and Keshiks. Cataphracts and Keshiks finding some spears for their ill fortune. Another one goes down there. As the Keshiks walk around, man, it's such an open base. These spears posturing everywhere make it really tough. It's almost as if there are walls everywhere. Except for this time, the walls kill you. I kind of almost wish that
34
Sass would...
spears. We are looking at a huge flood of spears at this point, and again, the concern for Sass is that he doesn't have the tools to fight into this. So
I kind of want him to go Varangian guards really badly. I feel like that would help.
Varangians would be awesome here. Like
he's going to opt to go archers. He'll go archers instead.
I don't like.
I think he's got Ghulams in queue.
It works. Ghulams are nice as well, but Varangians would be such a clutch.
Not going to get anything. That was close.
Remember, you do have Gulp here, so that's going to help keep your units alive. And this is not the whole
from the
army of
Cataphracts.
Lumadon. That's the big problem for him. He's got 34 spearmen. You only have a fraction of those up here, so a small group gets cleaned up.
Pretty good engagement overall from Sass. He didn't lose too much. Mostly Keshiks went down. At this point, I feel like he can kind of, 86 the Keshiks. We can kind of put those away. I don't think there's going to be much more use moving forward. Archers, though, definitely going to make an impact here in a second. Crossbows starting to come out and trickle forth from Numadon, looking to deal a more permanent solution to the Cataphracts that have been ever so tiresomely running around his base. This is another game where it feels like we're waiting for someone to blink. These guys, it really does feel like heavyweights going at it. They are just doing little jabs, not committing their full weight into it, backing off, not being overly destructive to begin with, waiting for the right moment.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think in this case, though, Sass is, again, happy to wait because he just needs a little window to build up his archer count. Notice what Numadon is doing. He's making a switch into knights, but he doesn't have a lot. He's got crossbows, and he's got a lot of spears. So archers would work really well here for Sass. And in hindsight, the fact that he plays archers instead of Varangians means that the crossbows won't have much of a use against these. Obviously, they will be useful against the Cataphracts, but that's something that Sass is just trying to keep away from this fight.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. The archers getting kited just a little bit. A couple go down, but the main mass still alive. He's still on the berries. Sass has yet to start really transitioning into olive groves. I feel like those are some kind of things you want to start trickling in as you go. 15 minutes in the game, I would expect to see 4 of those at least by now. Instead, he's just still on the berries, which there are plenty of berries, and they haven't been touched yet. These Lancers might encourage him to think otherwise of not doing so just yet, because if they ever decide to break away and go around the backside, this could be really dangerous. Instead, chasing down the archers, getting a couple picks. Knights and Cataphracts turn around. Archers back and forth. This is some really intense micros. They're just kind of trying to minimize each other's losses.
Our army counts are still neck and neck here. Do keep in mind, though, we are getting to the stage where map control becomes vital. This is where you start depleting the wood inside your base. This is where you start depleting your starting gold mine. So whoever has the momentum in the next few minutes could easily dictate the tempo of the game from here on out. For Sass, I think the tricky part is dealing with these spears. He doesn't want to commit the Cataphracts before he cleans up the spears and crossbows, but he kind of has to.
I think he can now. Most of them are gone. I think he needs to get onto that back line ASAP. Those Cataphracts, most of them are gone. He needs to get through, and there's the charge. I was wondering when he'd do that, because the spears are all but gone now. He needs to get onto those crossbows somehow, some way. Instead, it takes a lot of damage for his effort. Archers trying to pick him out one by one. Gulams going down. And those Lancers ever present. He doesn't have a great answer for the Lancers yet. At this point, there's enough crossbows, enough Lancers. Yeah. I would consider switching into Limitane.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Limitani is not something that crossbows, especially with the shield wall, would work well against. I was going to say that the problem that Sass was facing is that you cannot commit the Cataphracts until the spearmen and the crossbows are gone. You cannot fight into You cannot fight a Cataphract versus Lancer fight when you have 25 crossbows on the back line. But at the same time, as he was pulling back, he was being picked apart, so he just had to turn and fight. At the end of the day, he takes an even-ish engagement. But you're absolutely right, you need to find a way to adapt your composition, because this is, again, something that we see commonly in competitive games. Crossbows, once you start getting to 20, 30, 40, they actually become a really nice, like, frontline unit almost. They are good against almost everything. They will be fine trading against 14 archers. That's going to be no problem for them either.
I think you hit on the important part, though, is that, like, I'm saying, oh yeah, Limits and A are the obvious choice, but the problem is the macro. SAS doesn't have wood. Wood access in this map is very limited, and so going mass Limits and A is not really a viable choice without a lot of work around that to do that. And so he's kind of stuck in his composition right now, knowing that, yeah, if I could have 30 Limits and A right now, he would take it. But he doesn't really have a great in towards that. He needs to get on a wood line somewhere.
The mobility advantage is still on the side of SAS, though. Well, actually, I'm saying that. There's a big switch from Numadon to Lancers. We've seen some Lancers before, but now he's really just like Lancer crossbow. That is a combination that's very difficult to beat, even with Limiton. Because mostly these are premium units. And a problem that SAS is facing is that the archers will become very obsolete very soon. You cannot even focus down the crossbows because you have to get so close to the knights that the knights will just start beating you up as you focus down the crossbows.
Yeah, he needs a comp switch. SAS is falling behind here. It's pretty dead even across the numbers, but you just feel like tech-wise, he's chosen the wrong composition, and it just doesn't feel like it's going to keep working. Like, something is going to break. It's been a cat and mouse game thus far, but those Lancers, I just don't know that SAS has a good enough answer, because Cataphracts have a high base damage, but gosh, with crossbows doing DPS behind it, and now with Nested Beast adding insult to injury, those archers for SAS really can't stand and even fight off the crossbows at all now. Lancers are going to get there, and if they don't, Nested Beast will. Big fight here. Big charge. Excellent charge by SAS, diving in. Gutsy, but he's going to lose a lot of these.
Yeah, I think he's just happy to trade, though, and he has his crossbows arrive as well. Gulp helps a lot here, actually, for those Cataphracts to stay alive just a little longer. And it looks like it's going to be an even-ish trade, which I don't know who actually benefits from that. But at the end of the day, Cataphracts are gone, Lancers are gone, Archers getting traded off. It looks like Numadon is actually winning this fight just by a tiny margin. Random Shaolin Monk just joining the fight just for fun.
Yeah, it's the crossbows. The fact that he has 19 still on the field is a big problem for SAS. He has no answer. If he had like a Mangonel, he can manage it. Because the difference in this was that Numadon had the Nested Bees and it got at least one shot off. Whereas SAS does not have an equivalent. Otherwise, it was fairly even. But at the end of the day, 19 crossbows still walking around is a big, big problem. I mean, at this point, like, you start wondering maybe horsemen, maybe like anything. Because the spearmen are gone. But you've got to get on those crossbows some way, somehow. Because right now, they're just going to keep chewing them up.
We got to look at the base of SAS, though, because the production really wasn't there. And I wonder why. Maybe he was making, he's slowly adding groves. He's got a slight relic lead, but we got to take a tally of the economies right now, because it really feels like SAS is not doing much right now. Look at the production. Kashyyyk Q, nothing else. There's definitely no farm transition just yet for Numadon. And SAS had the 2 sacred sites. He actually started a timer. But at the same time, he's making a hard switch into Horseman now. That's why he's not queuing anything. He needs to do something with the 1,000 gold he has, by the way. He's actually floating a lot of gold.
Yeah, he needs to build a market. Again, wood is just so crucial in this game. And it doesn't happen right away. But when it happens, and the lack of wood has really just been like shoestringing SAS. He's got all the gold in the world, and he's got nothing to spend it on. Meanwhile, Numadon is going to need to think about farm transitioning. We see he's getting double broad axe right now. I think he's thinking about a farm transition in the future. Because once the deer run out, he will need to supplement that food again. And I think he's getting close to that point. Yeah, it's a really late double broad axe.
Ecotechs in general look better for SAS, but he's down by 9 villagers. He has an army being sent to the north to raid, though, and this is where I think he can really make a difference. He has always been the player with the more cavalry. If he can find targets like this, find the berries in the corner, that could be huge. He's kind of deprived of vision, and he's just not able to find the villagers, though. You feel like you're missing out on an opportunity here if you're SAS.
If only he had a scout with that. Because instead he torched the blacksmith and alerted Numadon to what was happening. And gosh, if you wish we had just had a scout and some more vision, some more knowledge, he could maybe have done something there, because there were a lot of vills out of position right there, just asking to be slain.
Yeah, trenches are being dug now, both players walling themselves off. Key thing though, Numadon is walling himself off such that he has access to the large wood line. That is not the case for SAS just yet. At the same time, SAS has completed a farm transition and Numadon is very much just now getting started. I think that is a window that SAS could leverage. If he makes a hard horseman switch, what he needs to do is find a way to bypass the defenses and hit the eco. Horsemen against all these crossbows, and you can see Numadon is starting to lose out on the food eco. This is the window where the farm transition is about to happen for Numadon, and that's going to leave him vulnerable for quite some time.
Yeah, he's been surviving off of the, the deer and the other surrounding resources. He bought himself a ton of time, and it's worked for about 23 minutes. Unfortunately, we're going to see that number of food start dipping down. Now, he is, of course, going into granaries right now, so he'll have that food sustained, but it's taken some time. This is why he hasn't been able to capitalize on SAS's inherent weakness, which is giving SAS enough time to maybe do something, but in about 5 minutes after these grain farms go up, it's going to get really scary for SAS, even though he's got his own farms and stuff set up.
Yeah, I think if you're SAS, you're still very much on the back foot. One thing I don't like about him is that he's still wide open on the north. He hasn't yet secured a large gold vein. Look at the difference in the walls. When Numadon is done with these walls, he's going to have access to the large wood line, and he's going to have his large gold vein walled off. Neither of these are applicable for SAS. So he's going to be much more open, and he's also down by 10 villagers, which is an interesting differential considering that you only have 4-1 in terms of villager kills. It's got to be a heavy cavalry push, though. 14 catching 13 horsemen, though. And you also have 21 crossbows.
He's got a good mass now. He's got a good set. The crossbows are pretty nice. He's got to be careful with the SDBs. But I do like that he's gone into cav, because Numadon's got 8 spears. He's going to have like 12 spears. That's not enough for me to be scared with, 20, 30 some odd, cavalry.
SAS's army is much better right now. It's much, much better. And, this could be huge. If Numadon pays attention to the fight on the front line, he could be hit from behind with those lancers. Looks like he did notice the swing coming in from the north. He moves away from the berries. Indeed, no one home. The walls will not be complete in time, and there's an opportunity here for SAS to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, Lancers in the back trying to clean up the raid. This is an opportunity for SAS to dive in through the middle. We see the crossbows moving out from home. Got the orders, and they're heading out. Raid kind of walking around the back. It is kind of such an open map. It's so hard to wall in. I feel like this is his chance to get in there and get on the farms. He's just kind of posturing out there, though.
I think...
And again, that's a lot of nest of bees.
I want to draw a point of comparison between this game and the previous one. In the previous one, we talked about how SAS was very, very cautious not to throw away his cavalry horde. And in that case, he could afford it, because he was the player with a better economy. That is not the case right now. Right now, he's actually behind. Like, if he is as cautious as he was in the previous game, he's going to let Numadon boom up, and once that farming eco gets rolling, I think it's Chushi all along. Looks like SAS knows this too, however, and he's a lot more aggressive than he was in the previous game.
Yeah, he's got a large mass right here, and you're sitting on the front door, and it seems like nobody's home. He seems to be thinking he can get a good engagement here. Crossbow stepping up to deal with the Lancers. This is a great engagement. Numadon's army is split in half. That could have gone much worse. Thankfully, the rest of the stuff came marching in.
It's 4 nest
could
of
have been
bees.
Disastrous. Yeah, a lot of nest of bees. SAS is going to need to find some kind of way to flank with exceptional skill. Maybe with a little bit of luck.
Yeah. Second DC up for Numadon, though. Now it's blatantly clear that if SAS has his push stall out, he's going to lose the game on economy. I don't think he's adding new TCs himself. What he needs to do is leverage this mobility. Start stretching the field. The nest of bees are notoriously slow. All you gotta do is make sure you never fight these nest of bees.
Yeah, he's got like 2 separate militaries. He's got the cavalry on one side here in the south. He's got the long range stuff up to the north. Just looking for a spot to poke.
I would love to see Mangonel emplacements on the towers, by the way. Something that we haven't seen from him.
I don't know if I'd say love is the right word. I kind of hate those things, but yes, that would be the correct choice would be to make those mangonel towers. They are so good. We're just surround these right here. Are those the spearmen?
Yep.
Yeah.
Just a little,
Put those
I think
crossbows
it's a
on them or
bait.
something.
I think Numadan was trying to bait his opponent into a fight there, but Sass decided not to take it. Sacred Sites are being capped. That is something that Sass still has. If Numadan is playing very passively and booming, Sacred Sites could be a reasonable victory condition for Sass, but he's just so unwilling to fight.
Yeah, I don't blame him at this point. Those Nest of Bees are really scary. And the spear's right behind. Don't make them very inviting to dive with the cataphracts.
I
He
think
needs to get on the base. He needs to start doing raids behind this. Like, the base is
He's doing
wide
it now.
open.
that's
we
what
go.
you gotta do.
He baited them
I think
outside
he
the
was
base. Now
waiting
he's
for
running
Numadan
in.
to overextend, and now you dive in. The name of the game is killing villagers without losing your cavalry, though.
Oh,
You're
he
not
needs to ignore
killing
this and
these
just move
guys.
in. He just needs to ignore these and just dive. Find the farms. The farms, Sass. Of course, he doesn't know where they are. He hasn't seen them
Okay,
yet.
there
except
we
he does
go.
have these two back there, so he sees them now. Only 5 villager kills to 4. He hasn't done a lot of damage yet. Getting a couple
Yet.
here, though.
That's the big
Yeah,
thing.
Yet's doing a lot of work. That's fair.
He needs to do a lot of work because he's down by a town center as well. There is something here on this wood line, by the way. I think he might have been trying to place towers behind it just to the night. Yeah, well, lumber camp, other stuff. He's definitely trying to find ways to hit Numadan's eco, but this time around, Numadan is very much tucked away in the corner, and this is a horrible fight here for Sass.
Yeah, he's gonna have to retreat from that. Spears doing their job. Nest of Bees just adding insult to injury. However, the raid in the back coming in as we speak in 3, 2, 1, and there they are.
You gotta find something, though.
They gotta find him. They gotta find him. Numadan, ever present on his base, knows where to get it. Now, getting these kills gives him bonus gold. That's 40
That's
gold he
huge.
got for that. So trading these, these horsemen out for that is worth the money, really.
It certainly feels that way. Especially because, remember, Numadan's got a slow-moving army. As long as you run circles around him, you just kill every villager, come back next time, do it again and again, and eventually it's gonna grind down his economy. And now the Mangonel Tower is in there, suddenly makes it a lot more difficult for Numadan to just push up the middle. The logic dictates that if you're Numadan, you try to push up the middle simply to punish a player that's running circles around you. But that's difficult to do against Mangonel Towers.
Yeah, and they do really good damage against those spears too. I mean, obviously Mangonels typically counter range, but they seem to the Mangonel Tower emplacements do pretty good damage against everything.
And he's got Springolds. Against an infantry cluster like that, that's also deadly.
I would like to see a couple more before I get super scared, but with the rest of the army around it, it could be pretty good, especially into those spears right there, and could have taken a pot shot or two if he wanted. Not a whole lot of value for him just yet as they back up. Nest of Bees trying to get some shots from on high.
He needs to split up. Both players are thinking about Imperial. If Sass doesn't take a fight here, Numadan is going to click him.
Well, in Byzantines, it takes a while for them to warm up, but that level 5 cistern they get with the full farm transition, that is scary, and it's formidable, and it's one of the best in all the game. Late game is scary as Byzantines.
Yeah, Imperial Age is going to be on the way for Numadan. He's trying to drop a keep as well in the middle. He needs to find a way to decap the Sacred Site. Sass is definitely playing for it, and oh boy, this was never re-walled. I'm not the biggest fan of trying to target the Meditation Gardens, though.
Yeah, it's like taking away
No
2 or 3
way.
vills when you can get a whole bunch more.
No
9
way.
vill kills to 5. This is a big push. That's a lot of vills in that keep. He wants that up come hell or high water. He is going for it. Vill
That's
is
a
going
huge
down,
price
but
to
it
pay.
won't matter. He's only lost about 10 for that.
I mean, you say that, that's a lot.
I mean, he's on 2 town centers.
Fair. Temple of the Sun is on the way. Sass is going to click in just a moment, too. I think Sass should have tried pushing the cavalry deeper into the farming eco, though, because Numadan had to keep his army on the front line to get this castle up. This farming eco doesn't look very happy.
No,
The
it looks
villagers
very
are missing.
pot marked from a bunch of raids. Lots of empty fields where once glorious villagers stood, now barren and desolate. And they're coming out of the tower, though. They're coming back. They were just building stuff. 21 to 5, though. Some good damage.
Numadan is very heavy on the spears. So I think that is a concern for Numadan right now. population becomes a resource when you go this late into a game, and spearmen are not premium units. Oh, that could be nasty as well. Trying to snipe the castle, that's not going to happen. But you can get a bunch of villager kills, and this is what SAS needed.
Massive damage. Oh my goodness, look at the numbers tick up to 30 total
wow.
killed. That keep, not only does he get all the kills, he denies this keep. This one was not worth it. Massive damage. Numadon hemorrhaging Vils.
And I think he needs to dive even deeper. He has an opportunity to seal the series right here. The castle gets cancelled. You can just run past all of this and hit the eco, because now you're dictating the tempo of the game.
SAS is going to back up regardless, though. A keep, take two. You know, that first one fell into the swamp. The second one is hopefully going to not fall over and fall into the swamp as well. He's going to try and build this one up. I think he will get that. And we've got, man, such an interesting moment in this game where SAS has really, it's gone back and forth where we feel like Numadon's had the advantage, then SAS, now Numadon, now SAS. This whole series has been pretty back and forth as well. And now it just feels like they're kind of gearing up for the late game. Everyone in Imperial Age, all the tech's coming through. And now we got to start considering long-term gold.
Now, here's the thing. Numeri is coming in for SAS. That means that the units he tramples with his cataphracts will receive bonus damage or for a short amount of time. And that could be enough to break this front line of spearmen. That's a lot of springolds, crossbows. And I think what he's going to try to do is trample through these lines, hit the nest of bees, and then dive.
I mean, those nest of bees are what's holding him back, right? He cannot fully engage with those things sitting there. So if he can trample them and get through, he would definitely trade a handful of cataphracts to do so. Problem is, there's 68 spears on the map at the moment. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to get stabbed by one of those, let alone 68.
Fair
I think
point.
SAS is thinking the same thing for his men as they kind of chase the one Keshik in particular. Sorry, not Lancer, I should say.
Sacred Site countdown down to 5 minutes. SAS is definitely trying to force an engagement here. He's waiting for his opponent to move for the Sacred Site, and he's trying to force him into a bad engagement. There's a gap in the wall to the south still, and I think SAS still has the opportunity to detach the cavalry. I wonder if he's going to try doing that.
Yeah, the keep is only a speed bump down there. The wall is wide open. And a big engagement. Utane meeting spear on spear. Numbers
Gap from the south.
heavily in favor of the charge from the south, getting onto the nest of bees. Cataphracts with a charge while gulping. And I don't know how many nest of bees just got popped. It looked like two at least. Third one about to go down. Two more really weak.
Oh man,
this is a great fight for SAS. Reinforcements coming in for Numadon as crossbows and spears flood into the area.
You got to be
Big
careful about the
fight.
springolds, though. A lot of the army count for SAS is springolds without a true front line. It was a great charge, and he gets rid of the nest of bees, but he cannot push any deeper for now. He needs to regroup a little. Lancers are coming in here. Well, Numadon has one Lancer. But he has an opportunity to take out this keep, and most importantly, he gets rid of all those nest of bees, and suddenly the power balance is totally different.
Yeah, that was worth the trade. He pulled back at the perfect time, stopped while he was ahead. It could have gone over, it could have overextended easily, but backed off at the right moment, kept the siege alive. And now with the cannon, the keep's gone. Suddenly, SAS starting to feel in command. He is up on the villager count. Numadon just barely creeping back up with his two town centers.
And it's 4 minutes. 4 minutes on the Sacred Site
41.
timer. And
41
remember,
vills have been killed.
if Numadon launches a push against this position, SAS can still detach the cavalry, concede the Sacred Site, and just say, well, you can have the Sacred Site, I'll dive your base, and I will wipe out 40 villagers. So it's a 1-2 punch. The fact that you are forcing your opponent to move against the Sacred Site allows you to potentially expose the otherwise open eco.
I kind of wish Numadon would send a little bit of just a couple lancers around the back and hit SAS's eco. Like, he's been hit so many times and hasn't walled off. You gotta know SAS is open as well. So another big engagement comes in. Limitani on spears once again. Cannons up front, sniping the bombard. In come the springolds from behind, ready to deal some damage. They're walking way too close to the sun. Firing though. Cannons at risk of being lost, charging from the cataphracts in the middle. Meanwhile, the crossbows in the back still shooting in nest of bees, though there's only one I see, trying to do some damage. I think SAS is losing his front line.
This has been the problem.
Almost
like,
down.
most of his army were springolds and the front line wasn't there. He did a really good job using the Royal Cannon to take out the Nest of Bees, but there was just nothing else behind it. And oh no, he's now pulling villagers. He's all-inning the Sacred Site victory.
All in the Sacred Site victory with 3 minutes and an elephant to the rescue. Tower Elephant as Byzantines coming in. Didn't think I had that on my bingo card either. Here he comes. That's actually a pretty good counter to some of these crossbows. Meanwhile, the cannon's going down. Sass needs to pump units faster than he can ever do.
Crossbows are gone on the other side, however, and the Cataphract will just annihilate all these palace guards. Sacred Site's still being held. Crossbows are slowly disappearing. Now it's now or never for Sass. He's lost way too many villagers for this. He needs to all-in this now. 3 minutes feels like an eternity, however.
I don't know if he can do it. Villagers trying to get some kind of production, some kind of defense is up. That Tower Elephant doesn't have enough health. It's doing a good amount of work, but I think it's dead. And the Sacred Site will quickly fall hereafter.
I seriously believe that the biggest problem here was, again, like sometimes you have to take direct fights. But the best moments for Sass in this game came when he detached the cavalry and hit the eco. If he did that one more time, he could have just totally crumbled Numidan. Numidan didn't have a juggernaut economy. But at the same time, he had a massive force of crossbows and spearmen. And I just feel like I'm seeing a repeat of the previous game's fights. The only difference is that this time around, Sass did not have the eco advantage to allow him to take such fights.
Yeah, this was quite the game here. It feels like the scales have finally tipped too far. Sass threw everything in the kitchen sink at this, and unfortunately for him, has come up empty as the Sacred Site is empty and no longer under his control. The win condition he was relying so heavily on is gone. It felt like it was a long shot for a while. Had 3 minutes, seems like not the time to commit all the way. Like 45 seconds, a minute and 10, maybe. As we see the Palace Guards now streaming in, and all those bill kills. It's now 50 to 41 bill kills.
This game was over the moment Sass pulled the villagers to defend the Sacred Site. From there on out, it wasn't a matter of who's gonna. Well, it wasn't a matter of what's gonna happen next. It was obvious that if Sass loses the Sacred Site, he just lost all his eco for nothing. Now there is just no way back into this, and really, I think when it comes to this game, and when it comes to both this game and the previous one, I think the overall conclusion is that Sass has always been dictating the tempo of the game. He had the ability to flank around, but sometimes he was just playing either a little too cautiously or a little too overzealous. Like, in some cases, he was willing to slam his cavalry straight into spears, and in other cases, he was reluctant to try and dive into the enemy base and try to find villagers. And I think those priorities need to be reassessed going into game number 5. Otherwise, he's going to risk falling victim of this same crossbow spearman composition again.
Yeah, I agree. Really tough match there. Back and forth and back and forth. It felt like Numidan had an advantage a couple different times, and Sass just kept bringing it just within reach. But yeah, I agree with your assessment entirely. I think he committed when he shouldn't have, and then didn't commit when he needed to as well. It's one of those things where it's hard to know. You don't know. He doesn't see everything we see, and so it can be hard to make the correct decision. But sometimes, like, there are multiple instances where so many of Numidan's villagers were so exposed, just begging to be massacred, and Sass just didn't quite commit to it or didn't quite find him in time. You can see the graphs kind of tell the story here. Back and forth we went, but in the end, Numidan is taking us to the distance, as it is now a tied series 2-2.
Wow, this has been an awesome series, and you know, most of the other series out there have already finished, so we're definitely going overtime here. And while this game is not the one that we have just witnessed, this is the Frisian Marshes game from before, you can see the similarities in this one. Sass just having full cavalry into spearmen. Here, however, he had twice the eco. And when you look at, for example, this replay from the actual Baudland game, it's a totally different story. He didn't have a decisive eco lead that would have allowed him to take such fights.
Yeah, it feels like both players sometimes play not to lose. And then sometimes they do some kind of, maybe they're getting tired and they do some kind of foolhardy things. But again, they don't have all the knowledge. It's a lot easier to cast than it is to play at this kind of level. And
yeah, man, I certainly feel like
I'm
they're
so
getting
impressed
tired
by both
now.
These guys. I'm
It's
so impressed by both these guys. Their micro at this level, even still, is just so impressive. The amount of times that Numadon's had his head on a swivel and is able to, garrison his vills and keep him safe. A lot of back and forth. I really wasn't sure who was going to win that fight there. Sass, for a moment, I thought had broken through and then just didn't double down when he needed to.
Yeah, I just want to add this. I think this is an important disclaimer. What might seem like inaction from one perspective is really just patience from another. So as much as we say, oh yeah, they are both playing very, very passive and like not willing to commit to fights oftentimes, in many ways, you can also look at this and say, yeah, they're willing to be patient. They're willing to sit this one out and just wait for the right time to attack. But
And we've seen that happen too. We've seen that where they've kind of played cat and mouse, then finally dealt the killing blow. It's they say like history is written by the victors, right? So like, it's like when someone makes a decision and it works, you say great idea. If it doesn't work, and you go, oh, blame the decision. But yeah,
look
right
at the
there
villager
even.
count now.
Yeah.
For a moment, it was 86 to 70 in the favor of Sass, despite Numadon being on 2 DCs. So those cavalry raids obviously worked. And after this fight, I think even this one was fine. Anything that comes after is where things fall apart. Maybe this is where you pull your knights and just say, okay, I've had enough.
Yeah, if you pulled back right here, he kind of got a little greedy. I still think at this point it was an okay trade. Because
I think this second wave is what
he
you cannot fight into. Because if you lose your cavalry, you lose the ability to threaten the food eco. I think that was a big thing. He just lost way too much cavalry here. Maybe if he tries a run by now with like 13, 14 cav, it could have been interesting. I just feel like he tried to finish the game with the sacred sites, and he didn't have this static defense to make that happen. It's very difficult to defend sacred sites with cavalry. Usually these slow-moving turtle compositions are much, much better at defending sacred sites. So really, it wasn't to the strength of his forces to try and stand and fight here with the cavalry defending sacred sites.
Yeah, it's tough because Spear is just so cost effective into that too. And I think back to when he charged into those nested bees, like he had to get rid of some of those nested bees. There were too many. They were so powerful. He did a good job. Maybe he just hung around in there and dealing with the spears a little too long. It was a decent trade. It wasn't like a sweep where he just won, but he accomplished something so massive. But then it just kind of started teetering. And then the next fight after, all he had was siege in the back. And I kind of wonder if ranging guards ever would have been a choice. Obviously, the crossbows make that really hard to deal with. So it's tough. It's such a tough spot.
What I would have loved to
see
see
more mangonels.
What I would have loved to see is perhaps trying to probe the southern walls with the cavalry. I think that could have been interesting. Yeah. Like, at the very least, give or show the threat to Numadon. Say, okay, if you're not coming after me, make him run after you. I think that is how you have to play this. And we are shifting gears because I think for the first time in this series, really, we're not going to have a very heavy cavalry-focused setup. In fact, it's going to be Delhi versus Ottomans. I wonder what the setup is.
We're going from a heavy cav to light cav.
In the meantime, we can take a look at the brackets here. The 2-2. I think we've gotten ourselves, so far, the biggest nail-biter. Although, as I'm saying, that biggest nail-biter of a series, CSO versus Scatterbrain went 3-2 as well. And you got to give some shout-out to Scatterbrain, because having a decider game forced out of CSO is nothing short of amazing. CSO has been very much playing at a high level in competitive tournaments before. So Scatterbrain almost actually made it to the main event. Cat takes out Core 3-1, Killjoy Corvinus at 1 apiece. And then, of course, we do have this absolutely magnificent series. Numadon died with Sass at 2 apiece.
We've still got to finish our series, as you said, 2-2. Man, we've had a lot of series that have gone the distance today, and this one, you always kind of hope that the main event will prove exciting. And this one has definitely been no sweep. Both of these players duking it out. We've got one more to go here today for the qualifiers before the main event of the Elite Classic, number 3. Excited to dive into this. I got to imagine too, at this point, it's getting pretty late at night for anyone who's in Europe. So, and you've played a number of games. I know after playing even just 5 games myself, you start getting that fatigue a little bit, especially when games like this last one where it just kind of dragged on and it was long and hard and difficult to deal with, and you just were kind of struggling through. And then you got to, reset and go again.
It is actually crazy to think about this, but yeah, you're absolutely right. So I think some of it is not just the amount of games they played. It is the length of these games. The previous 2 games were 30 minutes plus each. I think Cliffside was also fairly lengthy. So this has been a long series. It's been going on for quite some time. And it's not just the fact that it's a long series, it's a long set of games. It's also the fact that they are playing an Age of Empires which requires insane concentration. Some of the high-level games, I want to emphasize, some of them do not require you to like focus 24/7. You can sit back a little and boom because your opponent is doing that, or you just took a fight. There are some moments where you can sit and just chill. That is not the case in this series. The last 2 games, it has always been like the 2 armies were having a face-off, and you look away for a split second and you just get yourself nuked. So throughout these games, they had to pay non-stop attention.
That's how I always play. I look away for a split second and I'm like, oh, where'd my knights go? Gone, all dead. It's so easy. You know, that's some of the cat and mouse games they've had have been just so impressive because they've just been so on it. Just the very small lapses, and we get to see them all because we're just sitting here up in our booth and like looking down at all the easy mistakes, and we point them out as if it's like easy. And of course they should do this. Of course they should push in now. These guys are. I mean, it's 2 a.m. for I think Sass at this point. He's been playing a lot. He's been playing a lot of games, some back and forth, difficult games, and now he's got one more. Nubadon, same deal, like one more to do it for all the marbles right here. And we're about to dive in 30 seconds. So it's been a fun day with some fun games.
Some interesting trivia here, by the way. Killjardy versus Corvinus, one of the other deciding series that's still going. Game number 1, there was actually a Lancaster versus Knights Templar matchup.
Oh yeah, we haven't seen that one. We didn't get to do any of those today.
Yeah,
who won? Did Templars win that one?
A lot of
I feel like
Lancasters.
Lancasters had a rough go.
CSO was down 2-0 against CSO was down 2-0 against Scatterbrained and then reverse swept the series. That reverse sweep started with a House of Lancaster win.
Oh really? Against Templars?
No, that one was against OOTD. Killjardy Corvinus. Killjardy won Gorge with the House of Lancaster against the Templars, but in we go to game number 5. The winner of this game goes into the main event of Elite Classic 3. The loser is going to be out. A lot on the line in what was a nail-biter of a series. Sass with the Ottomans in blue, facing off against Numidan's Delhi in red.
All right, here we go. Sass, of course, very well versed with Ottomans. This is, I believe, Civ. He is, I think we can call it his main Civ. This is one of the ones he really prefers. I don't know if main is the correct defining trait of this Civ, but I know this is one he plays a lot. Might be his main. Numidan as Delhi. We've seen this matchup before. Last time we saw that, Corvinus, I believe, ended up being the victor with Ottomans, actually. So we'll see how this pans out with Sass taking the reins in Ottomans and Numidan behind the Delhi Sultanate.
I wonder how this is going to play out, because the last 2 games have been very much heavy cavalry focused. In fact, come to think of it, all 3 of them. You go back, let me just check the logs. I'm starting to blank out on some of the games. Yeah, you go back to Cliffside even. Cliffside had Templar versus Jeanne d'Arc. That was a heavy cavalry plus infantry micro game. Frisian Marshes, Lancaster versus the French, infantry versus heavy cav. And then Baldland, heavy cav versus spears. So all of these, the last 3 games have followed the same pattern. Every single time Sass was the cavalry player with some auxiliary units, and then Numidan just went for that slow-moving infantry-heavy composition. I wonder how this is going to shape out, because with the Ottomans and the Delhi, it's not so obvious for Sass to just go heavy cav with the Ottomans.
Yeah, I think Sipahi are definitely on the table.
Oh yeah, that's clear.
Definitely expected, but as far as like heavy cavalry, yeah, maybe not. Obviously, Delhi kind of deals with heavy units pretty okay. Aussies obviously get the bonus damage to heavy units, so they can work for a while until things get kind of late in the game. Likewise, elephants kind of can be pretty heavy. I mean, technically that's a heavy cavalry unit, so they could could do quite a bit with that. It feels, again, Ottomans is just a civ you don't see tons of anymore, especially on ladder. You do see the early military school, and I think I see this first spear marching off and away, heading in the general direction of Numidan's base. Curious what he's going to go for. Dome of the Faith coming up for Numidan. No tower victory. So if anyone is expecting some incredibly high octane shenanigans, you're going to have to wait for some medium octane shenanigans in about an age.
Dome of the Faith. I'm looking at the sacred sites, and this is not a good setup for Numadan, I would say. There is one all the way to the far north that's just so far away from everything. One thing that he could do is capture that and then wall it into the edge of the map. That would be fun. The one in the mid-map is kind of out in the open. I'm not a big fan of that. And then the last one to the south is kind of being body blocked by a bunch of forests. So he needs to be careful. As he navigates around those forests, he could easily get caught off guard. So none of these sacred sites are very generous for him, I feel.
Yeah, his whole spawn isn't that great, to be honest. He's got the 1 berries right there. Besides that, the gold's in the front. He's got 2 stone behind him. I don't know if there's an opposite of like the quote-unquote Marine Lord spawn, but whatever the opposite of that is, it's pretty close to what Numadan has here. I would not be thrilled if I were him. Although I say that, and SAS has a forward gold as well, but neither player has a whole lot behind their base. Everything seems pretty forward. Because on the flip side, SAS slowly using the spear to guide the venison in. They've become, I guess shepherd's the wrong word. What do you call a herder of deer?
Vealard.
A vealard? Is that? I see it. Okay.
Wheel.
All right, put it in the Merriam-Webster dictionary. We'll do it. Vealer.
This is an interesting dynamic because the spearmen actually have a larger hitbox when it comes to interacting with deer than the scouts do. So it's easier to push the deer with the spears than it is to do with the scouts.
Interesting. I did not know that. Well, the Vealers of Valor are slowly escorting their deer herd back to the base. They're not quite professional scouts, but they're close enough. There's the age up there with the classic Twin Minaret Madrasa with the berries popping up. There's been a couple builds where they go for the trade landmark, but it's been old school Ottomans here with the Dark Age spear from the military school and the Twin Minaret Madrasa. Plus got, again, Dome of the Faith for Numadan, getting those scholars out. For a while, I kind of missed Tower of Victory. There was a time where people used to nickname it, Tower of Defeat. And then it had its heyday where it was like the thing to do, and everyone, started saying Tower of Dumb or Dumb of the Faith instead of, Dome of the Faith. Now we're back to where we were again.
Yeah, it's nice to see that little back and forth between the two. I feel like some of that just comes down to convenience, and someone will come out with the alternative build, and people will be like, "Oh, wait a minute, this actually works well this way." So that is how you want to balance the landmarks.
I'm sure we'll all jump in line again. Yeah, when Beastie kind of looks at it and goes, "Wait, guys, we can do this too," and then we'll have a lot more builds. Just wait for like one of those guys, him or Puppy Paw, one of those top players, would be like, "Wait, you could do this build." They'll pull it out, maybe even in this tournament. You never know. This is a place where they unveil some pretty spectacular things at times. See the first Gods Invaders on the field. Spears chasing after them, shouting as they do. They're gonna get the scout. Oh. Bit of a micro there from Numadan. Maybe the fatigue setting in just a little bit early on here in game number 5.
Yeah, I think if you're the players, you're starting to think, what is the kind of strategy that I can play that requires a little less micro? Because remember, that's going to be the big thing. If players are getting tired, you're looking for ways to take the pressure off of your shoulders early. And one of those ways would be to try and raid, really. Just run circles around the enemy and try to find opportunities to build a natural eco lead. Let your eco carry you, not your micro.
Hey, that's what I recommend to most players, actually, who are, more mid-ladder, lower ladder. Like, don't worry about the micro. Just macro right. If you macro right, that's 90% of this game. At this level, obviously, the micro starts mattering quite a bit more, as these guys can do some pretty spectacular things as they split their military in left, right, center, back, forward. They can do anything with these guys. We see spears coming out now for Numadan. Obviously, probably going to go for a play for the sacred sites here. One military school and a couple of production buildings out for SAS. Don't have a meter just yet. I'm guessing he's got one in the queue from one of the military schools. Sure enough. Oh, it's Sapahi. I thought that'd be a meter. Well, he doesn't have it. Maybe he's producing one for the gold? I don't know. He could buy one, I guess. Seems like an odd choice not to have one.
He will need a meter for this. Now, right now, it's Spear Cav versus Spear Cav. This is a little scary for SAS because, keep in mind, initially, the eco benefits the Delhi player. You will have all these eco upgrades for free. You do have the berry buff as well. So when you spam the same kinds of units, it's going to be a little Delhi favor. It starts to swing into the Ottomans' favor once you get to late feudal. By the time you really get those military scores pumping. But until then, Numidan has the edge, and I love this wall in the middle. Just sections off the map so well and makes it difficult for SAS to decap the sacred side. But that is a nice raid out there, and this is what you're gonna do if you do not want to take micro fights, raid and find opportunities to take an eco lead.
Great pickup right there. +1 for SAS. He needs to keep doing that time and time again. You know, death by a million paper cuts does work in this game. And it never works until it works. And once you get enough damage done, you'll feel it. But one down. And in SAS's case, he hopes for many more. Yeah, I agree, though. These walls are great. Walling, I know some people love walling. Some people really don't love walling. It can slow the game down. But in this instance, a strategic wall like this, for the amount of wood you put into it, brilliant tactical decision. There's that meta on the field now. Final sacred site, or sorry, northern sacred site coming up for Numidan now. That's number 2. He hasn't quite moved over to number 3 yet in that south side. That's kind of far away, kind of in between the two. It'd be tough to contest that one. And we do see his spears marching around there, keeping it firmly under control of SAS. More walls. Is Numidan going to wall the entire map? Sure is posturing like he wants to.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice, but I don't hate it. Because you do get something very valuable from those walls. First off, it's going to be difficult to decap the sacred sites. Second, it's going to protect your economy, and the moment you're protected back at home, you can start looking for opportunities to raid elsewhere. Yeah, you have to decap that. But Numidan is so heavy on spearmen. I feel like we're getting back to the same place that we've been. He's going to play the spearman archer and then later on crossbowman composition. And it's going to be on SAS to do something with the cavalry if he so desires.
Yeah, I like this choice to go for the forward berries right here as well. I mean, knowing that his food's up front, securing that now. Numidan doing a good job. That sacred site's going to go down, however. Looks like the feudal fight is about to begin underway. The Metter beating his drums as he goes. Inspiring all the guys around him. Some villagers going to get caught out. Wonder if those archers can catch up to him. Looks like they're going to get away just in time. And that's a visitor point ready to go. I'm curious what we'll get from this one.
Nice little raid coming in here. And we've actually seen a game like this back earlier today. Ottomans versus Delhi. And, you know, it would be quite a change of pace if this was a quick game. And it seems like that's going to be the case, at least. SAS is doing a lot of damage by pushing away the villagers on the berries, the gold, the wood. And he decapped all sacred sites. SAS is definitely getting some momentum for him. And as long as he's got 12 archers, there's not much that Numidan has to deal with those when the spearmen are also around. I think Numidan needs to wait until he has his own archers as well, and then it's going to be an even-ish army comp.
Yeah, the difference being there's a meta on one side, the other side has the scholars to heal. So it feels like both kind of have their little, edges in their game that they can kind of leverage a little bit here. I hesitate to agree that it's gonna be a quick match, however, because these guys both have proven that they're pretty cautious and they won't throw the game if they can avoid it. It was the military campus as well, so another military school coming in for SAS eventually.
You're right. I did not think that much about that. It's not just the players; it's us getting tired as well. But yeah, I feel like. This definitely feels like a game where you cannot just sit back and boom into Imperial, though. Like, someone is going to have the upper hand in terms of the army. And it looks like SAS is also a lot more active with the cavalry. I think that is what he needs to do. I love the walls back at home, by the way. That is something that helped him win game number 3, the Frisian Marshes game. Back there, he had the trade, and one way that he made sure that he never loses villagers is just to get the walls up. So if he's the aggressor like he is right now, if he's got walls back at home, the options to punish are very limited for Numidan.
Yeah, it feels like he's playing very defensive here, and he doesn't have any sacred sites to show for right now. Very tough position to be in. Yes. He's got no gold income whatsoever right now, so Castle Age and leveraging a tech up isn't even in the playbook at the moment. He's postured as if he needs to win it, and really he does. this game is going to be decided in the feudal age here, at least for the time being, until Nubadan decides to move on to gold. Got a lot of food coming in though.
Yeah, Numadon has a lot of food, but I think it's a little deceiving. He's taking all the hunt. He doesn't have good access to berries, and the lack of access to sacred sites is more alarming.
Yeah.
Frankly, with all the military schools out there for the Ottomans, this is exactly what they want to do. Just go back and forth and buy time until you really leverage all those military schools. So the waiting game actually pays off for Sass here because he's denying sacred sites and he's boosting his army with those freebie units. We talked about the dynamic of these two players, just like having a face-off but never really fighting directly. I think this time around it's going to benefit Sass that this is the case.
Definitely seems so. As the cat and mouse game continues, a couple units go on either side. And yeah, I agree. Nubadan's going to only fall behind as the military schools gain more and more value the longer this game drags on. We're only 13, almost 14 minutes in. But you just kind of feel like Nubadan's put on a clock, and eventually Sass is going to get that insurmountable lead. Now, the advantage, however, for Nubadan is that he can pump out a lot very quickly. While he is on that hunt right now, he's getting 800 a minute of food. He can produce a lot very quickly and potentially overwhelm Sass here and now. As you see, he's picking up some archers right now. Pretty good little engagement. He's microing it very, very well. Spears getting upon the Sipahi. And back and forth. I think so far it's been okay for Nubadan. Sass is, of course, resupplying this as well. Nubadan looking for a good knockout punch if he can just deal it. Trying to find an opening. Some more archers going down. Spears on top of the Ghazis, though. Scholars trying to heal, but they're so weak. Ghazi's going down in droves, and this is going to be game if it keeps going on like this. Sipahi now getting hit by the spears, and I think they've broken through. And this might just be game. Yeah, Ghazis are gone. Scholars are the front line.
The Scholars are nice, but this is something that we touched on before. They count as military at the top, so you think the armies are even, but Scholars do not deal damage. And when you one-shot a Spearman, the healing isn't going to help. Same thing, Spearmen do so much damage on Ghazi Raiders that the healing is just not enough to offset that DPS. They are better than nothing, but they're simply not enough to just, like, offset such a differential. And the Metter, it has been a huge contributor across these fights. Part of the reason why Sass is winning these, and now he needs to bounce. I think in previous games he was a little cautious. Now he needs to leverage this, and he does. And this is huge. Villagers have to just flee to the south. There's just nowhere left to go. Numadon, he fought bravely, but this might just be it for him. Because remember, it's not just the loss of the army. It's idle time, and the fact that he does not have access to any sacred sites. That in itself is catastrophic for a Delhi player.
Yeah, losing access to food is going to cripple him. There's nowhere for him to hide. If he can't go out on the map and get the food, there's nothing behind his base. That food counter, look at how much food he's got on the left-hand side. If Nubadan doesn't have any left. Meanwhile, Sass, he's got all the world. He's got all the world all the time, and free units regardless. If Nubadan loses his last little bit of food, as he's about to do right here on these berries, it's going to be over. There is going to be nowhere else for him to get the resources to produce more units. Sass needs to pounce ASAP.
I love the wars back at home from Sass, by the way. Like, he definitely is playing like he doesn't want to lose this game. And I also love how he's using 2 scouts. He's trying to push the berries, and I think it tells you a lot that Numadon is sending everything he's got over here. And if you're Sass, you realize, like, wait a minute, he needs those berries. I need to move in with everything I have, and I think he's going to do just that. He's going to try to force a fight and try to fight for those berries.
Yeah, he needs to make quick work of this. I think he's got the advantage right now. Most of that military mass, like you mentioned, it's all scholars. Nubadan, I would just dive onto the Vills, you know, just cripple him economically at this point. Get the archers on there, because he's got enough. This Sipahi coming on the back, trying to get to the scholars. One does go down. Big engagement here as the spears finding the Ghazis. This is going to be an absolute cleanup. The scholars doing their darndest to keep everyone alive, but they themselves starting to succumb to the arrow fire as the Ottomans blacken out the sun with their shots. And this game is not looking too great for Nubadan. However, he needs to finish off the Ghazis as well. He's running out of spears. Archers are still alive, but they clear out their archers. The amount of scholars that Nubadan has lost is incredible. Now he goes onto the Vills, and this is the punch he needs to do. He needs to do a knockout blow to the economy so he can never come back.
That's the big
Look
thing.
at this food. 4 towers trying to be built. He knows this is his only lifeline.
If you take out 15 villagers here, it doesn't matter what happens next. But Numadon doesn't even have the army. All the Ghazi Raiders are cleaned up. The Metter is still standing. A lot of scholars fell as well. And Numadon, the only way he gets gold is if he mines it. There is nowhere to go. And I think he's busy typing GG. There it is. After some
Sash is
dragged
going
out
castle.
games. Oh man, what a series! What a series!
Yeah, Sass had the MIA half completed behind that. So even if that push fettered out, the amount of damage he did at the end was going to be just catastrophic with a Castle Age on top of it. Sass decides to close the door on this series in a quick game of 18 minutes and 30 seconds. You can see the graph right there. That huge swing of a fight in the middle. And then to come around and just hit the food. I think you said it perfectly, that the food, it looked good for a moment, but the food was going to become an immediate problem for Delhi. And sure enough, that was the name of the game.
Well, crazy day here. It did not seem like it was gonna be like this. We had some, quick
Started out
series.
a
We
little
had some,
slow. Yeah.
and then we went into this saying, yeah, it's seed number 4 versus seed number 5. We expected a tightly contested series, but these guys battled it out across 5 games, several long games as well. And at the end of the day, Sass is the one moving into the main event. Numadon, just 1 game short. Crazy day today. Any closing thoughts before we bid farewell to all the audience?
Yeah, I think all the players we watched today played really, really exceptionally well. We saw, if I had a bingo card, I'd be shouting out bingo because we saw some of the wackiest things. From Corvinus, you doing Dark Age Rush to some of the other Dark Age Rushes we saw from other players. I think Numadon played an exceptionally well series here, playing exceptionally well, doing really good throughout. Sass just a little bit better in the points where it mattered here, able to take 1 extra game over him. Been a fun series, and I've enjoyed hanging out with you, casting this game. Everyone in chat who's been watching with us, hope you've enjoyed. This is just a taste of the main event coming to you, starting, I think, next week, right?
Exactly. Come back. Same time next week. We actually begin the main event. We have I think have most of the players already qualified, although there is 1 final series that is still going on. That is indeed Kiljardi versus Corvinus. That is dragging out, although it's not that set specifically that drags out. It was just that the Corvinus part of the bracket was a little delayed. Nevertheless, we're going to drop you off to Lash, who is covering that 1 final series of the day. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. And if you do not want to miss all the action from Elite Classic 3, make sure you subscribe to EGC TV's YouTube channel, as well as follow us on Twitch. Come back next weekend, where we begin the main event of Elite Classic 3.